Chapter 1, Chevalier sighed. Emily stretched out on the large bed and realized she was alone. She sat up and searched the bedroom, but didn't see him, then sighed and laid back down. The bed felt amazing this morning and she didn't want to get up. Only a few minutes later, she stumbled out of bed and ran into the bathroom. Morning sickness had gotten stronger over the last few days, and she spent a good part of her day sitting on the bed again. What Chevalier didn't know, she somehow managed to keep it from him, afraid of how he would react even though it was perfectly normal. Chevalier called into the room. Emily cleared her throat and called back to him, "We'll be out in a sec. I have some breakfast for you." "How hard is that, and gravy?" She heard the sound of a tray being placed on the small table by the fire. Emily fought against the lurch in her stomach at the thought of gravy, but it was too much and she turned back to the toilet. "Emily." She heard him run into the bathroom, his voice was worried. "Go away," she finally managed to say. "Can I get you something?" He knelt down by her as she laid her cheek on the cold floor. "Get that food out of here," she told him, and then shut her eyes. Chevalier sighed, "Maybe you should see the doctor." "I am fine, just Don, bring food into the bedroom." She wished, "I was just expressing my floor." He was out the door and removed the tray from the room, then returned to her side before she even realized he left. "Let me put you to bed," he said, sliding his hands under her. "No, this feels better." She moved her face to a new spot and sighed as the cold tile cooled her cheek. He watched her for a few minutes, wishing there was something he could do. "Go away," she said again. "If you need me, just call," he told her as he left hesitantly. Chevalier stepped into the antechamber and told Anna. She handed it through the bars and down to his office and picked up the phone, dialing quickly. "Dr. Edwards, please," he said hurriedly. With a patient. "May I help you?" the nurse asked. "No, tell him Chevalier and tell him, now." She could tell by the tone in his voice that he wasn't to be messed with. "One moment please." Her voice was irritated. It was only a few minutes later that Dr. Edwards was on the phone. "This is Dr. Edwards." "Doctor, this is Chevalier, from the island." "Yes, I remember." He honestly sounded pleased. "Managed to do so for the wife, she's pregnant and..." "Yes, I know. I saw her last week." Chevalier paused and then smiled slightly. "Yes, I guess you did." "She's pretty sick now, except that I do what I was in a fever, or sick as in nauseous," the doctor asked, concerned. "Nauseous?" "It's morning sickness. She'll be fine in a month or so." Stared at him and dug at his hands to let Chevalier away. Believe how blasé the doctor was about it. "Yes, get her some soda crackers and Sprite, that'll help." "Right, I'll do that." He wrote the 2 items down on a slip of paper. "Call if she gets worse. As long as she's eating and gaining weight, she'll be fine, you know that's not true." "Sure, okay," Chevalier said, and hung up the phone. He said his office and called for a young haiku that was walking past. "You, come here." The young haiku turned to him, terrified. "Why yes, sir." "Can you sail a yacht?" "Yes, sir." The guard there's one dock to the south of the pier, take it and go into town immediately and get these. When you get back, give them to Anna," he demanded, and handed him the list before heading up to Emily's room. Emily wasn't in bed yet. He rounded over my dead body, told her he was taking her to bed when he saw her sound asleep on the floor. He sat down beside her and leaned up against the wall to wait. Several hours passed and Chevalier to get Dr. Edwards. Kai heard Anna in the next room. He got up quietly to meet her. "Did he get it?" Anna nodded and set down a box of crackers and some cold Sprite in a glass. You didn't specify, though, so he brought back 16 cases of crackers and 64 big bottles of Sprite. Chevalier smiled. He was pleased at the amount. He'd rather have too much than not enough. Anna looked toward the bathroom. How is she, sir? He glanced at the door, then back to Anna. She's asleep on the floor. Anna gasped. You should move her to the bed. She can be comfortable. I tried that, Chevalier said, a little irritated. Anna assumed he hadn't thought of that on his own. She said it felt better on the floor. He laid back down and waited, and left the room. Chevalier returned to the bathroom and Emily looked up at him from the floor. He reached down and picked her up. You can come back to the floor. David laughed. Chevalier nodded. She told him, and rested her head, looking at David suspiciously. These are Doctor's orders. Sprite and crackers. He sat her down on the edge of the bed and handed her a cracker. Emily took it and looked at it for a while before taking a tiny bite. Chevalier took a deep breath and walked out of the meeting early. She said. I'll take another, she said, not moving. Chevalier studied her. She was pale, but otherwise looked fine for having slept on the bathroom floor. He did notice a twinge of annoyance in her voice, but was able to refrain from chuckling. She took another bite and then sighed, please go away. He looked at her and raised an eyebrow. What if I say no? She glared at him and he again found the restraint not to laugh. You driving me insane? Chevalier asked. Took another bite of the cracker. I am not leaving, not if you sick. Know anything about that. I am not sick, and you've done enough. Her voice was icy. Chevalier considered it for a moment, and then figured he better leave. He wasn't sure why her irritation was endearing, but he knew she wouldn't find his observation amusing. Okay, call if you need me then, he said, and kissed her forehead before leaving. He completely closed a drink of Sprite and then got up and got dressed. She wouldn't admitted to Chevalier, but she was feeling better after eating some. Finally managing to pull herself together, she headed out to the barn. She knew that in the bone, she wouldn't have someone making comments or watching her like she was about to die suddenly. Peanut came to greet her as she entered the barn and she sat on the hay to pet him. How, Chevalier's Peanut. This is all about in his favorite spot on her lap and purred as she pet him. So I guess you heard too, she asked, talking to Peanut as she rubbed his head. The cat glanced up at her and then curled up against her chest. Got myself into a mess. Emily found some comfort in talking to the cat. She wondered briefly if that was odd, just what I needed, a baby, huh? The cat tensed up and she moved her hand away. What's wrong? This is where Chevalier and lashed out at her with his claw, leaving a deep bleeding gash down her arm. Damn it, Peanut, she yelled, and pushed the cat off of her before getting up. Peanut ran off deeper into the barn after hissing at her again. Emily wandered back inside to clean the scratches. Good morning, Kyle said, heading toward her. Whatever, she grumbled, and walked past him. He paused and then followed her. What? I smell blood. She turned on him angrily. Let's see, it could be either that I am knocked up when. She turned to my cat. Kyle smiled broadly. That's great, Em. Wait, what cat? His face grew serious. I'll see if it's great when I can stop sleeping on the bathroom floor, she said, walking away. She stopped when she felt his hand on her arm. What cat? My cat, Peanut, out in the barn. She tried to pull away, but wasn't able to. What? Kyle studied the scratches on her arm. Come with me, he said, pulling her toward Chevalier's office. No, she told him, and planted her feet. I am not in the mood for this, Kyle. I just want to clean out this scratch, and then go back and feed the cows. Emily, we don't have a cat, he said, tugging on her arm. Stop it, she yelled, and jerked her arm angrily away. Was serious. What's going on? Chevalier asked, approaching them. Kyle's freaking out because I got scratched by my barn cat, she said, and then glared at Kyle. Chevalier froze. What cat? Freak. Emily yelled, and stalked away from the two of them, wondering how they could be so upset about a cat. Emily, too quietly for the others to Chevalier said, putting his hand on her shoulder. Cats hate the haiku, they won troops as they watched curiously. There's no way a cat is living on this island. Yeah, well, he's my cat. Maybe he knows you all don't come to the barn, she said, still irritated. Kyle, find that cat, Chevalier said, and Kyle ran for the barn suddenly. No. Don't hurt my cat, Emily yelled. Tell us if anything happens to her. Emily, Chevalier said, quickly catching up to her and stopping her. No cat is going to be this near to the haiku. I don't know if I told you this, but Ulrich had a familiar, a cat. It's Sam. What, Sam? Ulrich's familiar, and his natural form suit, leaving a Emily frowned. Ugh. He nodded. Well. I'll kill him myself then, she said, heading for the bar. Let Kyle handle it. If he can, find Sam, we may have to get out of here in a hurry, Chevalier said, and then shouted orders out to the shadows in an unfamiliar language. Why? She turned to him. Suddenly swarms of black came from the mountains. One threat to me was that if you ever ended up pregnant by a haiku, he was going to come and take you away. He was holding her hand now, gently pulling her toward the stairs. He wouldn't, she said angrily, but he didn't, answer. Sir, there's no sign of the cat, Kyle said, catching up with them. Chevalier growled, it has to be Sam. Kyle nodded in agreement. So we have what? A week before they come for her? Kyle asked. Maybe less. Sam has to figure out how to get off this island to inform Ulrich, and then it'll take a few days to get here. Chevalier was calculating his defensive forces in his head, and stepped ahead of him. We're the largest coven in the Equities, Kyle said, setting his jaw. No, I am not going to risk your coven for my life, Emily said. She winced a bit when both haiku looked at her. You, one of us, Em. We protect our own, Kyle said softly. Emily rolled her eyes. He's not going to take me. I am not going to be the damsel and faint when they try. I'll fight back. You can, fight those numbers, just let us do this, Kyle said to her. Emily nodded. Fine, when you done planning a war, come get me. When she left, Kyle looked at Chevalier's heartache. Less grouchy. Chevalier couldn't help but chuckle. Left. Congratulations, sir. Chevalier's face lit up and Kyle couldn't help but grin. Unexpected, actually. Kyle nodded. I would imagine. Let's go find that cat, Chevalier said seriously. Kyle nodded and they both left toward the barn. Chapter 2, Travis. After numerous meetings and sessions with the elders, he growled when she pulled to whisk Emily away to an undisclosed location. She was irritated with the entire process and spent most of her breasts were full. Things were tense around the castle because of her strong scent, which Chevalier finally explained to her. She felt better being outside, away from the haiku. Emily stepped into her room after being away in the barn all day and smiled when she saw the roses and a note on her bed. She smelled the flowers and read the note. Let's ignore the elders and go away together on the boat. We'll be safe there and we won't have to put up with guards or worry about anything but us. Meet me there as soon as you can pack and get away unnoticed, Chev. Emily's insides jumped. She wasn't going to have to run away and be guarded 24/7 by the Heku. She'd be where she preferred, out on the ocean with Chevalier. She hurried and packed a bag, then went to the wardrobe where she stuffed the sheets she used the last time she had to get away. It was easy enough to tie it off to the balcony, and then she nimbly swung over the side and worked her way to the ground. She hid in shadows the entire way, moving quickly through the streets of the island. With dusk approaching, there were plenty of hiding spots and she was soon within sight of the pier. All seemed quiet there and she knew the guards on duty wouldn't question when she passed them and headed down the beach. "Evenin', Travis," Emily said as she rounded the corner of the tall cement fence and stepped out onto the pier. She gasped, "We need to decide." She saw pieces of haiku piled into a macabre heap just as someone grabbed her from behind. She struggled to kick at the knee of her attacker, but he brought a rag to her face and she started drifting into unconsciousness. Just as blackness took over, she saw a head roll out from the pile. It was Travis. "I think we're ready then," Chevalier said to the group in the conference room. "We'll leave in the morning." Kyle nodded and then excused the rest of the guards on duty that were assigned to escort them to the state. David was still. "I'll just feel better when we're off the island," Kyle said. "What to you?" I agree. It's taken too long to get this put together, thanks to the hesitancy by the elders. He was still frustrated with their slow reaction. The two walked into Emily's room. Chevalier saw her shoes and headed to the bathroom. "Hey, Em." He glanced into the bathroom and frowned when he did see her. "Chevalier!" Kyle yelled from behind him, frantic. Chevalier turned as Kyle handed him the roses and the note from Emily's bed. He read the note and crumpled it in his hand, his eyes burned red with fury. An alarm sounded in the town, the alarm of an attack. Chevalier growled and ran to the balcony, quickly jumping out and landing when she reeled around. Kyle was on his heels as they ran for the pier. They both stopped suddenly as they caught sight of the blood and bodies that were piled high on the wooden planks. Kyle reached down and picked up a rag. Smelling it, he turned to Chevalier. "It's chloroform," he said, and handed it to the chief enforcer. Chevalier took the rag and smelled it, inhaling deeply. "Emily too, they got her, Kyle." Kyle's heart sank as he looked out across the ocean and saw nothing but waves as the sun set. Others began to appear on the pier, and a small vigil had begun to bury the remains of the 4 pier guards and their dogs. Shutters were closed across the island, clocks were stopped, and she jumped. "Get me the location of the Valle elders, now," he yelled to Storm, who had just arrived on the scene. Storm didn't respond, but quickly ran off to do as she was told. She'd never seen this amount of rage coming out of the chief enforcer, and it scared her. Emily was finally able to pull herself out of the fog. She wasn't sure why she felt so dizzy and disoriented. As she repositioned in bed, she felt even more confused. The bed was hard and the covers were stiff and scratchy. "Chev," she whispered into the dark, her words were slurred. He didn't answer, and the room seemed quieter than she remembered. Finally, she opened her eyes and then sat bolt upright, looking around the small room. "Chev?" "Kyle," she called out louder, starting to panic. Emily jumped out of bed, but when her feet hit the floor, it moved out from under her and she fell to the ceremony that had been done successfully. She finally managed to get to her knees and pulled herself to standing using the bed as support. A desk lamp was the only light in the room, but she was able to make out the dark blues and grays of the room's decoration. There weren't any windows, and she felt trapped. Stumbling, Emily made it to the door and swung it open to another unfamiliar room. The room was dark and she felt along the wall until she found a light switch. She looked around, confused, as she tried to figure out where she was. This room was larger than the other. There was a TV and couch on one end, and a small kitchen on. She said it was her head. Chevalier windows here either, and the same blue and gray decor was also throughout this room. She saw a metal door on the far end by the TV, and she steadied herself as she went to it. When she couldn't open it, she began to pound on the door. After several minutes, she stopped when no one answered and turned back to the room. The TV was turned off and there was no sound in the room. The silence was eerie. She walked past the couch and ran her hand along a tall bookshelf full of books, then looked around for some hint of familiarity. Emily's eye caught sight of something strange in the far corner, something that was moving. She got closer and looked up at it. It was a camera, and it was facing her. She moved to the side and it moved with her. Emily had an idea on how to get some attention. Half a chance, Chevalier said, swung it at the camera, knocking it loose and leaving only exposed wires in its place. With a confused look on his face, went into the bathroom and looked around, but didn't see a camera. Hesitating, she walked back into the cave-like bedroom and saw a camera face her. She used the chair again to knock it off the wall. Emily, someone called from the larger room. Emerged from the bedroom, still carrying the chair, figuring it would work rather well for self-defense. She stopped when she saw 3 haiku at the large metal door. They were all wearing hospital masks. She wrinkled her nose when she got closer because they smelled like strong menthol. "Who are you?" she asked, still holding the chair. We're here to protect you, child," the one in front said. "Then let me go. A favor, you will be staying with us for a while. We are going to replace the cameras, and there will be a punishment if you destroy them again," he irritated. The next frowned. "Excuse me. A punishment? You will follow our rules or face the consequences. Are you equits?" The 3 looked at one another nervously. "Leave the cameras alone. This is your only warning." I did call the chair she was holding at the head of the front haiku, but he blocked it easily. "Last warning, Emily," he said, and then walked out, locking the heavy metal door behind. Gritted his teeth. Emily was starting to understand. Chevalier sighed. "Okay, he sure when, but the Valle must have gotten her." She sat on the couch and curled up into a ball. Her mind was still foggy about when she was taken. She couldn't remember if there had been a wide-scale attack and if Chevalier was alive. She buried her head in her arms and felt a tug on her arm, then looked over and saw have to beat around the wound. "Want a needle leaves?" She wasn't the baby sure of the time. There were no clocks in the rooms, but it's a long storeroom. 5 more of them came back. 2 grabbed her and pinned her to the wall, while the 3 others replaced the cameras. The 2 held her arms and kept away from her legs. She couldn't get a decent shot off. As soon as the cameras were replaced, the 5 left quietly, never saying a word to her. When they left, she grabbed another chair and smashed the 2 cameras again. Her eyes flared when the metal doors opened, and she held the chair in front of her, ready for a fight. 3 haiku entered the room again, wearing hospital masks and smelling of menthol. "We warned you, child," the first one said calmly. Emily readied the chair in front of her. "Come and get me then." They descended on her and she managed to break the shorter one's jawbone with the chair before they restrained her. They forced her onto the bed and pulled leather straps up, then restrained her to the bed. The soft padded leather straps around her wrists and ankles trapped her in an uncomfortable position. Emily screamed out in fury as they left the small bedroom and she heard the heavy door lock. She pulled and tugged at the restraints, but couldn't slip her hands or feet out of them. Her back began to ache miserably as she rested to catch her breath before starting again to find a way out of this. Kills. passed before she finally gave up, and her exhausted body succumbed to sleep. Emily jerked awake as soft, warm hands began working at the restraint on her wrist. On my own after Keith left, unfamiliar man, a mortal. She frowned and fought against the restraints. Wait, let me get you out, he said, working on straps. Don, touch me, she yelled at him. You want to stay there, he asked, looking over at her. She ignored him as he went back to getting her out of them. Within a few minutes, she was free of the bed and stood up quickly to face the man. Who are you? She asked, up at her lazily. My name is Tim. Do you know how we got here? He asked. Can Putra out in a few months? She frowned at him. You don't, no. He shook his head. I am not sure. I was just heading into work when some guys grabbed me and pulled me into a van. Who? She said, not buying his story. Let's get out of here, Tim said, heading into the front room. He tried the handle of the heavy door and then pounded, let us out. No one came, so Emily just watched him. The cameras were now on Tim instead of her, and he turned to look at them. First off, we get rid of those, he said, looking around for something to use. That's what landed me in straps. I broke their cameras one too many times, she said, staying away from him. She still didn't trust him. I am Emily, by the way. Tim just nodded at her and started hunting around the room. What are you looking for? She asked. Anything to use as a weapon. There has to be a way out of here. Emily sat down on the couch and watched as he went through every drawer and every cupboard, even thumbing through books looking for something he could use. He said angrily, turned on the TV and groaned when the shows were in English. Then maybe it? Tim asked, looking at the TV. Emily shrugged. She grabbed a book and began to read, still watching Tim pace out of the corner of her eye. You have to know something, he said, turning on her. Yeah, well I don't, she told him, irritated. Are you from Atlanta? No. Do you know anyone? He backed down as the haiku approached him. How long have you been here? He managed to get to his feet beside her on the couch. I don't see any clocks around here, do you? She snapped. I glanced up at Chevalier, and then an awkward silence fell over them as Emily Reed and Tim watched muted TV. They glanced at each other every so often. It was obvious that neither trusted the other. When it seemed like a lot of time had passed, Emily stood up and went to the bedroom, followed by Tim. Chevalier. Emily figured Tim was a few years older than she was. He was almost as tall as Keith, but wasn't as muscular. He had a nice tan that contrasted with his blonde hair, pretty blue eyes, and an attractive smile. Oh no, yeah, Don, bed's mine, she said, lying down. How do you figure? Tim asked. There's room for both of us. In your dreams, she said, pulling the covers over her. Fine, Tim said, and went to make his bed on the couch. Emily woke up to the smell of pancakes, and she wandered out into the larger room. Breakfast is ready, Tim said, smiling. Emily narrowed her eyes at him. She didn't trust him and wouldn't put it past him to poison her food, but she was starting to feel sick and she didn't see any crackers lying around. Here, sit, Tim told her, putting a plate of pancakes down on the small table. Thanks, she said, and then hesitated before sitting down. To make up for last night. I was just edgy, and I apologize. He sat down with a plate for himself. They ate in silence, and the hot food helped Emily's stomach settle down. Thank you, that was good, Emily said as she stood up and began washing the dishes. Don, do those, I have it, he said, standing up. I'll wash, she said, and tossed him a towel. You dry. Sounds good, and then let's see how we can get out of here. He glanced toward the door more like a swift waddle. Ken. Do you have any idea what kind of environment you are in? She asked, picking up a dish and washing it. What do you mean? We aren't being held in some government-controlled camp or by some strange lunatic. This is all carefully orchestrated and maliciously carried out, she said softly. You know more than I. What do you think? Sam said, watching her, the clean yet wet dishes piling up in the sink. I don't trust you enough to tell you, and until I figure out how you work into the scheme of things, I am going to. She should act. She finished and went to sit down with her book. How is that fair? How is it you know more about this than I do? He as though she needed a babysitter. Because I am smarter than you are, she said, still looking at her book. His eyes narrowed. Tell me one thing. She felt the odd tightening in her. Emily sighed and looked up at him. I don't. That took you, and the why me part is none of your business. While she pretended for her to get back in bed, mind struggled to he asked when she was taken. Something terrible happened, she could feel it in the pit of her stomach, but she couldn't remember what. She turned away from Tim. No, put out. She couldn't remember if something happened to Chevalier or even to Kyle. What if no one was looking for her? What if this was her new life, tucked away and tormented by these haiku? Emily felt her stomach turn, so she casually walked into the bathroom, shut and locked the door, and then collapsed onto the floor. She didn't know how long she had been going between the toilet and the cool floor, but apparently it was long enough for Tim to become suspicious. Are you okay in there? He asked, knocking on the door. Yes, she managed to say weakly. Okay, he responded, but he didn't sound convinced. One of his fingers. She walked directly to the bedroom and laid down on the bed. There were bodies lined up along the pier. Everywhere she looked she saw faces she knew, watching from unseeing eyes. There was blood dripping off the wooden planks, turning the water scarlet red. She searched through the bum. Kyle turned and she was being watched, she could tell. When she turned around, there were more bodies piled up. Someone was killing everyone she knew. Emily, wake up. Tim shook her gently. Emily gasped and sat up quickly, her body shaking. You were having a nightmare, he said, still sitting by her on the bed. He reached out and put an arm around her, testing to see if she would fight back. When she did, he pulled her into a tight hug. It's okay, it's over, he whispered, rocking her slowly. Emily wanted to let go, but she needed the warmth. The arms that wrapped around her were strange and unfamiliar, but they held some comfort and she buried her head into his shoulder and cried. Chapter 3, Decisions. This is taking too long. I demand a resolution immediately. Asked, taking Emily. Chevalier scowled at the elders, both Equities and Valle, that were seated before him. We're doing what we can. It's a fine line between getting Emily back and... Chevalier asked her, Delis said to him. I don't care if it causes World War III, as long as we get her back where she belongs. He turned his attention to the Valle elders. The Valle elders glanced at each other and spoke, too softly for Chevalier to hear. What are you doing about this? They attacked and murdered my guards unprovoked and then kidnapped my wife. Chevalier growled. Your wife? Celeste asked. Yes, mine. He turned his angry eyes to her. I thought she was bonded to Kyle. You thought what I told you, carte blanche, remember? She is my wife, and she's carrying my child. His voice dropped a bit. The Equities elders turned and put their heads together, talking quickly among themselves. Leonid was the first to turn around. What other lies have you told us, Chevalier? I told you what I needed to get my job done. My orders were to observe Emily Rousseau and to discover if she held any extra powers, he reminded them. And I won, discuss it in mixed company. He glared at the Valle elders. We will be back then, the oldest Valle elder said with a half-smile. Walked out of the room. Silas turned back to Chevalier and Kyle. What have you found? Kyle cleared his throat. Chevalier glanced at him quickly and then spoke. Powers we were looking for, but they are controlled. She uses them when she's being attacked and no other time. She pulled the rifle. Leonid wanted to verify he heard correctly. Yes, Chevalier said, watching them. So you are telling me that the Valle are now in possession of an active member of the Winchester family. Silas was beginning to get angry. Chevalier glared at her stooped figure. You are positive that the girl is with child? She asked. Had better weapons. No, and you are the father? Chevalier growled, yes. The elders looked horrified as the implications were starting to dawn on them. Very well, Maleth said, standing up. We will get her back at all costs. Chevalier grinned maliciously, and walked out, followed closely by Kyle. Tim and Emily both turned to the heavy metal door when it swung open. 7 Heku walked in and stood by the door. What do you want? Tim asked, standing up. Your cooperation, the tallest said as 2 grabbed Tim and pinned him against the wall. Emily stood up and backed away as the other 5 moved toward her. Come, child, we won, hurt you. She kicked one hard in the knee, dropping him to the floor before the other 4 grabbed her and dragged her into the bedroom. She fought as they restrained her in the uncomfortable exposition. This would be easier if you wouldn't fight us, the tall one said calmly. Emily spit in his face and struggled as one of the Heku rolled her shirt up and tucked it into the band of her bra. He then pulled her pants down low on her abdomen, exposing most of her torso. Stop it, she screamed at them. The shortest of the Heku took out a measuring tape and carefully measured from her breastbone down to her pubic bone and wrote it into a notebook. Another of them painfully shoved a needle into her arm and drew a vial of blood. Emily screamed in pain and outrage. Her back arched as she struggled to get loose. Leave him in the saddle and bridle to, you don't want to hurt yourself, the taller one told her, and then he held his hand over her lower abdomen and smiled. The 5 left the room, leaving Emily in the exposition, and she heard a struggle from Tim moments before the heavy door shut. He came into the room and gasped at what they had done to her, then immediately began to untie her wrists. What did they do? The Todd asked angrily. Some sort of demented physical, she said as she sat up and readjusted her clothing. He crook of her arm and saw that the large needle left a stream of blood dripping down her arm. Tim handed her a rag and she covered it. They took blood, he asked. Yes. Why would they do that? His face was full of questions. He said, stakes you think I have her, Ulrich said calmly from across the table. The cows and I went to see what. A week after we found out she is pregnant, she disappears. I want her returned to me immediately, Chevalier yelled, and pounded his fist on the table. It's an unfortunate coincidence, but I did warn you about not falling in love with her. Ulrich was getting mad also. This has nothing to do with my feelings toward Emily. It has to do with your misguided interpretation of protecting your family. Maybe she is dead, Ulrich said coldly. Chevalier hissed as Kyle sprang to his feet. She is not. Now return her immediately, or we will end this ourselves. Kyle hissed. Meddling with the affairs of the Winchester family leads only to heartache. You should resign yourself now to the fact you will never see her again. It will make your life easier, Ulrich said, sitting back in his chair. We will find her, Chevalier said through clenched teeth. She pulled it up. You will let me know when you do though, right? Up on her offer. Okay, Ulrich said, and it looked like he was hiding a grin. It's only been 2 weeks. We will find her, and when we do, we'll be next, Chevalier said as he stood and left the room with Kyle and Storm following. Tim untied Emily's hands and feet again. That's what? 6 times so far they've done that. Emily sat up and readjusted her clothes. Yes. What do you figure, every other day? He asked, watching her closely. She nodded and ran into the bathroom, locking the door behind her. She looked closely at her arm. It was swollen and bruised from all of the blood draws. Emily sat down on the cold tile and pulled her knees up to her body. She rocked slowly. Please, Chevalier, find me, she said. Larson became. She glanced at her ring and watched it as if it could somehow whisk her away to its maker. Several hundred miles away, Chevalier shivered. He heard Emily's words echo in his head and he suddenly felt she was alone and afraid. He yelled more orders to his coven and concentrated on their training mission. Emily knew he was alive at least. She remembered that if one of them were to die, it would break the bond and she would be able to remove it. It was still securely fastened to her finger. Emily. Are you okay, hon? Tim asked, worried. She didn't answer, but simply rocked in her secure ball and cried. As she rocked, her mind replayed the bond in her mind, going over every intricate detail, which in turn led to how to break the bond, infidelity by one of the bonded, death or a betrayal. Something suddenly jumped into her mind, how Paul said that Ulrich would try to break the bond between her and Chevalier. How Travis mentioned that the Valle had employed donors in their quest to find her. Her eyes were furious when she looked at the door and wondered if Tim was a helpless pawn in all of this, or if he was in on it. A plan formed in her mind for fishing out the truth from Tim. Her skin recoiled at the thought of him touching her, but she would be in full control at all times. It would never get to the point of breaking the bond she had with Chevalier. She only hoped the bond wouldn't be fooled by desperate measures. Emily stepped out from the bathroom and went right into Tim's arms. He wrapped them around her and kissed her head lightly. Are you okay? She nodded. I am okay, really. I am just glad you're here and that I am not alone. He smiled and winked at the camera above her head where she couldn't see. Are you missing your husband again? Tim asked in a soft, caring voice. I am afraid he's dead. I just feel that he is. She played off of it, letting herself cry the tears she started in the bathroom. I am so sorry, Tim said, and he tightened his arms around her. I am just going to go to bed now, she said, taking a step toward the bedroom. You can come lie down if you want. I know your back has to be hurting from sleeping on that old couch. He smiled enthusiastically and crawled into the bed beside her. No touching, just sleep, she said to him, and yawned, then rolled onto her side away from him. She felt when he nodded. Chevalier was alarmed. He was suddenly overwhelmed with the feelings that a plan was set in motion. He looked over at Kyle, his eyes angry. What's wrong? Kyle asked, and stopped to look at him. She has a plan, she's doing something, Chevalier said, his eyes far away. Kyle hissed, a plan? Like what? I can tell, but so far it's working. It's given her hope, but there's some edge to it, like it could turn on her. Chevalier finally glanced at Kyle. Can you get through to her? Tell her to stop and wait for us? Kyle asked. It doesn't work that way, I've already tried. Tim, I am cold, Emily said sleepily, and she felt him wrap an arm around her. She smiled into the dark blankets where no one could see her. She felt him lightly brush her hair back away from her face as she drifted off to sleep. Both awoke to the sound of the metal door opening. They rushed into the living room and were immediately faced with the 7 Heku. As Tim was held against the wall by two haiku, Emily was hauled again into the bedroom. When she hit the bed, she doubled up and screamed. The five haiku froze and looked at her as tears poured out of her eyes and she was groaning, clutching her stomach. "What is wrong, child?" one of them asked nervously, and glanced up at the cameras. Emily groaned, but didn't answer, her breathing turned into a pant. "Something's wrong, get her to Turbach," one of them yelled, and she was scooped up and whisked out of where she spent the last 4 weeks. She watched carefully as the hallways flew past her, remembering to groan occasionally and scream. It looked like she was under an encampment. The weather was cold, everything was iced over, and it was snowing. One of the haiku threw a blanket over her as they ran through the icy streets and into a small office. "Turbach," one of the haiku yelled. An old haiku came out of the adjacent room, his face a mixture of fear and worry. "What happened?" "She's in pain, something's wrong." Emily managed to squirm to another view. She saw a table full of vials of colorful liquid and a drawer full of empty syringes. "Get her in here, lay her down," the one they called Turbach ordered. He was a shorter haiku with graying blue eyes and only a thin strip of hair left that ringed the back of his head. She was pleased to see they put her in what appeared to be an operating room. There was a small silver table full of scalpels and other odd-looking devices. As she was set on the table, Turbach came to her quickly and began poking painfully at her stomach. She screamed when he touched her, but her eyes didn't leave the table with the scalpel. "Turn her over, I need her on her back," he ordered the two haiku who had made it into the office. Before they understood what she was doing, she was standing beside the old man with a scalpel at her neck. The three haiku froze. "I dare you, come closer to me." "I'd rather die than let you have this baby," Emily said as she cut her neck slightly. The three of them gasped and looked nervously at each other. "I bet your orders were to keep me alive, eh? How much trouble will you get into if I bleed out right here on the floor?" She watched them, her jaw set. "Child, let's talk about this," Turbach said. "Oh? You mean like how much we talked since you kidnapped me from my home? Should we talk about how much trouble you going to be in when Chevalier gets here?" She held the scalpel precariously over her carotid artery. Turbach winced as she pressed the blade into her skin, not yet cutting into it. "Please, child, don't do anything rash," he begged. "Ah, does your life depend on it?" she asked with mocking concern. "We're just following orders. You don't want to harm yourself, let me have the scalpel." He reached out for it, and she sliced ever so slightly into her neck. The two haiku by the door gasped and stepped back. "Don't Turbach screamed. "What exactly are your orders then? Tell me. Do you wait until I deliver and then kill me and take the baby?" She watched their eyes, and her insides turned when she saw their reaction. "Child," Turbach said. "Oh, that's it then? You wait until I deliver and then kill the baby? What kind of sick orders are those?" Her eyes flared, the green swimming angrily. "We wouldn't do that," Turbach tried to assure her, and his hand came out again for the scalpel. "Whose orders?" "Ulrich." She noticed how they flinched at his name, and she knew she was right. "You don't know who you are dealing with." Turbach looked at the horrified haiku by the door. "Oh, I think I do. What you don't know is that Chevalier won. Stop looking until he's found me, if I am still alive, that is." She felt herself stand taller as she spoke. "Put the scalpel down, we can discuss matters. Is it the exams you don't like? The blood draws maybe? We can discuss keeping your baby alive after you deliver, too." Turbach thought that would convince her, and he relaxed until she cut a hair deeper into her neck. "Stop," he screamed. She glared at Turbach, What do you need the blood for? Just for testing. We need to discover how strong the baby will be, that's all. He sounded pleading. Chevalier growled and Kyle's eyes fell on him. What's happening? Chevalier hissed, she's losing. She's backed into a corner now, and she's starting to panic. Kyle turned to the first team and ordered them to begin their preparations. Emily felt the weight of the wall behind her as it caved in, knocking her to the ground as strong arms wrapped around her. She screamed when Turbach took the scalpel from her and brushed the ruble off of himself. Return her, he said sternly, and Emily was whisked back down the long tunnel to the rooms where she was being held. Tim stood when the door opened, and Emily was thrown into the room. He grabbed her just before she hit the floor. Are you okay? He asked, watching as the haiku slammed the door and locked it. She sat up and glared at the door. Yes, I am okay. Where did you go? I thought you were hurt, he said, looking at the cuts on her neck. What did they do to you? I did that, got some answers too, she said proudly. About what? He asked, and pressed a tissue to the drops of blood on her neck. About our captures, about whose idea all of this is. She watched him. Please tell me. I have a right to know. He was now watching her eyes. It's a baron of some sort, named Corin. You didn't tell me you worked for the government. Why didn't you tell me that? That would have helped. She glared at him. She was inwardly pleased when he fell for it. I didn't know it mattered. Everything matters, now we know it's a government operation. She watched him as he nodded. Yeah, I think I can see that now, he said, and her eyes narrowed. Suddenly, she was in his arms as they wrapped tightly around her waist. I was so afraid they would take you away and I wouldn't see you again. Grimacing inside, Emily reached up and kissed him lightly on the lips and tried not to react when he responded forcefully, returning her kiss as his arms moved up to hold her head tightly. She let him lead her into the bedroom, and as he turned and laid her on the bed, her body froze and then she sat up and looked at the cameras. Tim sat up, frustrated. What's wrong? The cameras, they are always watching, she said, and she slipped out of bed and went back into the other room. Before Tim emerged, she grabbed her book and was reading again, pleased with her progress. Chevalier sighed. Whatever she's doing worked, and she's positive again. I don't like this. I can hear voices, but can't make out what they are saying. All I am getting are bursts of emotions. Kyle smiled. It's something at least. Chevalier nodded and turned back to his squadron. When the heavy door opened 2 days later, Emily was ready for them. She braced herself against the back wall and waited with a gleam in her eye. Tim was, as usual, restrained first and then 5 came for her. She smiled as they approached, ready to tangle. The 5 haiku glanced at each other, not entirely sure what to think. The tallest one stepped forward. Let's do this easy, child. No more jokes like last time. Oh, didn't like my joke? She asked, grinning. She had thought this through in her mind over and over, and when it was about to happen, time slowed down. Emily ducked under the first arm that came to grab her and she turned a somersault, coming up behind them. She jumped onto the back of one of the surprised haiku, and twisted his head violently to the side, dropping him to his knees. As the first fell, she landed deftly on her feet and ducked down, bringing one foot out to catch the closest haiku in the kneecap. She heard a sickening grinding as his kneecap was pushed out of place, and he screamed. Their formation was thrown off. The next haiku grabbed her from behind, trapping her waist with one hand, and her upper chest with the other. Emily drew her head forward and let it thrust back into his nose. He screamed and let her go. She spun on the other 2 and dropped into a crouch. She'd seen the haiku do often. She hissed at them, her hands balled into fists. The two remaining haiku were unsure and glanced around the room nervously. Emily was tackled from behind by the haiku who had managed to return his head to the correct position. She felt her body slam into the floor and it knocked the wind out of her. Before she could regain control, she was dragged to the bed and tied up again. She screamed angrily. "For that, child, you must be punished," the tallest haiku said to her. Once they were done measuring her and drawing her blood, they left. This time, Tim did come to untie her, and she laid in the painfully awkward position for hours. Her back was sent into spasms and she cried out in pain. Her wrists and ankles were swollen and bruised from the restraints. Hours later, she couldn't scream anymore as her voice gave out and her mouth ran dry. Chevalier dropped to his knees, alone in his quarters. The pain was excruciating, and he had to fight the urge to scream. The pain suddenly stopped and as he stood up, he realized that it was from Emily. Recoming, hold on," he said to the dark room. The pain became worse, and all Emily could think of was how to get release from the intense spasms that shot through her body. She squeezed her eyes shut as she concentrated to try to make her muscles relax. She had broken out in a sweat, and the pain made her entire body shake. A long sigh escaped her parched lips when someone released her binds. She wasn't sure who it was. They didn't speak. The muscles in her body were so tightly knotted, that all she could do was roll onto her side to relieve some of the pressure. She drifted into unconsciousness, the darkness was soothing and welcomed. "Emily." Tim touched her hair lightly. "Emily, are you okay?" She was barely able to open her eyes at the sound of his voice. She whispered something he couldn't hear, and then fell back asleep. She was aware he covered her with a blanket, moments before submitting again to the darkness. "You need to drink something," Tim said the next day. He put his arm under her shoulders and lifted her up. She felt the cold water touch her lips and drank deeply. "Emily," Tim said, and kissed her lightly. "You can do that again, do you promise?" "Don't fight them, please." Emily nodded. "How long did I sleep?" "I think it's been about 2 days." "You really had me worried," he said, touching her cheek softly. She sat up in the bed and winced at her sore muscles. Standing slowly, she noticed the camera in the room wasn't lit up. "You broke it?" "I did, and I guess they decided it wasn't worth fixing," Tim said proudly. This time, Emily truly smiled. "I am going to get a bite to eat. Are you hungry?" she asked, heading into the kitchen. She walked slowly, every muscle in her body screamed at her movement as she disappeared into the bathroom to get changed before heading into the kitchen. "Sure," Tim said, following her into the kitchen. She grabbed some fresh potatoes out of the fridge and began to slice them, talking easily with Tim. Her plan was in motion and was moving quickly. The only thing she hadn't accounted for was her prolonged punishment in restraints. She hoped this plan didn't lead to even longer time in them. When she was done cooking, she sat out the fried potatoes and sausage and sat down with Tim to eat. The smell was nauseating to her, so she pushed the food around nonchalantly on the plate and visited. Emily took a deep breath, praying that Chevalier hadn't been lying to her about her impact on men. "It's so hot in here today," she said, and pulled off her overshirt. She planned ahead and was now wearing a sheer camisole that clung nicely to her body and exposed some of her abdomen, still toned and muscular. Tim grinned. "Yes, it is." His eyes ran down her body and her insides jumped. She smiled at him and blinked her green eyes, accentuating the long lashes that framed them. Tim moved to her quickly and embraced her, kissing her forcefully. She hated the way his face stubble pricked at her skin and how his forcefulness made her mouth ache. He held her too tightly and cut off circulation to parts of her arm, but she slowly pressed her body into his and kissed him back. Her ring seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds as she secretly felt to make sure it was still firmly attached. Tim picked her up, cradling her in his arms, and their lips never parted. He slowly lowered her to the bed and knelt above her. Emily broke the kiss and smiled up at him. "I have an idea." Tim was undressing. "Yeah? Something fun. How open are you to new adventures?" She was now kneeling on the bed. "Oh, very open," Tim said, too anxiously. He knelt beside her in the bed, now naked. "Let me tie you up. We can put those restraints to some good use," she said, and before he could answer, her lips were slowly moving along the contours of his chest. He shuddered as he laid back on the bed. Emily kissed up his arm to his hand and pulled the padded leather restraint around it, fastening it tightly. She did the same with his other hand, and his body broke out in goosebumps. Next, she knelt between his legs and ran her nails lightly down his thighs to his calves and fastened the restraints at his ankles. When she finished, she stood up and blew him a kiss, then grabbed her shirt and slipped it back on. "Hey," Tim said, pulling at the restraints. Emily moved out of the room, shut off the lights, and shut the door behind her, laughing when she heard him scream. She grabbed some fresh fruit from a bowl on the counter and sat down with her book. His screams turned to agonizing pleas for help, so she reached over to turn on the TV. She turned the knob so the TV was blasting louder than his screams, and watched a news report in a language she didn't understand. Chevalier couldn't help but grin at the emotions Emily was going through. She was pleased, excited, and entertained all at the same time. Chapter 4, Emily. Emily was so engrossed in her book that she failed to notice the screams anymore. She kicked back on the couch and slept most of what felt like the night as the TV blared in the background, then got up, ravished, made pancakes, and sat alone at the table to eat. The camera in the living area kept scanning the room and she just grinned. After breakfast, she cleaned the kitchen and then dusted the living area, all the while being watched closely by whoever was manning the camera. After cleaning up, she stepped into the bathroom to take a hot shower, savoring how the hot water felt against her sore muscles. Emily stood by the bedroom door and listened closely. All she could hear were sobs coming from Tim. He sounded like he was in pain and she smiled and returned to her book. She was curled up there, reading, when the heavy metal door opened. The 7 haiku came in with customary masks and menthol smell. They scanned the room for Tim and then advanced on Emily, pinning her to the couch while they searched for Tim. "He's in here," one of the haiku yelled, heading into the bedroom. The sound of sobbing came from inside. Emily sat quietly while the 3 haiku guarded her and wondered what was going on inside the bedroom. They hauled Tim out, his head lolling to the side and a haiku under each arm. They walked him gently up the stairs as Emily watched. The tallest haiku came out and addressed Emily, who was still sitting on the couch surrounded by haiku guards. "That is enough disobedience." He stopped talking when Emily held up a hand. "It wasn't disobedience. I don't believe there was ever an order that I wasn't to tie him up." She raised her eyebrows at him. He struck her hard and fast across her face. "I've had worse," Emily said, turning to face him again. "You will learn true respect and obedience, child. No more of this insolence. The punishments will begin to get worse and worse until you comply with our desires," he said, watching her. "Your desires? What exactly are your desires?" she asked angrily. "Your devotion and loyalty to the Valle." "Oh, is that all?" she asked sweetly. He watched her. "I'll die first," she yelled at him. "Enough. Bring her," he demanded to the 2 haiku at her side. They each grabbed an arm and hauled her out of the room and up the stairs. Chevalier gave the order for the first team to descend into the Valle coven. Their instructions were clear: kill anyone they see. Kyle led the 1st Battalion into the city. They outnumbered the residents of this cold land, 2 to 1. Their informer inside of Valle said that this god-forsaken frozen wasteland was where Ulrich chose to call his home. The sounds of battle began just as Chevalier thought over the last thing he picked up from Emily, more pain. This time the pain was excruciating and relentless. He tried to focus on the battle and waited for Kyle's call for the second attack. Heku tradition dictated the commander came in the second round. The first attack was led by the second in command to show respect, but Chevalier now doubted this tradition. He knew that somewhere, down in that frozen city, Emily was in pain. The call came, the lone signal heard clearly, and Chevalier advanced his troops. As planned, they fanned out to the south end of the city, killing anyone they came across. Blood from the Valle stained the icy roads red, and the smell only caused the Heku to fight harder. Chevalier brought his sword to many Valle Heku, tearing them into shreds and feverishly moving on to the next and doing it again. As planned, he questioned any high-ranking Valle about Emily's whereabouts before killing them, but so far, no one knew where she was being housed. One swears he had seen her, but couldn't give any details about her location. Covered in the blood of the Valle, Chevalier came face to face with Kyle and his team in front of the city's castle. "Any word?" Kyle asked. Chevalier shook his head around back. "We, re-entering the castle in 5 minutes." Kyle nodded and headed his troops along the wall, toward the back, leading half to the west and the rest went around to the north. He knew these orders well. No one was to be killed until they were questioned by either himself or the chief enforcer. Informants suggested Emily was being held in the palace with Ulrich. When the time came, Chevalier stormed into the palace, quickly dispatching the front guards and heading into the cold marble home of Lord Ulrich. "Ulrich, I come for you." Chevalier yelled into the palace, his words echoing off of the polished marble. "Find her," he called to his troops, and they spread out, checking every door and every wall for secret passages. Chevalier left his fighting for Ulrich and watched as his troops searched the castle. Kyle came up from the back of the castle to stand by him. "I don't get anything from her anymore, it's been almost 3 days." Chevalier said, the anger in his voice was stifling. Kyle looked around the castle. "If she's here, we'll find her." Chevalier nodded, but his heart sank. He reached further out and couldn't find her. No emotions, no memories, no murmur of voices. "Sir, we have 3 commanders cornered for you," an Equities guard reported. He then led Chevalier and Kyle to a small room. Inside, there were 3 Valle Heku cowering in the corner. Their weapons had been removed, and they were covered in blood and wounds. Chevalier walked up and stood threateningly in front of them. "Where is Emily?" The 3 looked at each other nervously, but didn't speak. He walked up and knocked one onto his back and then stepped on his throat, cutting off his airway. The Valle Heku gasped for breath and clawed at Chevalier's boot. "You can either die or tell me where she is." The commander gasped and nodded. "Talk," Chevalier ordered, and let up on the pressure only slightly. "She's underground, not here in the castle," he whispered hoarsely. "Where?" His eyes burned toward him. "I don't know. They just said she's underground." The commander pushed at Chevalier's boot, frantically trying to free his airway. With one swift movement, Chevalier brought his sword down and decapitated the man before he had a chance to draw a single, unrestricted breath. "Next," he said, and pointed his sword at the next Valle commander. "Stop please. We don't know, it was kept from us where exactly the underground bunker is," he said, begging for his life only a second before he was cut in half by Chevalier's sword. He turned it onto the third, who was sobbing. "The entrance is by the tailor in town. There's a vent that leads down to the bunker where she's being held." Chevalier watched the commander's eyes and then cut off his hand. "Kyle, go check it out. If he lied, I'll cut him up slowly. Kyle disappeared out the front door of the castle. He had seen the tailor on his way to the castle and was able to run there in just a few seconds. He located the vent and pulled it up, smiling when he saw the stairs leading down into the darkness. He descended quickly, but his heart sank when he saw the door ajar. "Emily," he yelled into the first room in the bunker. He caught her scent, but it was days old. He quickly searched the bathroom and the bedroom, but the scent was no stronger there. Angrily, he ran faster back to Chevalier. "She was there, but she's been gone for days," Kyle said as he approached the chief enforcer. Chevalier brought his blade down and severed the left arm of the commander. "Don, lie to me. I swear, that's where she was being held," he screamed. Where is she now?" Kyle demanded. "She was causing problems, they moved her, but I don't know where." His eyes fell on Chevalier. His sword came down swiftly and removed the commander's left foot. "Wrong again. I swear. No one was supposed to know where she was being moved," he said, screaming as he began to panic. "What problems? Why was she moved?" Kyle asked. "She was disobedient, she refused to submit to the Valle and then tortured the one brought in to bring her a new mortal mate. He was telling everything he could to save his life." Chevalier growled, "Mortal mate. It was an order. We were to find her a replacement for the Heku she is bonded to. She found out somehow and tortured him." He was now begging. "Tell me more," Chevalier said, and brought his sword to the Heku's neck. "She assaulted 4 Heku guards. She also refused to swear her allegiance to the Valle," he said, panting. "She faked an injury and tried to cut her own throat when she was taken to the infirmary." Chevalier's heart sank. He knew she would fight back, but he hadn't known how hard. "More," he demanded. "They punished her, but she wouldn't behave, they moved her for a stronger punishment." He was crying tearlessly again. "What kind of punishment?" Kyle hissed. "It was one of the doctor's ideas, it wouldn't hurt the baby. She was restrained in such a way that her muscles would contract and spasm. I don't know where they were taking her for the next level." His desperation to cooperate was evident. Chevalier brought his sword down and cut off the commander's head as he roared with fury. "Ulrich," he bellowed, and set off to find him personally. Chevalier headed up the stairs and scanned the castle. The carnage left by his troops was everywhere as Chevalier inhaled and caught the scent of Ulrich. He jumped over a railing and headed deeper into the castle, past where his troops were still killing servants by his orders. Chevalier followed the now familiar scent of Ulrich as he swung open a heavy door and entered, coming face to face with the Coven's lord. He took a step inside the large room and his eyes locked on his enemy. "You came as promised, I see," Ulrich said, standing his ground. Chevalier hissed, "You tortured your own granddaughter? For what?" "Her allegiance. I did as I saw fit. I had to rid her of her taste for the Heku." Ulrich took a step to the side. "Her taste? You mean you wanted to drive her from me?" His eyes raged. Chevalier took a step toward the old one. "Pain is a great deterrent, the strongest," Ulrich growled at Chevalier. "I will not have you ruining centuries' worth of my work. Your pursuit for a pure mortal family has driven you insane. You can even see straight. If you care so much about the Heku harassing your precious family line, then you wouldn't have allowed the torture to happen within your walls." He took a step closer, and Ulrich raised his sword. "Anything to keep Heku, like you, from taking advantage of my Elizabeth's daughters," Ulrich hissed. "I am sure your precious Elizabeth would have approved of you kidnapping a pregnant mortal girl and putting her through such cruelty." With that, Chevalier advanced and slashed at Ulrich, who brought his sword up to block. "You know nothing!" Ulrich screamed. He slashed at Chevalier's hulking form and missed as Chevalier stealthily dodged the attack. Give up, old man. You Aaron, the only old one who cares about Emily, except that I watch out for her entire well-being. I protect her. Chevalier circled. You think re in love with her? It's the blood, nothing but the blood. There's no love between a Winchester and a Heku. If you took away the sweet scent of her blood, then your infatuation would be taken away also, he said, smiling. You don't even know the truth in front of your own eyes, old man. He nimbly tossed his sword between his hands. Where is she? I won, tell you. She's where she belongs, learning where her priorities should be, Ulrich said, his eyes aglow with the passion of his words. You mean she's being tortured until she submits to what you think her priorities should be? What about the baby? What were you planning on doing with it? Chevalier raised his sword and took another step toward Ulrich. That unfortunate problem. We've done away with the baby already. It's the girl I wanted, not her half-breed fetus. Ulrich heard a roar moments before his head rolled across the floor. Chevalier dismembered him in a matter of seconds, his fury fueling his innate ability to kill without thought or remorse. Grabbing Ulrich's head by the hair, Chevalier descended the stairs and stood in front of his troops. Their lord has fallen, find her, he demanded, and the wrath in his eyes commanded an immediate response. The Equities troops scattered again throughout the city. Sir! Kyle called to Chevalier from across the foyer. Chevalier tossed Ulrich's head hard against a wall, smashing it into pieces, and then went to Kyle. I found a dungeon, he said, leading Chevalier quickly down a stone passageway. They emerged into a large dirt room with cells lining all four sides. There were Heku in almost every cell, all calling out to Chevalier and Kyle to save them. Please, I'll swear allegiance to Equities if you let me out, one called after he hissed at Kyle. Chevalier walked around, looking in each cell and ignoring each beg, but he spun suddenly when he heard the calm voice call to him. Kind sirs, I know where the girl is. Kyle approached his cell and looked inside. Speak, Enkala. Let me go, and I will take you to her, he said. He was sitting quietly on a cot in the 4x6-foot cell. Agreed, where is she? Kyle asked as Chevalier joined him. Open my door, Equities, and I'll show you. He stood and walked over to the cell door. He was different from the other Heku in the cells. He was clean and well-spoken. Chevalier grabbed the keys off of a dead guard and opened his door, then raised his sword. Lead. The freed prisoner walked a few steps up the stone walkway and turned to the side, then pressed two stones and the wall slid silently aside. The enemy Heku looked at them and stepped back. Chevalier rounded the corner first and his heart constricted in his chest. A hiss from behind him let him know Kyle was also there. The room they entered was a cold, small room made of stone. In the center, a chain hung from the rafters and from it, a lone form hung by her wrists, suspended above the ground, her back to them. She wore only a bra and a simple pair of shorts. Red welts stood out on her back and her red hair was draped over her face. As they stepped closer, she raised her head. Kyle dropped to his knees and screamed, clutching his chest tightly. Chevalier ran to her. Emily, stop. Kyle fell to the ground behind him, breathing hard, but no longer in pain. Chev! Emily cried out, trying to look around at him. Chevalier lifted her up so her arms no longer bore her weight, and then he reached up to unhook the chains. She fell into his arms, and he lowered her to the ground. Is it really you? She asked weakly. I am here now, Chevalier said as he removed his shirt and laid it across her. He quickly tore the leather restraints from her bleeding, swollen wrists. Emily's eyes fell on Kyle. He was sitting on the ground watching them. Did I hurt you? Kyle smiled, just for a bit. I am okay. Chevalier picked Emily up and she leaned her head against his shoulder as he spoke, let's get her out of here. Kyle flew to his feet and headed out the door. As they walked into the blood-stained foyer, the Equities troops fell back against the walls, making room for Chevalier to pass unhindered. Their eyes fell with respect as he carried Emily over to a small couch and laid her down. "Get the helicopter," Chevalier said, watching Emily. A few of the guards broke rank and ran out the door, immediately following his orders. Chevalier and Kyle knelt beside Emily. "Where do you hurt?" Chevalier asked, lightly touching a dark bruise on her cheek. She looked down. "I can feel my arms." "I don't doubt that," Kyle said, and touched the swollen puncture wounds on her inner arm. "Sir," an Equities guard said. Kyle got up and pulled the guard to the side to talk to him. Emily smiled. "You came." He brushed her hair away from her face. "Of course, I can let you have all the fun." She grinned. "I got them." Chevalier laughed. "Yes, you did." Emily sat up slowly and smiled at the nearest Equities guard. She tried to ignore the blood and body parts scattered around the room. "Are you okay?" she asked him. The haiku glanced at Chevalier and then grinned at Emily. "Yes, ma, we didn't lose anyone, lay back down," Chevalier said. He suddenly understood why his troops were so eager to help him retrieve Emily. The haiku guard nearest her removed his uniform jacket and laid it across her legs, then returned to his post. Emily looked up as the building shook. "Helicopter is here," Chevalier said, and picked Emily up. He looked one last time at the destroyed castle and then carried her outside. She watched the troops as she passed, scanning for signs of injury, but found none. Her arms were numb and lifeless, trapped in her lap. Kyle was already in the helicopter when the two of them arrived, and they were soon up above the snowy compound, headed for the island. Dr. Edwards was waiting in Emily's room when she walked in, being supported by Chevalier. She smiled at him and sat down on the bed. "What have we here?" the doctor asked, and looked over the many cuts and bruises on her. "It's good to see you again," Emily said as he began checking her over. When he saw bloody welts from the lashes on her back, he stood up and faced Chevalier. Chevalier frowned when the doctor swallowed hard, his eyes nervous. "I'll need her to come to the hospital," the doctor said. "Is it that bad?" Kyle asked. "No, Dr. Edwards." Eyes looked nervously at the haiku. "I just need to make sure she's, well, safe." "We didn't do this," Kyle yelled, but Chevalier stopped him before he could say more. He looked at the doctor, not angry, but grateful at the concern and bravery he showed for Emily. "It's okay. She's safe here. She was held captive for the last 4 weeks, and we just barely got her back." The doctor relaxed some. "Oh, well then, let's see." He pulled out a harsh chemical and started applying it to Emily's back. She winced as the chemical did its job. "Lay back," the doctor said when he was done with her back. She laid down on the soft bed and reveled at how wonderful it felt. The doctor checked the cuts and bruises over her entire body, and then grabbed his bag when Emily screamed as he moved her arm. Her eyes widened when he brought out a small bottle and a syringe. "No." He jumped and looked up at her. "What?" Chevalier grinned. "Just do it. It's faster if you don't ask her." Emily glared at Chevalier. "No shots." She turned to protest, but the pinch in her thigh let her know she was too late. "Hey. I said, no." The doctor looked at Chevalier nervously, but the haiku smiled back. "Emily, what is this?" Dr. Edwards asked, motioning to the crook of her arm where numerous puncture wounds were visible and the area was highly inflamed. "They took blood," Emily said, her words starting to slur. "How often?" the doctor asked, frowning. Everyone looked up at her to see why she didn't respond, but she was asleep. It's working, the doctor said, and turned to her shoulder. He lifted her arm, rotated it gently, and then did the same with the other. Her shoulders are badly sprained, was she? He didn't know how to finish. Yes, she was hanging by her wrists, Kyle said, looking at the floor. The doctor huffed and felt along her arms, and then studied her bloody wrists. Wrists are sprained, too. He pulled a bottle from his bag, and spread a thick yellow medicine over the torn skin around her wrists, and then wrapped them tightly with gauze before covering that with an ace bandage. Lastly, the doctor moved to her abdomen and poked around a bit. Chevalier avoided his glance and focused on Emily's peaceful face. Finally, he spoke, his jaw clenched. Did they hurt her when they? The doctor looked up at him. When they what? Chevalier sighed, took the baby. Kyle winced. They did take the baby, the doctor said, frowning. Chevalier looked up at him. Ulrich said they aborted the fetus. I don't think so, the doctor said, pulling out an odd-looking electrical device. He placed it against Emily's lower abdomen and moved it around a bit, finally settling on a rapid heartbeat. Baby sounds good to me, he said, looking up at Chevalier confused. Chevalier's eyes widened. That's the baby. The doctor nodded, yes, and the heartbeat is good. His face lightened and he kissed Emily's hand. How long is she out for? Kyle asked, looking down at Emily. Dr. Edwards grinned, a while. I'll call tomorrow to check on her. Keep ice on that bruise on her face. Chevalier nodded. The doctor hesitated, and then left the room. We have the video surveillance tapes from inside of Emily's room, Kyle said as soon as the doctor left. Chevalier looked up at him. We do. Kyle nodded and disappeared, returning with a laptop. Let's have a look, Chevalier told him and moved to the table. For the next 7 hours, Chevalier and Kyle watched the 4 weeks' worth of surveillance video on Emily. They fast-forwarded through the parts when nothing was happening, and concentrated in on when there was. Chevalier watched carefully and his eyes flared as Emily was repeatedly tied to the bed and examined by the strange Heku. Kyle hissed as she was left restrained for hours, and both Heku watched the agony on her face. Chevalier paused the video when a clear shot of Tim appeared. He memorized his face, automatically committing every part of him to memory. They grinned as Emily fought the enemy Heku and was able to single-handedly floor 4 of them, but the punishment that followed was torturous to watch. Chevalier leaned forward and growled when Emily ran into Tim's arms and began to kiss him. Kyle looked away. When she slipped off her overshirt, Chevalier looked over at her on the bed and glanced quickly at the ring on her finger. He looked back to the video as the two of them went into the bedroom, and from the angle of the tape, he could see Tim undressing. He gasped loudly, and Kyle turned around just in time to see Emily tie Tim to the bed and leave, shutting the door behind her. They both grinned at the pleased expression on her face. They timed it, and she left him tied to the bed for almost 14 hours before the Heku came and took her away. As the video ended, Kyle deleted the file and bent the laptop, breaking it in half. He tossed the laptop off the balcony and came back, smiling. She put up quite a fight. Chevalier smiled at her as she slept. That she did. But at what price? He moved over to the bed and looked at Kyle. You may go. Kyle nodded and left the room quickly. Chevalier joined Emily in bed and wrapped his arms around her. She pulled closer to him in her sleep. Chapter 5, Chevalier. Why do you have to go? Emily asked. She was sitting up in the bed, resting her arms in her lap. The elders called Kyle and I to a meeting about the attack on the Valle. I have to go, he explained, and continued to brush her hair gently. Then let me go, she said, turning to him as he finished. She didn't have full use of her arms yet. Any time she extended them past her waist her shoulders screamed. "You, not ready for travel," he told her, and put the brush down. "I am too, there's nothing wrong with me," she said, and set her jaw. I don't know what all is going to happen at this meeting. I killed the lord of a large Valle coven, and I also let it slip that I am bonded to you, and now the elders know of your abilities. It's too dangerous to have you there." He was getting frustrated that she couldn't see the danger. Emily grinned up at him. "Fine, as soon as you and Kyle leave, I'll just go back to the mainland for a bit." Chevalier growled, "Emily." She smiled up at him sweetly. "Damn it, you need to stay here until I get back." His hands were balled into fists. "No," she said. She knew she was winning. Chevalier growled, "Fine." Emily kissed him lightly and smiled. The helicopter taking off sent Emily's stomach into a spin. She turned away quickly before Kyle or Chevalier could see her face and she watched the ocean fly by. It seemed like an eternity to Emily before the helicopter started to descend into a good-sized city in the middle of a dense forest. The helicopter was greeted by 4 large haiku dressed in deep green robes with their faces hidden. Emily hugged Chevalier's arm tightly as they were led into the largest of the buildings. He smiled reassuringly at her. The council was already convened and waiting their arrival. Emily looked up, wide-eyed, as the 12 haiku looked down at them. The chair to the right of Elder Maleth was empty. The council erupted in an odd murmur as they caught the scent of Emily. Members of the council were turning in their seat, away from the enticing aroma. Emily shifted uneasily and Chevalier glared at them as they turned back around. He was ready to spring if anyone attacked. These were the eldest and most respected of the Equites, and they were able to resist what others could not. Silas stood. "Thank you for coming so quickly, Chief Enforcer." She was speaking to Chevalier, but looking curiously at Emily. Emily shifted nervously and grasped Chevalier's arm tighter. "I see you brought your second in command." She nodded to Kyle. She flashed a warm smile to Emily. "Good to see you again, child." Emily looked up at her and fought to keep from running. She didn't realize how intimidating the council chambers were, with their bright lights pointed directly at whoever was addressing the council and the way the council looked so far down on them. Silas sat and Maleth stood. "Let's get started. We have numerous complaints from the Valle elders. I'll read them now." As Elder Maleth read the accusations, Emily could feel Chevalier tense. Destroyed Valle Coven City de Valle. Maliciously slaughtered innocent haiku, sought out and killed the unarmed Lord of de Valle, freed 2 prisoners from the dungeons of the castle, tortured and killed top de Valle officers, kidnapped the granddaughter of the Lord of de Valle, viciously tortured a mortal man found within the city of de Valle, stole the city crest that was housed in the castle. When he was done, he looked at Chevalier. "You had a busy day." Chevalier glared up at him. "Lies, they are lies. Surely you know that." Maleth nodded and turned to Kyle. "Let's address each one, shall we? Begin with destroying the city of de Valle." Kyle stepped forward. "We didn't harm the actual city, but we did kill anyone we came across, as ordered." "Did you order such?" Maleth asked Chevalier. "Yes, I did." He stood tall. "Under what power do you call upon to order the killing of innocent haiku?" Chevalier looked straight into his eyes. "Under the power I was given to do all I could to retrieve what we were after." Elder Silas grinned. "We did give him that power." Maleth nodded. "That also answers the second accusation. Did you seek out and kill the unarmed Lord Ulrich?" Chevalier looked up at him. "He wasn't unarmed, just overmatched." "Easy enough," Maleth said, then paused before continuing. "Did you free 2 prisoners from the dungeons?" Kyle answered, "We freed 1 prisoner, the one who led us to Emily, and I Am guessing she was the second prisoner we freed. Maleth frowned, was she in the prison? Chevalier nodded, yes, hanging by her wrists from the rafters after having been beaten. Emily blushed and looked at the floor. Is this correct, child? She was too embarrassed and simply nodded to the floor. We will return to that, Maleth said. Did you torture high-ranking officials? Chevalier stifled a grin, yes I did, when they would give me straight answers. I see, and the granddaughter, he asked. Chevalier looked at Emily, I don't think it was a kidnap as much as a rescue. Maleth nodded, we will make sure they understand that. Maleth turned to Chevalier, I don't understand how you can justify torturing a mortal man, though, Chief Enforcer. Chevalier began to speak, but Emily interrupted him, I think that was me. Maleth frowned at Emily, what was you, child? I tortured him. The entire council chambers fell quiet. Silas stood, explain please. Emily sighed, he was living with me and was, pushy. She winced and looked up at them, so I restrained him to the bed for a while. Chevalier added, restraints used on Emily frequently, restraints there were situated as to cause muscle spasms and intense pain. A rumble roared across the council. Is he speaking the truth, Emily? Did you put the mortal in the same restraints that were regularly used on you and caused pain? Silas asked softly. Emily nodded, I'll take responsibility for that. That happened before Chevalier and Kyle even got to the city. Send the punishment to me. Leonid rose angrily, there will be no repercussions for that. Chevalier growled, she was already punished by the Valle for that. Silas spoke, everyone calm down, let us get on with this. Maleth spoke again, lastly, did you take the city crest? Chevalier looked into his eyes, we took nothing but what we came for. The elders turned away from them and spoke quickly. Silas stood, very well, now leave us with Emily. Emily's hand tightened on Chevalier's arm. Why, he hissed. We wish to speak to the child, alone. She smiled down at Emily. Chevalier's body tensed, but he pulled away from her grasp and whispered in her ear, it'll be okay. Kyle and I will be right outside. Soon, Emily found herself standing alone in the bright lights with the 12 Heku looking down at her. Without thinking, she wrapped her arms around herself. Breathe, child, Leonid said, smiling at her. She took a deep breath and ran her eyes along the Heku. You are safe here with us. We can control ourselves, he said reassuringly. What is the cause of your enticing blood, child? One of the council members asked, inhaling slightly. Emily blushed, Chevalier thinks it's because I am pregnant. Celeste clapped her hands together, that is great news, child. So glad the doctors were wrong. Emily blushed deeper and dropped her eyes. Maleth stayed in his chair and addressed Emily, are you well, child? Yes, sir. Do you mind talking about what happened? Emily looked up at him, okay. How were you taken? She could feel all of the eyes on her. I don't remember that, but others tell me I was taken from the pier. Very well, where were you kept? It was under the ground, just a living area, bathroom, and bedroom. They watched me on cameras in the bedroom and living area. She shuddered as she thought of those rooms. Were you alone? No, there was a guy there, Tim. He's the one tortured. She felt the heat rising back to her cheeks. I see, Leonid said, writing something down. What was his purpose? Emily fidgeted, he was supposed to break the bond one have with Chevalier. A murmur ran through the council, and Emily shifted nervously. It is okay. We're trying to help, Celeste said. Leonid continued, were you tortured? Emily knew they could see the bruise on her cheek and the bandages on her wrists, but answered anyway, yes. Was there a reason? Emily nodded. What were their reasons? Emily sighed. The first was because I broke their cameras. I smashed them with a chair a few times. Then I got in trouble for attacking their guards, twice. Then because of what I did to Tim. Leonid wrote frantically on the paper in front of him, what do you mean, attacked their guards? They came in every other day and tied me to the bed to take blood. She did, want to mention the embarrassing measurements. Forcibly took blood from you. Emily held up her arm, and watched as their eyes fell to the many puncture wounds surrounded by bruises and red, swollen skin. Did they say why? The haiku on the end asked. To see how strong the baby is. He nodded and sat back in his chair. So when they had done it enough, I decided to try to fight back. I broke one of their noses, and then took out a kneecap and, one guy. I broke his neck. She dropped her eyes again and blushed when a few of the council members laughed. It's okay, child. We are not here to judge you, Leonid said, glaring at those who laughed, and they promptly stopped. You were able to do that much damage to a haiku? Celeste asked, impressed. Emily nodded. Travis and Kyle taught me that. What was the punishment for your actions? Leonid asked when everyone was again under control. Longer time in the restraints on the bed. Did that cause pain? Emily nodded and wrapped her arms tighter around herself, ignoring the painful pull in her shoulders. Noting the change in Emily's body posture, Celeste took over the questioning. After you injured the mortal, what was said? Emily sighed. Well, the tall haiku told me I needed to swear my allegiance to the Valle, and when I said no, they. Celeste noticed Emily's heart began to race. They took me somewhere and tied me up by my wrists and hung me in a room. Emily's eyes were far away, picturing the awful scene in her head. For how long? I don't know. Did anyone come to you? Celeste asked softly. Yes, they came in regularly and told me if I swore allegiance to the Valle, they would let me go. She was watching Celeste's pitch black eyes. Celeste grimaced and frowned. You did not agree to this. Emily shook her head. No, I did not. Even to stop the pain that must have caused. No. Anything else? Celeste asked, watching Emily with more respect. They came in once and told me if I were to join the Valle, they would not only let me go, but would give me anything I wanted. So I spit in his face, and then, she shivered, they got a strap. She did, need to go on. They all knew the rest of what happened and all of them looked at her, astonished. Never had they known a mortal to show such devotion, and to endure that kind of pain, just to stay loyal to a Heku faction. Lastly, child, did you turn any of the Valle into ash? Leonid asked respectfully. The council all looked nervously at her. No, I did not. Why? When it was in your power to do so, numerous times. I was outnumbered. I knew I could take down the few in the room, but then there was the entire coven. There's no way I could do that many without someone killing me first. Then I was afraid if they knew what I could do, they would attack the Equites for keeping it from them. As she finished, the elders all nodded. It made sense. Can you control that power then? Celeste asked. Emily nodded. Right now, if we brought in a haiku, could you turn him to ash? Emily looked up, terrified. Please Don, make me. She took a step back. It's okay, we do not wish to see a demonstration, Malith assured her. The haiku were surprised that she wasn't eager to show her abilities. Most mortals found the haiku so inhuman that killing them wasn't a problem. Chevalier wrapped his arms around her from behind and looked over her head at the council. Kyle stood beside her. That is quite the mortal you have, Chief Enforcer, Leonid said, impressed. We think so, Chevalier responded. She brought some light to the council, Leonid told him, and stood. You won, be surprised to learn that we were bringing you here today to remove your position as Chief Enforcer. What she said has shed some light on the situation though, and we wish to keep you at your command. Chevalier nodded, thank you, sir. He wondered what transpired that had instilled the council's faith in him. Now, please, come and join us in a more casual setting, Celeste said, and smiled. The council members all filed out through a door on the top level. Emily looked nervously at Kyle. He smiled at her, apparently, you made quite an impression. Chevalier's arms tightened around her, I guess now we go make nice with them. He did, sound happy. Kyle smiled at Chevalier and turned to Emily, he's always hated socializing with the council, even though he's one of them. Kyle laughed and walked out the door, followed by Emily and Chevalier. They were led into a large banquet room that was decorated from floor to ceiling with odd-looking runes and old drawings. The room was dimly lit, and everyone turned to smile at them when they entered. The first to greet them was one of the younger-looking council members. He shook hands with Chevalier and Kyle, then smiled down at Emily, it was a pleasure to meet you, child. We do look forward to meeting with you again. She nodded politely. I was also, he thought for a word, surprised, to smell the Winchester blood for myself. The rumors and stories weren't at all exaggerated. Emily wasn't sure how to answer, so she just smiled. Chevalier's eyes narrowed and the council member walked off quickly. Emily was aware throughout the evening that the haiku would all happen by her, and she could hear as they inhaled slightly, then walked quickly away. She grimaced each time, halfway expecting one of them to attack her. Chevalier kept her close to his side as he talked about the attack on the Valle to eager ears. The room grew quiet when a newer haiku servant entered with a silver tray in his hand. He met Emily's eye, and then came to her and lifted the top off of the tray, revealing small dainty pastries inside. Emily smiled sweetly and took one, thanking the haiku. Chevalier moved her quickly behind him when the haiku inhaled deeply and slowly dropped his eyes to her neck as the tray of pastries banged loudly as it hit the floor. The young servant crouched down slightly and ran his tongue along his exposed teeth. It all happened too fast for Emily to react. Suddenly, the entire room seemed to descend onto the young haiku, and she heard the grotesque tearing of flesh as Kyle whipped her around and covered her eyes, pressing her against his chest so she couldn't see. When all was silent, she pulled away from him and turned around. The council members were all looking at her apologetically. We are sorry, child. We should have considered you when inviting in younger members of our staff, Leonid said. I think it's time we go, Chevalier said, irritated. He hurriedly put his blood-covered hand in his pocket. Emily was horrified, you didn't kill him. Leonid nodded, he knew better than to attack a guest. No, she screamed. No, you don't kill anyone because me. Leonid frowned at her, confused, he savored you, and he was going to attack. He didn't need to die for it? She stepped forward to look Leonid in the eyes. Leonid began to laugh, never ceases to surprise me, this one. Emily's eyes turned to an icy glare. Chevalier quickly ushered her out of the room as she began to argue with the elder. He grinned as they left the room. Why did you stop me? Emily asked angrily. Because nothing you could have said would have helped. I didn't think the council could survive a standoff with you. She glared at Chevalier when she noticed he was amused. Kyle turned and looked away, concealing a grin. They killed that poor haiku because of me, she grumbled. And as VE said before, that's not the point. He disobeyed an order. Chevalier said, trying to control his voice. He found her temper amusing at times. Emily spun suddenly under Chevalier's arm and began to storm back to the banquet room. "They need to hear me out." Chevalier grabbed her arm to stop her, and then he jerked his hand away when she screamed out in pain. Kyle was suddenly standing in her way. "It's best if we just leave." Emily turned and headed back to the helicopter as she rubbed her shoulder. Chevalier and Kyle followed her with stifled laughs. "Irish blood," Chevalier said to Kyle, too low for Emily to hear. Emily curled up on the seat in the helicopter and shut her eyes, facing away from the other two. "I am still shocked. I knew they were going to release you," Kyle whispered to Chevalier. "I was sure too. I was ready to plead my case against the mandatory banishment after being released from the council." "Yeah, that too," Kyle said, relieved. "What do you think Emily said to them that changed their minds?" Chevalier asked. "There's no telling with her," Kyle said, and laughed. Chevalier chucked, "I wish I had heard it. Ever considered the trouble you are going to be in when there are two mortals on the island with that Irish temper?" Kyle grinned. "Yes, I have. I figure I'll spend a lot of time in the office." He laughed as Emily glared towards the back of the chair. Chapter 6, Fighting Back. Hard knocking interrupted the conversation that Chevalier and Kyle were having about security. "Come," growled Chevalier. One of Emily's guards stepped into the office, panicked. "I can't find Lady Emily." Chevalier sighed. "She's in her room." "I looked and she's not there," he said, his eyes were terrified. Kyle rolled his eyes at Chevalier. Emily had been going through personal guards quickly. Her ability to elude them and escape by herself was becoming a weekly problem. Neither Chevalier nor Kyle could seem to get any control over it. "Tell me what happened," Kyle asked the young guard. "She came and told me she was going for a run. I told her that I'd go change as soon as I could get a replacement, and then we'd go. She said, 'Alone?' And I told her she couldn't go alone," he said quickly. "Kyle, go find her," Chevalier sighed, and Kyle nodded and ran off. "How did she get away this time?" Chevalier asked the guard, trying to calm him down. "I don't know. She got mad when I told her she couldn't go out alone, and then she said she changed her mind. So a few minutes later I heard her call my name, and when I got inside, she was gone," the guard said, and then looked down at his hands. "Damn it, how is she getting out?" Chevalier grumbled. "Did you talk to the balcony guard?" "Yes, and he hasn't seen her. I will go report myself to my commander," he replied, standing up. No, you refine. If I demoted everyone Emily got away from, we wouldn't have any guards left. Go back to your post." He shut his eyes. He knew that if Heku got headaches, he would have one now. Kyle knew where she'd gone as he'd gone on runs with her before. He reached the pier quickly, and one of the guards pointed him to the south, where saw Emily jogging along the sand. He watched her for a moment. She started jogging a lot lately, and she always wore the sports bra and low shorts that she trained in a few months ago, so he knew it was her. She ran with her hair tied high and her iPod booming in her ears. Emily felt elated as she ran along the beach. She didn't have to wear shoes to run on the sand, and the warmth felt good to her feet. She had her favorite music playing and let her mind wander as she ran. That's why she didn't see Kyle suddenly appear in front of her, and she ran right into him, landing on her butt in the sand. "Got, Kyle," she yelled, getting up and brushing the sand off of herself. "Emily, why?" he asked, irritated. She pulled the earphones from her ears and stepped to the side. "Leave me alone. I am just running." "Alone," he said, stepping in front of her. "Yeah, alone," Get the hint. She put the earphones back in, but he blocked her way again. What? She yelled at him. You know what, time to go back. He took a hold of her arm. Stop being Chevalier's little stooge and let me be for once. I am not hurting anything. She put her hands on her hips. We're not worried about you hurting anything, and you know it? It's not safe out here. You aren't even inside the cement walls, he said, pointing to the high grey wall. Neither you, nor your chief enforcer, are my father, so I can do what I want. She turned and ran back the way she came. Kyle growled and ran after her, when she arrived at the pier and kept going along the beach. He caught up to her again and picked her up. Put me down, she demanded. No, he said, heading toward the castle. Now. She tried to squirm free. No. Emily sulked the rest of the way to the castle and her temper flared when Kyle set her down in Chevalier's office. What now, Em? He asked, frustrated. Apparently, a little harmless running upset the grouch over here, she said, nodding to Kyle. You, re-scaring my guards to death. They are afraid I am going to punish them every time you skip out, which happens to be way too often and way too easily. He watched her for a reaction. Maybe I don't need a guard. Of course you do. Chevalier hated to remind her of the Valle kidnapping. How are you getting out? Yeah, like I am going to tell you, she said angrily. It's okay, Kyle, I have it, Chevalier said, and Kyle left his office. Emily turned to face him and it was obvious that she was ready for a fight. What's going through your mind? You know it's dangerous. He tried to reason with her. I am penned up all the time. All I want is some alone time. How hard is that? She asked, irritated. Then go to the barn, he suggested. I spent all morning in the barn, and as you won, let me ride putra, or even toss hay, then there's not much to do. She glared at him. That's not fair, Emily. You know those were Doctor's orders, he said, and frowned at her. Chevalier moved to her back and wrapped his arms around her waist, one hand coming to rest of the small bulge in her abdomen, then kissed her neck. Emily pulled away from him. Just leave me alone. She left his office and slammed the door. Frustrated, Emily walked the halls of the castle for a few minutes then stopped suddenly. Her eyes fell on the door that led down to the dungeon. She thought for a moment, and then walked down the stairs. The closest guard said as she walked into the cell area. She ignored him and walked toward the first row of cells. You can be in here, he said, following her. Emily spun on him, you going to stop me? His eyes grew wide. The chief enforcer said you weren't to be down here. Oh, did he? Didn't the chief enforcer also tell you all not to savor me? She raised her eyebrows. I didn't, he said, horrified. Then I suggest you let me be, or we'll find out who he believes more, you or me. She stared at him and he turned and walked away, confused. Emily went cell to cell and watched the reaction of the prisoners. Most ran to the bars, slamming into them and reaching out for her. She didn't flinch or jump back, she just walked past them, not sure exactly what she was looking for. In the last cell on the second row, she noticed a Heku who sat calmly on his bed and watched her. She stopped at his cell. Hello. Hello, child, he said politely. She watched him for a moment. I don't like being called child. My apologies then, he said, then stood up and walked slowly to the bars. His face was sincere. What's your name? She asked the prisoner. David. She looked into his eyes. You aren't T like the others in here. No, I am not, he said matter-of-factly. Are you Equities? She stepped a little closer to him. I am Ankala. He took a step away from the bars. Why are you here? He smiled, are you supposed to be down here? No, I guess I am not. Then why are you? You are with child, no. It's not safe for you down here, he said, watching her. Emily reached down and touched the small bump on her abdomen. She forgot that she was still wearing her jogging clothes. Why are you here? She asked again. He studied her carefully. You first. Why are you down here among the violent when you should be upstairs where it is safe? Emily sighed. I am down here because I was curious who else was. Why is that? I spent some time in a dungeon recently, and I suspect not everyone in the dungeon belongs there. She sat down across from his cell with her back against the wall. Fair enough. I am here because I was a spy. He sat down by the bars across from her. A spy? What were you spying on? She asked. She knew it was being nosy. You, of course, he said, smiling slightly. Me? Why would you spy on me? The Ankala are curious why the Valle would kidnap a mortal, and why the Equities would fight so hard to rescue you. How long do you have to stay here? She looked at the dark, gloomy cell. Forever. Seriously? Just for spying? Did you intend to kidnap me? No, all I sought was information. Who sentenced you to life for such a small crime? The chief enforcer of the Equities. Emily sighed, that, be my husband. All the more reason you shouldn't, be down here, he said, amused. You too, can no one let me do what I want? Do what you want around me, that is fine. I was just expressing my concerns that there might be some down here who intend you harm. He brought one knee up and placed his arm on it. What do you do all day down here? Her eyes looked past him to his cell, and all she could see was a small metal bed. Think mostly, it's quite boring. He turned around and looked at the stark cell. Can I get you anything? Emily asked seriously. He frowned. Don, get yourself into trouble over me, please. You said I could do what I want, and I want to help. I don't think you belong down here. A book would be nice. I can do that. What would you like? Anything is fine. You choose your favorite book and I will read it. It will be interesting. How so? I studied you, yet never really knew anything about you. You seem enchanting. He smiled as she blushed. Not really, but I'll do what you suggest. She stood up. Leaving. Yeah, I better get back before they notice I am gone. One book for tomorrow though. She smiled at David, and then left the cells. Emily opened the door that led into the castle and slowly peeked around it. Opening it further, she slipped out and shut it quickly behind her, then looked around. No one had seen her. She smiled and went into the library. Ugh. Emily growled into the mirror. What's wrong? Chevalier asked, looking over at her. My jeans won, zip. She tried again, but the gap was too large. Just wear something else. Margaret brought you a lot of new clothes, he suggested. These, she asked, pointing at a large pile of clothing. These make me look pregnant. Chevalier chuckled, you are, dear. That's not the point, she said, angrily picking up an outfit before disappearing into the bathroom. He watched after her and grinned. Are you going to be in meetings all day again? She called out to him from the bathroom. Yes, we are still training. He heard her growl and he grinned again. She finally came out, and he realized that she was right. The clothing did make her look more pregnant. The lavender baby doll top and shorts accentuated her growing tummy. Okay, time to weigh, he said, pulling scales out from by the door. I am not getting on that thing, she said. The doctor said you need to weigh once a week. No. Why are you fighting me at everything? Because you are pushing too hard. She turned toward him. Fine, not today then, he said before he could get angry at her. He, watched his temper a lot lately as she pushed it to the limit. Emily watched as he walked out the door and stuck her tongue out at him. Hours later, knocking interrupted his conversation with Kyle, and Chevalier cringed. Come, he said. Emily's guard walked in nervously. Sir. Go find her, Kyle, Chevalier said. Sure, Kyle said, irritated. Any idea how she got out? Chevalier asked. No, sir, again, the balcony guard did, see her. Chevalier frowned, racking his brain as to how she was getting out. That's it then, tell Captain Remoyne to send another guard for in her room, Chevalier said, looking tired. Yes, sir, he replied, and left to go talk to his captain. Hello, Emily. The voice was soft and controlled. Hi David, got you a book. She handed it through the bars and sat down, this time close enough her knees were touching the bars. Let's see then, he looked down at the book and smiled, the Scarlet Letter. Yes, always one of my favorites, she said, and smiled. Did you get in trouble for being down here yesterday, he asked, concerned. Chev never found out. These guards are too afraid to tell him. She motioned to the two guards who were fidgeting in the corner. How did you get them to let you in, he asked, impressed. It was mean, she looked at the ground. David laughed, I am glad you did, it gets boring down here. She smiled and admitted to herself it felt good to be needed. Is there anything else I can get you? I'll think about it and let you know. Okay. May I ask you some questions? Her eyes narrowed, what about? He shrugged, just something to get to know you a bit, nothing too personal, I promise. She laughed, sure. When is the baby due? He asked and he looked sincerely curious. 5 more months. She looked down at herself. Pregnancy suits you, you are quite beautiful, he said, and laughed when she blushed. Next, she said, trying to get him to change the subject. Okay, what is your favorite food? She grinned, pizza. What's your favorite color? Pink. Favorite movie? Cleopatra. Really? Emily laughed, is that so hard to believe? David shrugged. My turn, she said. Fair enough. How old are you? She leaned closer to him. It's hard to remember, it's somewhere around 3,100 years though. Really? Wow. She was impressed. Yes, really. Favorite place? Easy, the Louvre. An art lover, huh? She felt so comfortable talking to him. Yes. He leaned back against the bed. Favorite, blood type. B positive. That's mine. She was surprised. I know. He watched her nervously, but relaxed when she laughed. That was a trick question. I didn't know the Heku had a favorite blood type. Oh, most of us do, I am sure. Are you very hungry down here? She asked, suddenly concerned. At times. Will you die if you don't eat? No. Will anything happen to you? I will become weaker, that is all. If it's long enough, he could tend to turn gray, sort of, he said, and grinned slightly. Are the Ankala trying to get you back? She was genuinely concerned for this Heku. He was exceptionally kind and soft-spoken. Probably not. Why not? It was my fault I got caught, and they would let me know that, David explained. That's awful. Emily thought about her time in captivity and how she'd been afraid no one was coming for her. I am okay, Don, worry about me, he said. Looking into her eyes, he reached a hand out to her. Emily looked at his hand, and then took it. I can ask Chev if he'll let you go. No Don, he must know you've been down here. His temper is quite famous. David let go of her hand and sat down again. I can handle him. She set her jaw. David smiled, I bet you can, but please, Don, ask him for my freedom. I better go, she said, looking toward the door. Yes, before you are caught. Tomorrow, would you like some music to listen to? His face lit up, that would be great, thank you. Emily again made it out of the doorway before anyone noticed and managed to do so for the next week. She was almost to the kitchen when Kyle caught up with her. Where have you been? He asked, more confused than mad. Around the castle, why? She asked, and grabbed an apple from a bowl on the counter. I've been looking for you since you slipped out. Well, not hard enough say, she said, walking past him and up the stairs to her room. Emily stepped into her room, and her mouth fell open at the guard standing inside the door. Who are you? I am Russ, he said, staring straight ahead. Why are you here? Orders from the chief enforcer. His voice was even and annoying. He ordered you to guard inside my room. She stared at him, surprised. Yes, was supposed to start a week ago, but we got busy with new strategical maneuvers. Get out. Her eyes flared. No, he said, again staring straight ahead. Emily screamed and ran down the stairs to Chevalier's office. She knocked hard. Come, he demanded angrily. Don, come me, get him out of my room, she growled, stepping into his room. Not until you understand how important it is to stay safe. Chevalier looked up at her and winced, her temper was raging. I am not your child. I am not your ward. I am not your minion, and I expect you will treat me as an equal adult. Emily, he started, but she cut him off. If you can, accept that I do what I want, when I want, then I will just be on my way. She turned to leave, but he was suddenly in front of the door. No, you listen to me. The Ancala and the Valle want you. They will get you if they find you alone, and I won, have it. He could feel his temper getting out of control, but she wouldn't, let it drop. Emily took a step forward and glared up at him. I can protect myself. No, you can, and the further along you get, the less you are able to do. He tried to make her see reason. Get him out of my room. She stomped at him. Chevalier stood his ground. No. I am not weak. I can protect myself, she said, stepping toward him angrily. No, you cannot. He did, back down. Emily gritted her teeth and let go of the anger that had been growing within her. Chevalier growled deeply and clutched at his chest, the burning pain stabbed through him like a hot sword. It stopped as suddenly as it started, and when he caught his breath, it was too late for reason. Emily took a step back when she saw the out-of-control fury in his eyes. He was on her in less than a second, and she was pinned against the wall, his hand around her neck and her feet inches from the floor. Never, do that again, he hissed into her face. She glared at him and dug at his hands to let go. The lack of submission to his request angered him more, and he tightened his grip. Is that understood? Emily fought to make him let go. She could feel his hand tighten and cut off her airway. She couldn't breathe, and dug helplessly at his hands trying to force them off of her neck. His mind grasped what he was doing, and he let her go. She fell to her knees and gasped for breath. "Emily," he said, bending down to help her. She pushed his hands away, and he saw the dark bruises starting on her neck. "Leave me alone." "Emily, I am so sorry," he said, and reached out to help her to her feet. She pushed his hands away again and stood up, still breathing hard. He took a step toward her as she ran out of his office, and he felt it better to let her go. "Kyle," he whispered, loathing himself for what he had done. "Yes, sir?" Kyle asked, worried by the look on Chevalier's face. I lost it with her," Chevalier said angrily. Kyle's face dropped. "Is she okay?" "I don't know. She ran off," he said. "What happened?" Kyle asked quietly. "She got mad at me and she used her ability on me." He looked at the door, willing her to come back. Kyle sighed. "Sounds like you didn't have a choice." I'll go talk to her." Chevalier nodded and sat down in his chair. Kyle returned several minutes later. "She's leaving," he said sadly. Chevalier was out of his chair and in her room in a blur. She was packing a large bag that was sitting on the bed. Emily didn't look at him when he entered. "Please, don't leave," he said softly. She didn't answer, but threw more clothes into the bag. "Emily, don't go," he asked again, placing his hand on her suitcase to stop her. She glared at him, and when he moved his hand, she shut the suitcase and sat on it to zip it. "Where will you go?" he asked softly. She went into the bathroom to gather her things. "You can go alone, please. It's not safe." He was ready to beg if she would forgive him. "Oh, I am not going alone," she said as she came back into the room. Chevalier frowned. "Who are you going with?" "None of your business now, is it? Once I am gone, I am no longer your concern," she grumbled at him. "You know that's not true. You and the baby are my concern no matter where you are," he whispered. "Yeah, well, it'll be pretty hard to control when I get where I am going," she said, and sat on the floor to slip on her shoes. "Where are you going then?" "Again, none of your business. You swear to me you are taking someone with you." "Oh yeah, I am taking a haiku with me," she promised. Chevalier watched her, and as his eyes fell to her expanding middle, his heart ached. "I am begging you, please stay. I am sorry for what I did. What can I do to make it up to you?" He stood and walked over to her. "You can let me go with whatever haiku I choose." Emily turned to look at him. "Take whoever you want, just don't go, please." He was starting to panic as she pulled her suitcase off of her bed and extended the handle. Chevalier took her hand softly in his. She pulled her hand away. "Don't Chev. It's too late. We're not good for each other." Her words stung him deeply. "Don't say that. We just had a fight, nothing more." "Nothing more? I wanted to kill you and could have." She looked into his eyes. "But you didn't, he said, pulling her close to him and wrapping his arms around her. For one brief moment, she let him hold her and felt tears welling up in her eyes. She leaned her head on his chest briefly, and then it jerked up. "Goodbye, Chev," she said, and kissed his lips gently before grabbing her suitcase. "What can I do to get you to stay?" he asked. "Nothing, it's best if I go now." She looked around the room and headed out the door. Chevalier followed her, unsure where she was going. When she took the door down to the prison cells, he put out his arm to stop her. "Where are you going?" She shook his hand free and walked down the stairs. The guards saw Chevalier with her this time, and both winced, knowing they would be punished for letting her down there, threats or no. She reached out to the closest guard. Give me your keys. He nervously looked up at Chevalier. Emily, you can, let them go, he sighed. I am not letting them all go, just one, she said, snapping her fingers at the guard. No, you can, let our prisoners go, he told her sternly. She turned on Chevalier. You said I could take any haiku that I wanted. I did, no, you meant a prisoner. Well, I did, and do not go back on your word again, she said furiously. Emily. Are you okay? A voice rang out from the cells. I am getting you out. Going back to your home, she said, and snatched the keys out of the guard's hand. Emily, no, Chevalier said, and followed her. She rounded the corner into the second set of cells and stopped at the end, thumbing through the keys to find the one for David's cell. Are you okay? He asked, reaching out of the cell to touch her arm. Chevalier hissed at him and he drew his hand back. Emily? David asked, looking at her. What happened to your neck? Chevalier was infuriated that this prisoner knew her well enough to care about her already. When Emily did answer, David turned to Chevalier. This was you. You assaulted a pregnant woman. Shut up, Ankela, before I shut you up, he hissed at the prisoner. Are you sure you can shut me up, or do you only pick on women? David crouched slightly and faced Chevalier. Chevalier grabbed the keys from Emily and opened the cell door quickly. She stepped in between them, her back to David. Stop it, she said, glaring at Chevalier as she put her hands on his chest. Emily, let's get out of here. You'll be safer with the Ankela, David said, taking her arm. Over my dead body, Chevalier yelled, taking her other arm. Kyle appeared in the cell doorway, his eyes wide. What's going on here? He asked them, looking from Emily, to David, to Chevalier. I am taking David, and we're going to stay with the Ankela, Emily said, still watching Chevalier. What? Kyle yelled, outraged. She thinks she's leaving with him, Chevalier said, his eyes locked on David's. Emily. Kyle said as he saw her neck. Let me see your neck. Emily glared at him. You stay away from me, too. Everyone calm down. Kyle said sternly. Emily. David said suddenly, and then reached out to catch her when she fell. He laid Emily down on the floor and she began to convulse and her eyes rolled back in her head. David reached out and took her head in his hands so she didn't hurt herself. What did you do to her? Chevalier growled at David as he knelt down by Emily. Me? You, the one that choked her, David said, struggling to keep her head still. I am going to get Dr. Edwards, Kyle said, and blurred up the stairs. When her body fell silent, Chevalier picked her up and ran up the stairs. The two guards advanced on David and managed to get him back into his cell. Chevalier kicked her bag against the wall and laid her down on her bed. She still wasn't moving. He yelled at the guard to leave her room, and his order was followed immediately. He asked, touching her cheek softly. She did, respond. He watched her for the hour it took Kyle to return with the doctor, who immediately went to work on Emily. Did she hit her head when she fell? No, Kyle answered. What was she doing when she seized? He asked, taking her blood pressure. Chevalier sighed. We were, sort of, fighting. Fighting, the doctor asked as he touched the bruises on her neck. It's not what you think. That was an accident. He said it more to himself than to the doctor. Was she without oxygen? The doctor was angry. No, he said softly. The doctor sighed softly as he took her blood pressure. Her blood pressure is way too high. Fix it, Chevalier told him. I can, just fix it. It takes time, a calm environment, No upsets, no arguments, nothing. The doctor looked over at Chevalier, irritated. Why isn't she waking up? Kyle asked, worried. She's postictal. After a seizure, it takes time for the body to regain energy back. He pulled her shirt off of her abdomen and began pressing around gently with his hand. Finally, the doctor stood up. You can let her blood pressure get back up there. It's not good, and it can kill both her and the baby. For now, make her stay in bed. That'll cause her blood pressure to rise. Kyle said, frustrated. Do what you can, but try to lessen her stress. The doctor was glaring at Chevalier, who was holding Emily's hand and watching her closely. Is the baby okay? Kyle asked, watching Chevalier. He could feel the hatred coming from the chief enforcer. Yes, the baby is fine and growing well, it seems. The doctor finally looked pleased about one thing. We'll call you if anything changes, Kyle said, and showed the doctor to the door. He then walked back and stood on the other side of the bed from Chevalier. I could have killed her, Chevalier said sadly. Yes, but she could have killed you, too, Kyle whispered. Her was a warning. She wasn't trying to kill me. She was trying to show me that she can defend herself. She knows we're dangerous creatures. She knows the risks of doing what she did. Maybe I should let her go with the Ankala, she may be safer there. You don't mean that, sir, Kyle said. Tempers just flared. Tomorrow you can calmly talk to her. If she will even talk to me, he said, watching her. She will. She will probably feel bad too. I drove her to find a friend in an Ankala prisoner. We don't know how she came to know him. It doesn't matter. She does know him and knows him well enough that he cares about her. Kyle sighed. Tomorrow, Chevalier, we'll try to talk to her tomorrow. If she still wants to leave, I will let her. I can hurt her again, he said, looking up at Kyle. Kyle nodded, and then left the room quietly. Emily, Chevalier said, and then kissed her forehead lightly. I am so sorry. Chev, she whispered. I am here. She didn't respond. He sat and watched her all night. Just before noon, Emily stirred and finally opened her eyes. Chevalier waited for her to talk to him. Her eyes fell on him. Hi. Hi, yourself, he said, not moving toward her. She tried to sit up, but her sore muscles prevented it. The doctor wants you to stay in bed, Chevalier said softly, still careful not to move too close to her. Emily looked over at him. Guess it got out of hand. He nodded. Don't be mad at David. I am not. Are you mad at me? He shook his head and touched her cheek softly. I wasn't trying to kill you, Emily said to him. I know. He stayed kneeling beside her. If you still want to leave, I won't stand in your way. Do you want me to go? No, I don't. She looked into his eyes and saw the pain. I am not mad, either. I am so sorry. He looked down at the covers. Emily struggled and sat up. Chevalier was afraid to even make her lay back down. She swung her legs over the side of the bed. Was all he said. I need to talk to David, she said, trying to stretch the soreness out of her muscles. He sighed. If you lie down, I'll bring him here. You will? She was shocked. He smiled. For you, yes. She laid back down and waited for him to return. When he did, he had David and 4 guards. Emily frowned. Isn't that a bit much? Precautions, that's all, he told her and stopped, letting David walk closer to her. David knelt down beside the bed. I've been worried about you. She smiled. I am sorry. I thought I could free you. That's okay, maybe this way I can still see you once in a while. He smiled. Stay here, join the Equities, she said. Chevalier sighed from by the door. It's not that easy to switch sides, David said, nodding to Chevalier. Why? Factions are just stupid gangs all fighting for the same thing. She said, her voice weak. David smiled, yet it is, isn't it? The four guards bowed to Chevalier and left the room as he approached the bed. You, Ria free Heku, David, Chevalier said, sitting on the edge of the bed. I am, he asked with wide eyes. Chevalier nodded, it'll be easier than keeping her out of the prison. David laughed, that's true. I told her it wasn't safe down there. Emily frowned, behave. David thought for a moment, she keeps slipping away from her guard. Chevalier nodded. What if I can keep an eye on her? He looked at the Ankala, you. David laughed, yes, me, I know how she's slipping out. Emily gasped, I never told you how. I figured it out. He grinned to Chevalier. I don't know if I can trust you, you were here to spy on her, Chevalier said, looking at David suspiciously. Then double guard her, that would have solved the problem anyway. He smiled at Emily and she scowled back at him. How so? Chevalier asked. Oh, I can give away her secrets. He winked at Emily. Emily rolled her eyes, I don't need a guard. Yes, you do, both Chevalier and David said together. My God, Emily said, irritated. I can swear allegiance to the Equities, but I can make up for what I did as an Ankala, David said. You turned so quickly. Chevalier's eyes narrowed. Wouldn't you, if she were on the other side? Chevalier tensed, she's mine. Oh, I am well aware of that. Wouldn't you like to have someone watching over her that's not afraid of you? Maybe she needs protected from you too, David said. Those are brave words. Chevalier was getting mad. Think about it, I'll be around, he said before taking Emily's hand and kissing it. Stay safe, kid. That's no better than child, she said, frowning. Oh that's right, you, an adult. David stood up and started for the door. Where are you going? She asked. To stay on the beach north of the pier for a few days, in case I am needed. He left the room smiling. Chapter 7, Time. Chevalier took a deep breath and walked into Emily's room. She was sitting up in bed reading a book and didn't see him enter, so she jumped a little when he sat down, and then put her book down. You, out of the meeting early, she said, pleased. Yeah, well. I have a mission. What kind of mission? Her eyes narrowed. An important one, and I am leaving tonight. He took her hand. For how long? I don't know, until the job is done. He kissed her hand lightly. Send someone else, she told him, it sounded like a good idea to her. I am the chief enforcer, this is faction business. Then I'll just come with you. She swung her legs out of the bed, but he put a restraining hand on her shoulder. No, this isn't a joke. It's going to be dangerous, and I need to go alone. Why? It's my job. He put his hand under her chin and moved her so she looked at him. I am good at my job, and I'll be home before you know it. Emily frowned. Kyle and David are here if you need anything. Try, for me, to behave. He smiled softly. Emily saw Chevalier off from the pier. He waved, and then got into his black Bugatti. Kyle and David stood by her, unhappy that she was able to talk the chief enforcer into letting her out of bed. Chevalier waited until the pier was out of sight and pulled out the file he had with him. He scanned the documents, carefully committing them to memory. It was an easy job. There had been numerous haiku attacks in a small town in Delaware. The elders felt whoever was responsible needed to be dealt with by the chief enforcer himself. As Chevalier read the file, he agreed. There were 4 unexplained exsanguinations, 3 men and 1 woman, all within a 24-hour period. The newspapers were claiming it was a cult attack, but the telltale signs were there that it was a haiku. As Chevalier pulled the Bugatti off of the ferry, he turned into the fast lane of traffic and hit 100 miles per hour within seconds. He reached down and turned up his music, his heart pumping with excitement. It was always fun to do his job. He reached Smyrna, Delaware, after dark and pulled his car into a service station. He had already burned the file on the ferry, and his car was clean, in case anyone checked. Looking around, he carefully surveyed the area and headed north toward where 3 of the 4 bodies were found. He kept his senses alert, all working in sync with each other. He knew there was a haiku close. He could smell it on the wind. There were still outlines of the bodies on the sidewalk where they had been found. He knelt down by the macabre outlines and ran his fingers through the accumulated dust. His innate tracking abilities were focused to the west. He stood slowly and made his way carefully through the back alleyways. The scent of the haiku became stronger as he neared the warehouse district. He was shocked when the distinct haiku smell was overshadowed by fresh blood. The sounds of a struggle echoed through the steel walls of the warehouses as he made his way closer to his target. This job would be easier than he imagined if he could catch the offender in the act. He rounded a large manufacturing plant and saw the haiku hovered over a newly dead mortal. Chevalier was able to get close as the haiku was too engrossed in feeding to notice anything else around him. Chevalier looked down at the wide eyes of the newly dead woman and growled deeply. The haiku jumped up, placing himself between his prey and Chevalier, then crouched defensively and hissed. "She is mine," he said, baring his teeth at Chevalier. "Do not speak to me like that. Do you know who I am?" Chevalier asked. He stood tall and looked down ominously at the offending haiku. The smaller haiku's eyes scanned Chevalier and he dropped out of his crouch and cowered. "I am sorry, sir. You may finish it if you wish." "Finish it?" Chevalier took a step toward him. "You mean finish off the girl?" "Yes, your highest honor, please feel free." The haiku took 1 step away from the dead mortal. "What is your name?" Chevalier asked as he reached down and shut the eyes of the dead girl. "Jay, sir," he answered, watching the menacing chief enforcer. "Well, Jay, there's a slight problem." Jay fidgeted. "What kind of problem?" "It's come to the attention of the Equities Council that there have been some mortals killed by a haiku in this area. Know anything about that?" Chevalier circled Jay as the haiku cowered in the corner. "No, sir, it's not me. This is the first time I've done it, I swear," he stammered. "I see, you're first." Chevalier looked down at her and sighed. "I am assuming it was consensual too, well, other than the death part." "Oh. Of course, sir, it was her idea even. I said no, but she insisted." He smiled widely. "Yes, of course. You, saying the broken arm was her idea too?" Chevalier asked, and leaned against the wall to watch Jay. "That was an accident, she fell, you see." "Who?" Chevalier was enjoying this. At what point did she agree to be completely drained? That was, well, his eyes darted around quickly looking for an easy out. It was an accident. It's odd how I can still smell the fear in the air. Funny how she was afraid even though she agreed to this. True fear filled Jay's eyes and his face fell. Okay, okay, it wasn't, consensual, okay. Haven, you ever made a mistake? It was the first time, I swear. Of course, we all make mistakes. Chevalier was grinning. Good, then, I'll just go. I won, do it again I promise. Jay took a step to the left and Chevalier matched it. Just a few more problems though, the other 4 bodies. Those were'n, mine, I swear. His voice had taken on a high-pitched squeak as he began to panic. Don, lie to me, Jay, Chevalier said coolly. I am not. I did, kill those others. His eyes were wide. Chevalier pulled the intricately carved dagger from his pocket and turned it expertly in his hand. I hate being lied to. I am not, I swear. Jay took that opportunity to try to run from the old one and found himself pinned to the wall behind him by Chevalier's strong hand around his neck. Then why run, Jay? Chevalier hissed at him. I did, do it, Jay managed to choke out. I am surprised at you, but I guess that one, matter in a moment. You see, I know you did it, and I won, stand for it? He completely closed off Jay's airway and calmly watched him fight to breathe. Jay's body turned limp and his eyes shut slowly. Chevalier tightened his hand as the bones in Jay's neck crushed under his grip. With one swift movement, the young Hiku's head tumbled from his shoulders and landed with a thud by the dead woman. Chevalier wiped the blood from his hand onto the headless body's shirt, and then moved aside as it crumpled to the ground. He shut his eyes and reveled in the exhilaration it felt to bring justice again. His mind was able to forget, for a moment, all of the happenings of the past few months, and he could focus on how the bones crushed easily under his fingers and the smell of fear that blew off the terrified Heku, moments before he died. Walking away from the carnage was easy, and he pulled out his cell phone and dialed the elders. It is done, he said into the phone, his voice husky and menacing. Chevalier clicked the little phone shut and it snapped in half in his hands. He dropped it into a nearby dumpster and laughed, then growled with triumph and appeared beside the Bugatti instantly. He climbed inside and spun the tires, rushing toward Maine at almost 190 miles per hour. Chevalier glanced in his rear-view mirror. The car behind him matched his speed and was close to his bumper. He frowned and pushed the engine up to 210 miles per hour, quickly passing any car that came in his path. The car behind his kept up and the dark windows hid the driver. Chevalier slammed hard on the brakes as a black Suburban appeared ahead of him, heading straight for him. The impact between the Suburban and the Bugatti was tremendous. Chevalier flew out of the car as it rolled down an embankment. Parts from both cars were intermingled and strewn around a mile in every direction. He got to his knees slowly, feeling broken bones throughout his body. Chevalier looked up just as a shock of electricity flew through his body and his world was engulfed in darkness. "Wake up," a harsh voice sounded through the dark, and someone dumped a bucket of cold water over Chevalier. Chevalier looked up and tried to stand, but he was restrained. He angrily looked at the owner of the voice. "It's about time." The voice belonged to Sotomar, one of the eldest Valle elders. "What did you do?" he hissed at Sotomar, testing his bindings. He did, seem to be able to break them easily. "You can, break those, trust me, we've taken all precautions," Sotomar said proudly. Chevalier glared icily at the enemy elder. "Oh Don, acts so surprised. You did, think we let you get away after what you did to our city?" Sotomar pulled up a chair and sat down, facing Chevalier. "Let me go," Chevalier demanded. "No," he said, grinning. "What is it you want?" Chevalier's hands worked quickly behind his body where they were bound. He tried to find some way to free himself. "You know what we want, but you'll do for now." He smiled pleasantly. This is all about Emily, again. Chevalier asked, irritated. Of course. You are in possession of one of the greatest weapons ever to cross the Heku. We only want our share. He grinned as Chevalier's eyes darkened. You want your share, he asked. It's obvious, isn't it? Soon you will have two of the Winchesters, not fair as far as we can see. Sotomar raised an eyebrow. Keep me then. It won, help you get Emily. Chevalier relaxed some. He would need to find a way to free himself later. Oh, we learned a lot about her the few precious weeks we had her. She has a temper, and she's stubborn. If she thinks she can save you, she'll come right to us. Chevalier froze, the enemy elder was right. He hissed slightly and pulled at the chains. I am sure you think your elders will send someone to get you, we don't really think that's going to happen. We're sure they will be glad to get rid of you. You are a liability, falling in love with a mortal. Sotomar sat back comfortably in his chair. Emily is well protected. They won, let her risk her life to come and get me, Chevalier growled. Oh yes, she is, isn't she? Kyle is a problem. We had to take precautions against him. However, David's not a problem. You honestly think someone that well-spoken and educated would be an Enkala? It was so convenient when you released him. It's too bad you never fully trusted him, though. It would have made this all unnecessary if you allowed him to guard Emily alone. Chevalier sat still and watched the Valle. Our problem was that we can kill you. She would know instantly if we did that essence ring has been making things more difficult. So how to keep you alive yet restrained? Not an easy task, I tell you, not one of the old ones. Then we figured it out, and, well, here we are. You know this will mean war, Chevalier hissed. Oh, of course, but as soon as we get the baby, we'll be too strong. We don't want Emily, our blood tests showed us she has none of the Winchester abilities, but the baby does. You keep your mortal, and we'll take the newborn. He grinned. Sotomar stood up and left the room quickly, shutting and locking the door behind him. Emily, calm down. We don't know anything yet, Kyle said, forcing her back onto the bed. You said they found his car destroyed, what else needs to be said? She yelled, fighting against Kyle. Nothing, Heku can easily survive a car wreck with a little time. He's out there, and we'll find him. I sent over 75 guards to the area. We'll find him. He tried to assure her. I should go. I can find him, she said angrily. No, you need to stay here. This is where Chevalier would want you to be, he said, and then stood up. Emily screamed. She knew she couldn't fight off the Heku in her room, yet she felt helpless sitting in bed while he was out there alone and hurt. He's right, Emily, David said, kneeling beside the bed. You have to think of your health and the baby right now. We'll find him. Emily turned her face away from him angrily. She could feel her temper burning. She knew she could take them both out if she wanted, and then she would be free to leave. Her head began to hurt as her blood pressure rose and flashes of light swam before her eyes. She knew she was losing. Her body had given up on her. Not wanting to show a weakness, she turned onto her side away from Kyle and David. Chevalier could feel her. He knew she found out about him and was worried. He was relieved to feel her frustration. He knew that meant that the others weren't allowing her to come and find him. She was afraid, and that feeling sent a new rush of anger through him. Opening his eyes, he let his senses out into the room. They had taken a lot of precautions against his strengths, and that infuriated him. There was metal and strings of wires everywhere he looked. Electricity was one mortal finding that could incapacitate even the strongest haiku. He was bound with a chain that electrified if he pulled too hard and closed the circuit. Chevalier jerked his head up and looked at the door as a haiku in grey robes walked in and sat down in the chair across from him. "This will go smoothly, if you will cooperate," the haiku said. "Depends on what it is you want." "Merely to talk, about your Emily," he said. "What do you want to know?" Chevalier's eyes narrowed. "Nothing too important. I am sure you will find the questions harmless." "Ahoo," Chevalier answered slowly. "Simple enough, your baby, when is it due?" "In 6 months, Chevalier said, watching the haiku. He couldn't see his eyes because of the hood of the robe. "See, this is where we come to a problem. We know when she is due, and you have lied already." As the Valle spoke, Chevalier's body was racked with stabs of electricity from the chains around him. The muscles in his neck stood out violently as he stiffened in pain and groaned. The pain finally stopped and Chevalier dropped his eyes back to the Valle. "Let's try another. Did you kill Emily's husband?" "Yes," Chevalier hissed. "See, easy enough if you don't lie to me." "He didn't respond, but just glared at the Valle. "Does Emily possess any of the powers of a Winchester?" "No." His teeth were clenched. "Good, good. Now we'll get more general. Was Emily's morning sickness very bad or extended beyond expected?" Chevalier frowned. "No." "Has she had any telepathy or precognition since becoming pregnant?" "No." Chevalier was getting irritated at the stupid questions. "Has she had any medical conditions that could hinder a successful pregnancy?" "Yes," Chevalier hissed. "What?" "Blood pressure, and I am sure this is really helping." "I see." The Valle stood and left the room quickly. "For me?" "Do it then," Emily said, moving a step toward Kyle. "No, we're not meeting their demands." "There's no way we're going to exchange you for him," Kyle said, frustrated. "Why not? He could be hurt, right? It's not that easy to keep a haiku captive, which means that he could be in bad shape. What if he dies?" She yelled at him. "No, Emily, it's out of the question. Now that we know the Valle have him, we can go and get him," David said finally. "That's right, we'll go and get him," Kyle said, agreeing. "When?" She turned on them. Kyle couldn't help but take a step back as the fierceness in her eyes fell on him. "As soon as we can get ready. We already have the council's approval, now it's just a matter of tactics." Kyle put his hand softly on Emily's shoulder. "Now it's more important than ever for you to stay in bed, keep your blood pressure down." "Get your hands off of me," she hissed at him. "Don't do this, not now. We can concentrate on getting Chevalier back if we have to worry about you." He was pleased with the look on her face. She hadn't thought about that. "Where is he?" she asked, sitting down on the edge of the bed. "We don't know yet. We have eyes all over the Valle though, and it's only a matter of time before they find him," he assured her. "Get out," she said, looking out the window. Kyle and David both bowed and headed out of the room. The next morning, Emily watched as equites from different covens gathered outside of the castle on the north lawn. Lined up in perfect rows, they stood straight and still. Kyle moved among them, pinning different colors on each of them to differentiate the squadrons. The haiku were all in black, head to foot, and from this distance, looked like one gigantic clone army. Emily watched them from her balcony as more arrived. She did a quick head count and there were almost 700. It seemed to her that although there were at least 4 standing to face the others, Kyle was in charge. She could hear him shouting orders, but from this distance, she couldn't tell what was being said. Emily watched them until well after dark when she could no longer see them, but still heard the shouts of instruction and training. She shivered and looked up at the clear sky and the stars, then brought her knees as close as her expanding middle would allow and wrapped her arms around them tightly, rocking slowly into the night. Emily cried silently as the baby kicked from inside, a subtle reminder of the one she missed. When electricity suddenly flowed through Chevalier's body, he pulled hard against the restraints as his muscles contracted. Let's try that again, shall we? What is the gender of the baby? The Valle asked patiently. I don't know, Chevalier said, growling. Very well. We might try that one again later. What food is she craving? Why do you care? Chevalier hissed. What food is she craving? He asked again. Brussels sprouts and pizza. Chevalier's shoulders sunk. He felt like he was betraying Emily in revealing anything about her. How much weight has she gained? She won, get on the scales, no one knows. Chevalier couldn't help but grin slightly. Now it seemed so insignificant, but at the time, it infuriated him. It amazes me how much you let that mere mortal get away with, the Valle said matter-of-factly. Then you don't know her well. She's not a mere mortal. HRMPH, he said, writing something down. Any falls? Chevalier frowned. No. Any injuries at all? Just those you inflicted? Chevalier emphasized each word. The Valle ignored the implication and went on, is she openly ready to do anything necessary to ensure the safety of the baby? Chevalier couldn't help but laugh. Yes, if she thinks it, LL help. She doesn't usually agree with the doctors though, so that's a trick question. I see. Any food aversions? You mean besides blood? The Valle glared at him. Don't push it? No. That will be all for now, the Valle said, standing up and leaving Chevalier alone again. Chevalier's internal clock was perfect, and he had been held in that chair for 12 days. He knew that the Equites were coming for him. He could feel the hope in Emily's emotions. He also knew they wouldn't let her go with them, which pleased him. Each day the Valle would come and ask him questions about Emily. Most of them were small and meaningless, but those that mattered, he normally got punished for lying. Some lies they believed, others they didn't. He reached out again and again, trying to get some sort of message to Emily. If she knew he was not in pain, not injured or dying, she may be happier to stay put in the castle where she belonged. He knew in the end, that neither Kyle nor David would be able to stop her if she set her mind to it. He admitted that's one of the things he loved about her, no matter how much trouble it caused. Again he shut his eyes and focused on her emotions. She was sleeping. He could always tell when she was asleep because her emotions were slow and flowing. She wasn't sleeping much lately, which worried him, so he was glad she was finally getting some rest. He growled softly when he felt her wake up and become excited. He knew she had another one of her plans. Emily slipped into the black pregnancy jeans she loathed so much and pulled on a black sweater that fit tightly against her stomach. She tied her hair up into a bun and pulled on her black running shoes, then headed out to join Kyle and David on the north lawn. The plan was formulated in her head. It made sense, and as she felt the time was nearing to attack the Valle, she knew she couldn't put it off any longer. Oh no you don't, Kyle said as she approached. Emily, what are you doing? David asked, walking towards her. I am coming with you, she said, and took her place among those facing the troops. Kyle sighed and took her arm. You aren't coming? Yes I am, she said sternly. No, you're not. He met her gaze and stood his ground. You can Leave me behind. I am the best weapon you have, she said, then grinned when Kyle glanced nervously around to see if anyone heard what she said. Hush, Emily, now is not the time, he hissed. Emily got right in his face and whispered, unless you want me to demonstrate what I can do, I suggest you let me go with you. No, period. Chevalier would kill us all if we let you join, and I'd rather turn to ash than to face him. Kyle was serious. David was now with them, we could let her go. I'll watch her, and that way we don't have to worry about her here alone, getting into trouble. Kyle turned to David angrily, what? It makes sense. We take her, and then we can watch her. David shrugged. That's insane, Kyle scowled at David. Think about it. If we leave her here, she's going to elude the guards and possibly try to follow us. We'll be lucky if we can save her before the Valle find her, David said, watching Emily intently. Kyle turned to look at Emily and was surprised at the look on her face. He glanced from Emily to David, unsure what to do. You will let me go with you? Emily asked David, though it didn't sound like a question. I will if I feel that is what's right for you, he answered, meeting her eyes. That doesn't work on me, she said, staring back at David. What doesn't? Kyle asked, confused. Suddenly, David looked paler and afraid. No use trying again, she said, smiling slightly. What's going on? Kyle asked. Emily took a step toward David, he's trying to control my mind. What? Kyle asked, turning on David. What were you going to do? Tell me how to leave here? He wants me to go with you, she said, advancing on David. David took a step back, that's not true. I thought if I could get control of her mind, I could make her stay. The image struck Kyle, the hulking Heku was backing down from the tiny mortal woman whose pregnant bulge made her look even more fragile. The look in David's eyes was terrified. You are a Valle, Emily said, coming toe-to-toe with him. I am not, Don, be silly, David said uneasily. Where is he? Emily asked angrily. David glanced at Kyle, I don't know, I swear. I swore my allegiance to the Equites. All eyes were on Emily and David. The foreign Equites troops were shocked that a Heku would back down to a mortal. The troops that knew Emily were ready to attack David. David's eyes grew wide as he screamed and fell to the ground, clutching his chest. His body convulsed against the cold ground and his screams continued to pierce the darkness. Emily felt a hand on her shoulder. Stop, Kyle said, too quietly for the others to hear. Emily looked up at him, and then back to David as he lay, cowering on the ground. She walked over to him and knelt down. Where is he? David looked up into Emily's eyes and understood. Please, Don, Where is he? She demanded, in a voice that was uncharacteristic for her size. David's body shook with fear. He's in Nevada. Kyle looked at Emily, amazed. She was getting more information out of this one Heku than all of the death crews combined. Nevada is a big state, David, Emily said, almost sweetly. I don't know anything more, I swear, David whispered, his entire body shaking. He dropped back to the ground and screamed. Murmurs came from the troops as they watched curiously. One of the Heku they understood as a superior officer was writhing around on the ground in pain as the frail mortal girl watched him. David's body finally fell silent and he began to beg, stop please, he's in Orovada. Emily stood up and scanned the troops, then blushed when she realized they were all watching her. She glanced down to David, who was still crying on the ground. Get him back to the prison, Kyle said, watching David. 3 of the guards broke rank and picked him up by the arms, hauling him off to the dungeons. Emily turned to Kyle, I am going, and we're leaving now. He whispered to her, we can, leave tonight. We Aaron, ready. Emily looked at the equits, when we are ready. This isn't, going to be as easy as the last time. This time they are ready and waiting for us. I am sure David has filled them in on everything we've done, so we have to redo all of the strategy and tactics. We have to come up with a whole new plan, he said sadly. Emily set her jaw, I am going. He looked at her. I can kill more haiku than any of them, she said, pointing toward the gathered forces. I know, but they want you. We be handing you over. He was watching her eyes and knew he couldn't stop her. I am going, and we leave in the morning, she said as she walked past him and stood with the commanding ranks. Kyle sighed, he's going to kill me, he grumbled as he faced the troops. We leave in the morning. Get with your troop commanders and make final preparations, Kyle called out to the 725 gathered haiku. Emily joined Kyle as he talked to his troops. We the second in, we take the southernmost side of the city and work our way to the middle. The orders are simple, kill anyone you see, check every door, every vent, every wall. Deep into the night the troops were given orders, practiced formations, and finalized orders for the morning. Sir, one of the haiku called to Kyle. What? He asked, not paying much attention. We already lost a troop member, the haiku said, laughing. Kyle turned to him and followed his stare. Off to the side, Emily was curled up on the grass, asleep. Kyle shook his head, just let her sleep. He slipped off his coat and laid it over her. Is she really coming with us? One of the haiku asked from the ranks nervously. Kyle nodded, yes, she is. The chief enforcer will kill us if anything happens to her. No, he'll kill me. It was my decision, Kyle assured them. Is there a team assigned to protect her? No, I'll do that myself. You focus on your task and leave Emily to me. Kyle said sternly. Chapter 8, Nevada. Emily crawled into the front of the black Suburban and Kyle slid in next to her. Feels weird leading a war in a Suburban, Emily said, looking out the heavily shaded windows. How else were we supposed to get there? Kyle asked as he pulled off the ferry and set out for Nevada. How long? Emily watched the terrain fly by. 48 hours should be about right, he said. Emily picked up her book and began to read with her feet perched on the dashboard. Kyle said quietly. She looked over at him. You and we Aaron, going with the rest of them. What? She asked angrily. No, we'll be there, but we're going to break off. You need to find Chevalier, he said, watching the road. I am? How? You, the one with the senses, she said, confused. I need you to at least try to find him. Your bond is tight, and I think if you try, you may be able to find him before we do. Kyle was hopeful. Chevalier glared at the door. He could feel Emily moving closer to him, and his mind raged. How could they let her come? What did she do to talk Kyle into this dangerous situation? He swore under his breath to make them pay if one hair on her head was harmed. Chevalier was suddenly assaulted by the shock of electricity. His body tensed and pulled against the chains as the electricity flowed uninterrupted. You said this should work, a haiku said from the doorway. Yes, it won, kill him, but it'll keep him in enough pain he won, be able to get loose. We'll give him a few days, and then we'll see if he's willing to cooperate, the other said, and they left, shutting the door behind him. Emily, wake up, Kyle said, touching her shoulder lightly. She looked up and saw sand, miles and miles of sand. We, here. Close enough, we, running the rest of the way, it's quieter. He got out of the Suburban and the others followed suit, leaving a long line of black Suburban S and buses along the Nevada Desert Road. Emily got out and moved to Kyle. Run. Kyle grinned. It's okay, I'll carry you. Ugh, seriously, she asked, embarrassed. You can, keep up with us, and you, not make it the 90 miles anyway. Kyle was adjusting a belt with odd tools around it. You, going to carry me, running, for 90 miles. She doubted he was being serious. Yes, I am. He left to talk to another command. Emily looked down at her hands and flexed them slowly, her brow wrinkled. She noticed how the ache ran up her arms and into her shoulders. She knew better than to tell Kyle about the odd sensation, the tingling that had started a few days ago and was growing stronger. Ready, Em? Kyle asked at her back. She jerked and turned around quickly. Kyle grinned. Didn't mean to scare you. You didn't, she lied. Emily cringed as he cradled her in his arms and began to run quickly. The darkness was full of Heku in black suits all intent on going in after one lost commander. Emily thought about the loyalty the Heku showed toward each other, and then frowned at her own race. A race famous for turning on themselves, wars pitting brother against brother, deaths over things such as shoes and money. She wondered how her race considered the Heku to be evil and sinister. Emily woke up as the feeling of wind flowing past her faded. Kyle put her onto her feet and she looked around at the large encampment. They stood on a hill above it, invisible to those below. She watched as the Heku went about their daily lives, some visited, some went to work, some were walking hand in hand. A sudden pang of sadness gripped her when she thought that they would have to kill them. Kill them as they went about their daily lives, unaware that their faction leaders had kidnapped a high-ranking Equities. Do we have to kill them all? She asked no one in particular. They won, let us by. We'll have to kill them all, a strange voice sounded behind her. Kyle gave the order for the first team to move out, and a black shadow suddenly descended on the city. Within minutes, screams could be heard echoing from around the small valley. Emily flexed her hands and stretched her arms as she watched. What's wrong? Kyle whispered to her. Nothing, she lied. Remember what I said, try to pick anything up from him, he whispered. I am, but I don't know what I am looking for. Anything at all. Emily nodded as Kyle gave the motion for his troops to fall to the south. Another black cloud fell on the city, and as she and Kyle drew nearer, the screams grew louder and the sound of crushing and tearing echoed through the city. Emily tried to ignore the images that came with the sounds. She glanced up as two more swarms of black came from the mountains above and fell into the city. Kyle frowned and hissed into the dark. What? Emily asked. He whisked her into a dark alleyway, and whispered into her ear, they were waiting for us. It's not going well. He looked around cautiously as his body pressed Emily into a wall. Let me go, I can help, she said. Not yet, you try to find Chevalier. He kept glancing around nervously. Kyle growled low. Kyle? Emily asked, watching him. Team 1 is gone, we have to get you out of here, he said, grabbing her arm and leading her out of the city. She spun out from under his grasp and turned, running into the city. Stop, Em, Kyle said, appearing ahead of her. I can stop them, Kyle, and you know it? You can, stop an entire city. I don't, have to. I just have to even up the numbers, she said, stomping past him. Kyle headed after her and almost ran into her when she froze suddenly. Hello there, sweet girl, the Heku said, looking at her pregnant belly and grinning. Kyle gasped as the Valle clutched at his chest, and then fell to ash. She was getting faster. Emily didn't hesitate. She ran into the small square and stopped when 8 haiku ran towards her with their hands out. Within seconds, they all turned to ash and Emily continued. Kyle followed her through the city, watching as haiku after haiku fell. Emily was unstoppable and moved quickly from side to side without pausing. He heard whispers from the troops that they were pulling ahead, but there was no word on the chief enforcer. Emily stopped after an hour and flexed her hands, then rubbed her arms. "What is it?" Kyle asked, taking her arm in his hands and rubbing it. "They hurt so badly." She winced. "When did it start?" "A few days ago, but it's getting worse." Kyle frowned. "Explain the pain to me." "It's a vibration, and my hands feel like they are buzzing." She flexed her hands. "I think it's from him." She looked up at him. "You do? Is it too painful to go on?" he asked, watching her. She frowned at him. "No." Kyle watched her carefully. It was taking her longer and longer to turn haiku into ash. At first it was seconds, now the haiku suffered for 20 to 30 seconds before falling. He saw her face beginning to pale, and she started moving slower than before. "Emily, it's time to stop," he said, and put his hand on her shoulder. "No? Why?" "We haven't found him," she asked, walking in a panic toward the sounds of battle. Kyle decided it was time, no more. She tried to pull away from him. "We have to find him." "We will, he tried to reassure her. "Sir. We found a secret underground area," one of the haiku said, running to Kyle. Kyle took Emily's hand and he helped her run along with the haiku to the underground. Kyle ordered everyone to stay in the city as he and Emily descended together. The smell was horrible. It was moldy and smelled of decay. Emily put her hand over her stomach as it rolled with the smell, and covered her nose with her sleeve. Kyle crouched low and peered around the corner. In the room were 13 haiku, feeding off of one mortal donor who looked like he might be dead. Kyle looked back at Emily's pale complexion and debated. "There are a lot of them," he whispered into her ear. "How many?" 13 that I can see, and they are newly fed, so they'll be stronger." He watched her reaction. "Can you keep them busy while I pick them off?" she asked, watching his eyes. Kyle nodded and stood up, took a deep breath, and then rounded the corner. There was a loud shout and the sound of fighting erupted into the small quarters. Emily stepped around the corner and concentrated on the one closest to her. He fell within almost half a minute and she moved on to the next. By the time the second one fell, Emily saw Kyle laying unconscious on the floor as the others came toward her slowly. At first she was confused as to why the Valle were being so careful as they approached her. Then it dawned on her, she wasn't to be harmed, and broken orders resulted in harsh punishments. Emily concentrated hard and let her fear go. She could feel it turning to anger. She screamed in anger, and the advancing haiku began to fall one after another in quick succession. Kyle was on his feet now, staggering, and headed into a back room without looking at her. Emily followed after him just as the last haiku fell. She stumbled through the dark, feeling with her hands until she found Kyle. He was standing still, staring at a chair, and Emily frowned and stepped ahead of him. "Chev," she gasped, and ran to grab him. Kyle held her back and she turned angrily toward him. "Don't touch him yet." "We have to turn it off," he said to her, but his eyes were searching the room. Emily turned back to Chevalier and could see him clearly now. She could hear the electricity running through the chains and saw the strain on his body as it was gripped in pain. That was the vibrating sensation she had in her arms, though it was a mere fraction of what he was feeling. Emily ran out of the room to the hallway and searched for something to kill the electricity. She flipped switches on the wall, but the sound continued. Kyle flew past her and down the hallway, disappearing into the first large room. The hallway suddenly fell quiet as the loud sound of electricity stopped. Emily went back into the room with Chevalier, and froze. He was sitting up in the chair, his head had fallen forward and he was breathing fast. "Chev," Emily said, taking a step toward him. His head snapped up, shocked. "Emily." Kyle stepped between them, "Chief Enforcer." Chevalier frowned, confused. "Emily," he asked again. She tried to step around Kyle, but he held his hand out and blocked her. "Stay back, Em." Chevalier glared up at Kyle, "Get your hands off of her." Kyle looked at Emily, then back at the angry Heku. "Are you in control?" The question sounded odd to Emily. Of course he was in control, he knew who she was and he was awake. "No," he whispered, shutting his eyes. Emily frowned. "What's wrong?" Kyle didn't turn away from Chevalier. "It's your scent." He's not used to it. Just give him a moment." She watched as Chevalier concentrated. She hated how he was bound to the chair and the fierce red welt stood out on his arms where the electricity burned him. After a few minutes, Chevalier opened his eyes and looked calmly at Kyle. "Okay." Kyle walked forward and began to unchain Chevalier. Emily was unsure what to do. She was feeling dizzy and confused. Chevalier was acting strangely and watching her with thirst in his eyes. She didn't like the way he was watching her neck, or the way his tongue ran across his sharp canines. She stepped back and protectively put her hands on her stomach. Chevalier smiled warmly, and she saw a glimmer of his old self back. She felt an odd tingle on her lip and she reached up to touch it, and then looked. She had a bloody nose. "Kyle?" Chevalier asked nervously. Kyle looked at Emily and moved to her. "Em." "I am okay," she said. "Get him out." Kyle returned and had the chains off within a few minutes. Chevalier stood slowly and walked with sore muscles towards Emily. She watched him cautiously, then felt the world begin to spin and willed herself to stay standing. Chevalier growled and clenched his fists. "Go, Chief, I'll get Emily." "The troops need help," Kyle said hurriedly. Chevalier did hesitate as he disappeared in a blur out of the room. "Do you need to sit down?" Kyle asked, taking her arm. "It's just a bloody nose, I am fine," she said. The world began to spin faster and soon she found herself in Kyle's arms again. Kyle started moving through the underground rooms to get back up to the top. "Put me down," Emily said as he stepped out into the warm night air. "You sure?" "Yes." As he set her back onto her feet, she looked around and gasped at the destruction and carnage that surrounded them. The buildings were barely standing. Glass was scattered across the streets and mixed with the same dark blood that covered every surface. There were pieces of bodies strewn around, and injured Heku as far as she could see. No one was fighting anymore, and the city was hauntingly silent. Emily went to a familiar-looking Heku and knelt down beside him. He was lying on the cement, fighting to breathe. She pulled his hands away from his chest and turned her head away from what she saw. Drawing a deep breath, she turned back to him. Her eyes were caring as she pulled his tattered shirt aside and looked down on his lungs. His rib cage had been torn away and was hanging by skin at his side. Hoping his body could still heal, she grimaced and lifted the broken rib cage and gently put it back in place, then held it and smiled at the Heku as she felt the rib cage repairing itself. He looked into her eyes as his breathing began to return to normal. "Are you hurt anywhere else?" she asked, touching his forehead gently. He shook his head, but couldn't pull his gaze away from her warm, green eyes. Kyle watched her, stunned, as she helped the strange Heku. He would have been able to fix himself eventually, but the caring way she went about it made his heart ache. "Let's go," Kyle said, helping her to her feet. She saw another Heku leaning against a wall, then moved to him and placed a warm hand against his shoulder. Are you hurt? He smiled up at her and shook his head. No, Lady Emily, thank you. Kyle followed as Emily walked through the streets, checking on anyone she came across. She didn't care if they were Valle or Equities, she wanted to help. He winced as she helped a Valle warrior heal. He knew as soon as she left, one of the Equities would kill him, but was pleased to see that none did it in front of her. They waited until she left. Why are you still in the city? Chevalier asked, walking up to Kyle. Kyle motioned to Emily, and they both turned to her. She was kneeling by a haiku that was already in the process of healing, but was in pain. She held his hand and touched his cheek lightly. He watched her face and she smiled down at him. You'll be okay. It's almost done, she whispered to him as his body healed itself. Once he was healed, he sat up and thanked her, then frowned. Emily wiped a drop of blood from under her nose and the world began to spin again. She stumbled, trying to stand up, and the strange haiku held her steady. That's enough, Chevalier said, and picked her up. No, please, I can help, she told him, struggling in his arms. Enough, he said, and headed out of the city, followed by Kyle. Emily reached up and touched his face. Are you okay? He smiled at her. Perfect. She reached her arms around his neck and laid her head on his shoulder, suddenly feeling extremely tired. Kyle climbed into the driver's seat of the Suburban while Chevalier and Emily got into the back. They drove off silently, and Emily was soon fast asleep with her head in Chevalier's lap. Their quiet voices turned into her dream, talking of strategy and tactics, and what they had seen and done over the last few weeks. They were still driving when Emily woke up and sat up, stretching. Where are we? She asked, looking at the unfamiliar landscape. Ohio, Kyle said. It was dark outside and the dashboard clock read 2 a.m. Emily climbed onto Chevalier's lap, facing him, with a knee on each side of his legs. She looked at his face and ran her fingers along his forehead and cheekbones. Are you hurt? She wasn't watching his eyes, but was studying every part of his face, scanning for any sign that something had changed. No, he told her. He reached out and kissed her, but she pulled away. Stop, she said, and unbuttoned his torn shirt. Emily, what are you? She cut him off with a shhh. She slipped his shirt off and took his right arm and laid it to rest on her stomach, then ran her fingers along the muscles and veins in his arm, gently touching every inch of his skin. He shivered and tried to kiss her again. Stop, she said, touching his hand and exploring his palm and each finger. When she was done, she took his left arm and also laid it against her stomach. Her fingers ran lightly along his shoulder and down onto the muscles in his arm, again tracing the veins and contours lightly. Shhh, she said again, her eyes following her fingers as they lightly felt to their way to his forearms. He brought his hands up and took her face in them and kissed her passionately. He growled when she pulled away. Stop, she told him sternly. She carefully ran her fingers along the back of his neck, feeling along his spine and the way his skin goosebumped at her touch. Her fingers softly worked their way to the front of his neck and along his jawline, then gently outlined his shoulders and traced their way back to his upper chest. He shivered as her hands traced the chiseled contours of his chest and he grabbed her again to kiss her. Emily pushed him away. Stop. Her eyes were focused on his chest. Her fingers delicately brushed every part of it as she meticulously touched the skin, and outlined each muscle in his torso. What exa? She shushed him again. He glanced at Kyle in the rear-view mirror, and saw Kyle shrugged slightly. Chevalier let his eyes take in Emily to get his mind off of the way her touch felt. He noticed how much she had changed in the last few weeks. Her breasts were fuller, and her stomach had grown quite a bit, even her hair seemed longer. He reached out to brush it off of her shoulder, but his hand was pushed away. I said stop. Her eyes never left his chest. He shivered again as she ran her fingers ever so lightly down his sides to the edge of his pants, and then traced his belt line across his stomach to the center. Chevalier reached out and took her hands in his. Emily, if you don't, stop, I am going to have to rip Kyle's eyes out. She tried to pull her hands away from his, but couldn't. I am not done, turn around. What are you doing exactly, he asked, meeting her eyes. His insides cringed as her striking green eyes began to fill with tears. You were burned, all over. He nodded, Ve healed. I want to make sure, she said, and started to slide off of his lap. She was determined to check out his back now. He stopped her from leaving his lap. Emily, look at me. Her eyes met his again, and he wondered if their intensity would ever stop piercing into his soul. I am okay. He wrapped his arms around her. I want to see your legs. She undid his belt, deciding to see if his legs were burned. His hands were quickly on hers again. Seriously, Emily. I only have so much control. How can you be sure that you aren't injured anywhere? She did pull her hands away this time. I just know. I am fine. He reached up and wiped the blood away from under her nose. When did this start? She shrugged, not taking her eyes away from him. Just after she destroyed about 13 haiku at once, Kyle said from the front seat. Chevalier's eyes narrowed. How many did you kill total? She shrugged again. 83, Kyle replied. Chevalier sighed. Do you have a headache? Let me see your back, she said again, and tried to slide off of him. He stopped her. Headaches? She nodded, sort of. He thought for a moment. Maybe you did too many, Emily. I hadn't thought about what it could do your body. Emily wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled close against him. Promise me you, okay, she whispered. I promise, he said, and kissed her softly. Her arms tightened around his neck as she pressed her lips against his. Her body pressed closer to him as he gasped and broke the kiss. What? She asked, looking up at him. What was that? He asked, looking down. She grinned. You got kicked. He said, and kissed her again. Chapter 9, Familiar. Emily floated on the top of the warm water, her arms were extended and relaxed, and her eyes were closed. The water sloshed softly against the side of the pool and she could feel the baby moving inside of her. She was able to let her mind wander. Things had returned to normal with the exception that David was now back in prison. He asked to see her daily, but she hadn't yet been down to see him. Chevalier stopped working such long days, and Kyle was back as her personal guard. The pool was one place she was allowed to be alone. She grinned because she knew why she was allowed to swim by herself. She had outgrown the one-piece swimsuit and the bikini left nothing to the imagination. Chevalier had become more jealous as her body changed with the pregnancy. He watched the shadows closely when she walked, making sure no servant looked at her for too long. Emily was sure the only reason Kyle was allowed near her, was because it almost caused an argument between she and Chevalier. He had been extra careful to watch his temper around her. The Equities offered the Valle a peace treaty, for now, and they accepted. They had already taken out not only Ulrich's coven but also a large coven that housed a lot of the Valle guards. The Valle had limited troops and limited funds and could not afford another skirmish. For now, they were leaving Emily alone and she was finally feeling safe again. Emily slowly began to work her way to the edge of the pool. Once her fingers began to prune, she knew it was time to get out. She spent time every day in the pool. It lessened some of the normal aches and pains of pregnancy. She stepped out of the pool a little awkwardly. Her petite form had some problems keeping balance the heavier the baby became. She grabbed a towel from the warmer, and buried her face into the soft fibers. As she dried her legs, she felt an arm around her waist and a hand over her mouth before she could scream. "Come, Emily, I won, hurt you," Sam said, holding her tight enough she couldn't get loose. Emily tried to scream, but couldn't get a sound out through his hand. "I'll let you go if you promise not to scream," he whispered. She clawed at his hand on her mouth, drawing blood with her fingernails. "Stop, I am not here to hurt you, please trust me," he said as she struggled to get loose. Emily tried to concentrate, to turn him to ash, but it didn't work and she again tried to scream. "Emily, stop. I belong to you now, Don, you understand? Lord Ulrich is dead. I am now your familiar." His words came out quickly and Emily stopped struggling. He slipped his hand off of her mouth so she could speak. "You're what?" "Your familiar," he said, finally letting her go. She turned on him and took a step backwards. No, you turned me into the Valle and I was tortured, Sam. You were like a father to me." The pain in her eyes made him recoil. "I didn't know they would do that, I swear. In the past when Lord Ulrich has taken a Winchester into protection, he kept them safe in the castle. That is nice for them, but I was tortured in a prison," she scowled at him. His eyes fell. "I know. You did that. Sam, my father was your friend and you let them hurt me. You always promised me, from the time I was a toddler, that you wouldn't let anyone hurt me." "I know," was all he could think of to say. "Still, I am yours to command." She glared at him. "Then go kill yourself." He winced. "I can do that, though. I am your familiar until the time of your death." "Kyle," she yelled. Kyle appeared in the door, and a growl echoed off of the walls in the room as he appeared between Emily and Sam. Sam didn't flinch or wince away from the fierceness in Kyle's eyes. "Did he touch you?" Kyle asked, and watched Sam. "He said he's my familiar now that Ulrich is dead," she explained quickly. Kyle glared at Sam and blurred behind him, grabbing him by the throat and around his shoulders. "We'll see about that." Emily quickly slipped on some shorts and followed Kyle and Sam out into the hallway as they headed for the prison. Kyle was too mad to realize Emily was behind him as he stepped into the cell area and ordered the guard to open a cell. He threw Sam roughly inside and Sam's body crashed into the wall of the cell. The guard slammed the cell door shut and locked it. "Emily!" David called from the adjacent cell, and Emily froze. Kyle turned to David. "Do not speak to her," he hissed. David stood up and walked to the cell door. "Emily, please, talk to me." Emily moved back a step. Her eyes went from Sam to David and back again as she walked backwards stiffly. "Leave her alone," Sam hissed at David. "Both of you shut up." Kyle growled. The familiar and the Valle both became silent. "Emily, order Sam to stay in the cell, tell him not to turn into a cat." Kyle told her softly. She looked at him. "Do what?" "Tell him, please." Emily turned to Sam and frowned. "Stay here. No turning into a cat." "As you wish," Sam said, bowing. Emily stiffened as Sam agreed to what she had said. "Come on, Emily," Kyle said, taking her arm gently. "Emily, please, just a moment. Talk to me. I can live like this." "I can live without you," David begged. "One more word and I'll end this now," Kyle hissed at the Valle. Emily let Kyle lead her back up the stairs. She was confused and her mind was sifting through what Sam said. Her eyes were far away and when Chevalier spoke, she didn't hear him. "Emily," he said again. She looked up at him, and the confusion was evident on her face. What? Kyle, what's going on? Chevalier demanded. Sam's back, he said, and hurried on when Chevalier's eyes flared. He's Emily's familiar now that Ulrich is dead. I should have seen this coming. I didn't think that he would have another heir. Chevalier met Emily's eyes. Emily breathed. She inhaled and looked around the room. Somehow she'd gotten up to the main foyer. Chevalier nodded. We need to decide what to do with him. I don't care whose familiar he is, he betrayed her. I agree, they aren't that easy to get rid of, though. He's now bound to her by blood. What? How? Emily asked. You the only blood relative left of Ulrich, so when he died, the familiar passed to you, Kyle explained. Let's go talk to him, Chevalier said, and started toward the prison. Wait, sir, Kyle said, and he left Emily's side and whispered to Chevalier. The words were too soft and too fast for Emily to make out. Chevalier looked at Emily, and she took a step back when she saw how angry he was. How dare he talk to her, he hissed. Emily suddenly understood and relaxed. Bring Sam up here, into the library, Chevalier said, and he took Emily's hand and led her to the library as Kyle went to get the familiar. Emily sat down in a chair in the library, and looked high up among the rows and columns of books. We'll figure this out, this isn't bad, okay. This is not a bad thing. Chevalier said. She nodded. If he is yours, then he can hurt you. He can do anything but what you say, he explained. I don't want him, she told him, and turned to look at the door when Kyle walked in alone. He sighed at Chevalier. He won leave the cell because Emily told him to stay. He put up a fight when we tried to force him, and I thought maybe it wasn't worth it. Fine, we'll go down and maybe take care of David while we re-edit. Chevalier said. Chevalier slipped off his shirt and handed it to Emily. She was so shocked by what happened, she'd forgotten she only had on a pair of shorts and the bikini top. She slipped on the shirt and followed them down into the prison as she rolled up the sleeves to free her hands. The two guards bowed to the chief enforcer as he stepped into the cell room. The prison fell eerily quiet in his presence. He glared across the cells, making sure they all knew he was there. His threatening stare brought fear into them. Emily. Emily, please, I love you. Talk to me, David said, coming to the bars of his cell. I am warning you, Valle, Kyle said, and kicked the bars roughly. You hold your tongue around her. We have business that doesn't include you. Chevalier will kill you eventually, Emily. David said. Kyle grabbed his keys and started to open David's cell while he continued, you know he will. I love you, Emily. I would never hurt you. You know that. Emily looked at him with wide eyes as Kyle stepped into the cell and shut the door behind him. Chevalier spun her around and pressed her face into his chest as the screaming began. Her body tensed at the crunching and tearing sounds coming from behind her. She jumped as a loud crash echoed off the walls of the cell area, and turned slowly when the room fell silent. Kyle was crouched in the corner of the cell, covered in blood. His fists were clenched tightly and his breathing was harsh and fast. He slowly stood up and adjusted his shirt and looked down, then quickly ripped it off and threw it into the corner. Emily wondered briefly what he was trying to hide. As he stepped, shirtless, out of the cell and locked the door, Emily gasped. David was still alive, but his feet and hands had been ripped from his body and were strewn around the cell. He was gasping for breath and groaning in pain. Kill him. Don't leave him like that, she whispered. We can kill him, not yet, Chevalier said, and turned her away from David. Cell. Why not? She asked, squeezing her eyes shut, trying to forget the image behind her. He, a prisoner of war. He can, be killed until the Valle have a chance to petition for his return, he growled, obviously not pleased with that. I can kill him, Emily, just ask, Sam told her. Emily opened her eyes and looked at Sam. I don't want a familiar, Sam. It's not up to you. I am bound to you by blood, and have been for hundreds of years, he said softly. Bonds can be broken, she whispered. Not this one, he said, looking into her eyes. Chevalier watched them carefully. He knew that Sam was right, but he also knew that Emily wasn't going to understand. He knew she had to see it for herself and grasp the reality of it. Sam was hers in every way, shape, and form. Sam, who once betrayed the strong trust she had for him. Chevalier did envy Sam for having to become the familiar of a woman he so strongly deceived. Then I can order you to go away, forever, she said. Yes you can, but be around. It is my job to watch over you for the rest of your life. Sam's eyes were intense. Then what? When I die what happens? She already knew, but wanted to hear him say it. Then I will become the familiar to your eldest child. Emily turned to Chevalier, the bond can be broken. He shook his head. Do you trust him? She asked. Chevalier nodded. He can hurt you. It's not a question now, he cannot do it. He turned me over to the Valle, she said, shocked. On Ulrich's orders. Don't misunderstand, I don't like him, but as a familiar, he's unable to betray you now. Emily, I love you, David said softly from behind her. Are you kidding me? Kyle yelled, turning to him. David had healed and was standing at the door reaching for Emily. Chevalier let Sam out of his cell, and Emily told him to follow them just as Kyle stepped into David's cell again. Emily, Chevalier, and Sam headed up the stairs as the screaming began. Emily kept a close eye on Sam. She didn't care what Chevalier said, she didn't trust him. His betrayal was still too fresh in her mind. The muscle spasms in restraints and the humiliating exams were still his doing, and she was very much aware of that right now. Chevalier opened the bedroom door for Emily and let both her and Sam inside. She turned and glared at Sam. Did you kill my dad? She asked him angrily. No. I wouldn't ever have hurt him, Sam said quickly. Emily, bed, Chevalier said, pointing. She spun on him and glared, no. Doctor's orders, your blood pressure was up again, remember? He sat on the edge of the bed. She scowled at him and sat on the bed cross-legged. Listen to the doctor, Emily. Do what's best for your health and the baby, Sam said, agreeing with Chevalier. Emily flew out of the bed and landed hard against Sam, knocking him to the floor and pinning him to the ground with her body and hands. He didn't resist, it wasn't his place to stop her. She looked down into his eyes enraged and screamed, you have no right to tell me what to do for my health. Chevalier said, amused, as he picked her up off of the familiar. I don't think tackling anyone was part of the doctor's orders. He sat her down on the bed and her temper flared when she saw the humor in his eyes. Sam got up and brushed himself off. The Winchester women were historically temperamental when with child. Emily started off the bed again, but Chevalier held her back. Why don't you shut up, Sam? He asked, fighting another chuckle. Through clenched teeth, Emily asked, why can't I ash him? This time Chevalier did laugh. He's not a haiku. He's a familiar, they are their own animal. Okay, then go jump off a cliff, she growled at him. As you wish, Sam said politely, and headed for the door. Emily. Chevalier said, surprised. Fine, stay, she said, glaring at Sam. Sam stopped in place and turned back to her. Okay, let's do this. Tell Sam to obey me. It might be easier if I have some control too, Chevalier said, and smiled when Sam cringed. Sam, obey Chevalier, she grumbled. Yes, Emily, he replied calmly. Good, then get the door, Sam, Chevalier said, moments before Emily heard a knock. Sam went to the door and came back with a silver tray. He set it down beside Emily as she glared at him suspiciously. He lifted the silver dome and stepped back. Emily hadn't realized how hungry she was until she smelled the fried chicken and Brussels sprouts on the plate. She stabbed a small green cabbage with a fork and started to eat. Emily looked up and blushed when she realized both Sam and Chevalier were watching her eat. Go away, she said to Sam, and he left the room quickly. Chevalier laughed, you should be nicer to him. He could actually come in handy. Then you take him, she said between bites of chicken. Oh no, he's yours. He was grinning, and it was starting to irritate her. She knew how to stop that. I'd rather have David up here than Sam. Chevalier's eye widened, then he realized her motive and turned his head so she didn't see him smile. I am glad you find me so funny, she said, and hit him in the back of the head with the saucer from her plate. I can't help it, he told her when he grabbed the saucer and put it back on her tray. Well, try harder, she said, grabbing another piece of chicken. You have no idea how absolutely adorable you are. Part of his mind told him to shut up, but he ignored it. You are just so tiny and the baby makes you look fragile and about to fall forward all the time. You have such a vicious attitude and it's endearing when I realize that you actually think you are tough. Just as he finished with a warm smile on his face, he felt the heel of Emily's left foot connect with his lower jaw, breaking it in two and displacing half of it. Damn it, Em, he said as his jaw reattached. Did you hurt yourself? She kicked at him again and her eyes flared as he dodged the kick. He put his hands on her feet and held them to the bed. Stop it. I am not tiny, she said, glaring at him. Okay, he told her, holding his face steady. I am not fragile. Okay. I am not weak. Dear, you are far from weak, he agreed. Get out, she said angrily. Chevalier nodded and stood up. He felt a piece of chicken bone hit him in the back as he stepped out the door and shut it behind him. Both Kyle and Sam were out in the antechamber and looked up at him. Temperamental, he asked Sam. Sam nodded, every one of them. That's an understatement, he said, leaving the antechamber and disappearing into the hallway. Emily looked down the hallway curiously, and watched as a row of tall haiku in dark blue robes visited with each other with the full hoods covering their faces. She inched closer to see if she could see who they were or what they were talking about, then became irritated when she got even closer and all she could hear was the tone of their voices. Crouching low, Emily quickly maneuvered into the room and slipped under the table to hide under the tablecloth. She crawled under the table toward them, and stopped when she came face to face with Kyle. He was looking at her, frustrated. What are you doing? He whispered angrily. He was also in a long blue robe, but his hood was pulled back. Emily cringed and crawled back the way she came. She knew she was about to get chastised for this. Once she was safely in the hallway, away from the robed figures, Kyle grabbed her arm. You promised, he whispered harshly, leading her back to her room. I want to know what's going on, she said. We told you, it's more important today than ever that you stay in your room. You swore to us you do that and here I find you running around. He was glaring at her. Just tell me, she begged. No, get back upstairs. Emily set her jaw and crossed her arms. No. Chevalier grabbed her arm from behind her. What are you doing out here? He hissed. I want to know what's going on, she told him again, and her eyes widened when she saw he was also in a long blue robe. Get upstairs, now, he said, through gritted teeth. Emily knew when she was about to cross the line, and she allowed Chevalier to lead her back upstairs, not saying a word. The guard on duty at her door gasped when he saw Chevalier leading Emily down the hallway. It had been his job to keep her in her room. He watched Chevalier nervously as he roughly pulled Emily into her room. Kyle followed them and shut the door, glaring at the guard. What do you think you redoing, Emily? Chevalier asked her angrily. I don't like being a prisoner in my own room, she said, facing him and rubbing her arm. You promised, he said. Oh, I see, and neither of us ever breaks a promise, she hissed at him. Stay up here, he said, and headed for the door. No. Chevalier spun toward her. Your blood could cost you your life today. These haiku do not know you. They aren't used to the scent, and I am personally not up to fighting off the 11 of them that are coming. Then just tell me what's going on. Fine, remaking a new haiku, he said, angry. She smiled. Oh, can I watch? No, he shouted at her, and she jumped. Stay here. If I catch you out again, I'll have no choice but to stick you in prison for the day, Kyle said to her. You wouldn't, She knew as soon as she said it, that he wasn't, lying. Watch me, Kyle hissed, and left as he pulled his hood up. How are you getting out? Just tell me. Chevalier's voice was softer now that Kyle was gone. She frowned. Why should I tell you? So you can lock me up any time you think I might stub my toe. It's more dangerous than that and you know it. Why? Just because the haiku can resist my blood. She wasn't convinced. Making a haiku is dangerous. We have to turn ourselves over to our instincts and it's not safe for any mortal, let alone you. I realize you don't understand how appetizing you smell to the haiku, but trust me on this, you wouldn't last long. He reached up and touched her cheek softly. She lowered her eyes and sat on the bed watching him. He knew she still wasn't happy, but at least she would be safe here away from what was going on. Fine. Stay here. I can protect you from that many haiku. He smiled slightly and walked out of the room, pulling his hood up. He joined the other haiku in the foyer moments later. Shall we head down? He asked and they nodded and followed him through a hidden wall and down into a large room. The room was round, with no windows or seats, and the only door was the one they had come in through. The dirt floors and low ceiling made the entire room feel stuffy and uncomfortably closed. Quietly, the 12 haiku in blue robes lined the walls and a low hum escaped them. They were as still as statues when the door opened again. A haiku in a black robe stepped into the room followed by a mortal. He was tall and slender with black hair and a long goatee. He glanced at them nervously and moved to the center of the room and looked around. Chevalier spoke, though it was hard to tell who was speaking. The hoods blocked all light from their faces and they were all perfectly still. Mortal, do you know where you are? Chevalier asked. I do, he said, turning slightly toward the voice. Do you know what is about to happen? I do. He was sweating nervously. Do you do so willingly and without coercion? I do. His voice began to shake. Proceed, Chevalier said to the haiku in black. The mortal dropped to his knees and looked up at the haiku in black. He heard hisses from around the room as the haiku held him down while the 12 haiku in blue converged on him and began to feed. He screamed in agony as 13 sets of sharp teeth sank into his soft flesh and he could feel the life draining out of him. Just when the mortal was about to lose consciousness, He felt something pressed against his lips and he opened his mouth. At first, the salty blood was repulsive, but as he tasted more of it, he found himself drawn to it. It numbed the pain of the bites that covered his body, and replenished the blood that was ceremoniously being drained from him. The 12 haiku in the blue robes pulled away from the man and stood back along the circular walls. The haiku in the black robe stayed knelt by the man as the man drank heartily from her wrist. After a few minutes, the haiku stood up and pulled herself forcefully away from the almost dead man. The haiku then took a stick and wrote runes in the dirt around the man as he began to convulse, his eyes rolled back in his head. The 12 in blue began to chant and sway slightly in place as the runes were written. When she was done, she took the stick she had written with and brought it high above the seizing man, and then plunged it deep into his chest, piercing his heart. The screams echoed off of the walls as blood poured from his chest and congealed around the runes. Slowly, they began to glow and the light from them shone brightly on the stone ceiling. The haiku in the room all grew silent and watched as the mortal man began to change into the immortal. When his seizing stopped, he fell motionless to the cold, dirt floor. Blood no longer poured from him, and his chest was no longer rising and falling. Chevalier pulled back his hood quickly and went to the man and knelt. "What happened?" Kyle asked, joining him. Chevalier reached out and touched the man's neck. He's dead. "He can be dead," Elder Celeste said, also dropping her hood. Chevalier stood up, his eyes wide. "What happened?" He scanned the room as the rest of the haiku dropped their hoods and looked at the man, surprised. "No one has ever died during the process," Celeste said, kneeling down to verify for herself. Celeste sharply inhaled as she found no traces of life in the man. Elder Leonid stepped forward. "If he's dead, then what killed him?" Chevalier shook his head. "I don't know." The haiku in the black robe pulled her hood down and fell beside the man. "Mike." Her eyes were horrified as she took his hand in hers and looked over his body. Kyle touched her shoulder lightly. "He's gone, Corinne." "No, he can be," she yelled, lowering her head. If the immortal could cry, she would be. Elder Celeste was still looking around at the haiku gathered. "This has never failed. For thousands of years, this has never killed a mortal." Chevalier looked around the room. Something had to have been done wrong. Elder Leonid moved to Chevalier's side. "This is an experienced group of haiku, what could have gone wrong?" Elder Celeste spoke up first. "We all saw what happened, and nothing went wrong." "Could he have been sick?" Kyle asked. "No," Corinne told him. "He passed the physical requirements, he was healthy." "We are sorry, Corinne, there's nothing we could do," Elder Celeste told her, and touched her shoulder lightly. The robed figures all walked out of the round ceremonial room and back into the foyer. They were quietly contemplating what happened and no one spoke. The tension in the air was thick. Each haiku looked at the others, wondering who had done something wrong. The two elders present said their goodbyes first and headed out to the helicopter that was waiting for them. The rest left on foot for their houses out on the island. Chevalier and Kyle were all that was left in the foyer, and they were deep in conversation in the corner when a commotion sounded up the stairs. Shouting came from up the white marble staircase. Kyle looked up the stairs, his mind finding it hard to grasp another tragedy when the body of the mortal still lay downstairs on the cold earth. Chevalier sighed and headed back toward his office. Any emergency could be handled by his staff. He had to find out how a mortal died in his house during a routine ceremony that had been done successfully for thousands of years. When he heard Emily's name, he flew up the stairs barely passing Kyle on his way. Chevalier entered Emily's room and focused in on her. Emily was lying in bed, unmoving. A trickle of blood fell from her nose. Chevalier yelled at her guard to call Dr. Edwards and get him here on the helicopter. Kyle noticed the hesitation by the guard and took the orders himself. Chevalier sat down beside Emily and touched her softly. Sam shifted from one corner of her room to the next and watched everyone carefully. Emily did move. The red stain below her head told him she had been bleeding for a while before it was noticed. He watched her breathing, it was slow and steady, as if she were simply sleeping. "What happened?" he yelled at the guard. "We just had a feeling that we needed to check on her, and when we knocked, she did answer. We thought she snuck out again, so we came in and found her here like this. She would answer us, and there was blood pooling under her head." He was in a panic, afraid of what the chief enforcer would do to them. His temper was legendary. Chevalier took Emily's hand in his. If you can hear me, squeeze my hand." He waited a few seconds. "Come on Emily, just squeeze it." He sat with her, holding her hand and watching her breathe as he waited for Kyle to return with the doctor. He breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the familiar sounds of the helicopter landing on the roof. Dr. Edwards ran into the room, his black bag ready. "What happened?" He began by pulling out his stethoscope and listening to her heart and lungs while Chevalier explained. "The guards found her like this. She was fine when I saw her 2 hours ago." He watched the doctor carefully. He put the stethoscope away and began pressing his hands down her back, on her abdomen, desperately trying to find a reason for her to be unconscious. "Has she had nosebleeds before?" the doctor asked. "Yes, some lately, they come with a headache," Chevalier explained. "She's bleeding from her ears, too." "Have you seen that?" "No." "Any triggers for the nosebleeds?" "Stress. Hunger." The doctor grabbed a small monitor and pricked Emily's finger. He put a drop of her blood onto the monitor, and then waited for it to finish. Chevalier suddenly looked up at Kyle, and both of them had wide eyes. There was a trigger, overuse of her abilities that could kill a haiku. Kyle finally spoke. No triggers we can find." Chevalier turned and looked at Emily. He wondered if that small person, who looked so pale and delicate on the bed, could prevent a ritual older than her own species. He could tell the doctor was getting frustrated. "Her blood pressure is good, her blood sugar is good, and I can find an injury. I may need to get her back to the hospital." "Make arrangements to move her to the hospital in Bangor," Chevalier said to the doctor. He nodded and went to the balcony to make the calls. Kyle ordered everyone out of the room and moved up to Chevalier. "Sir, could she have done that?" he whispered. Chevalier hesitated, and then answered, "It's the only explanation." "But was it a conscious effort?" Sam hissed at them from the corner, and when they turned to him, they saw he was glaring at them both. They turned back to each other, ignoring the moody familiar. "She wouldn't do that, would she?" Kyle asked. "I hope not," Chevalier said, taking her hand. "I am not sure how I deal with that." Emily brought her hands to her head and groaned. "Emily?" Chevalier asked, looking down at her. "My head," she whispered. Kyle ran to the balcony and got the doctor, who came back in instantly. "Emily?" he asked, sitting on the edge of her bed. "Make it stop," she whispered, her hands digging into the hair on the side of her head. "What's wrong, Emily?" the doctor asked and pulled a small pen light out of his pocket. "Please, make it stop," she whispered again. "She said it was her head," Chevalier told the doctor. The doctor readied his light, then pulled her eyelid back and gasped. Chevalier looked down and saw that the whites of her eyes were now blood red and her pupils were dilated. He checked her other eye and it was the same. "What causes that?" Chevalier asked. The doctor shook his head, with the headache. "I am thinking either an infection or a tumor." Chevalier stiffened. "I've made the arrangements, let's get her to the hospital," the doctor said, grabbing his bag. Chevalier picked Emily up and she screamed out in pain. He threw a blanket over her, and beat the doctor to the helicopter, then cradled Emily in his lap and fastened the belt over them both. When the doctor climbed in, he dropped a bag on the floor that Sam had packed, and the helicopter rose and quickly took off. Emily was unconscious again. Chapter 10, Bangor. Chevalier watched from behind safety glass as Emily was moved into the long MRI tube and the loud machine started up. He didn't need the safety glass. He wanted to be in there with her, but he had to keep up pretenses. Dr. Edwards had turned Emily over to Dr. Bell, a neurosurgeon at the University of Maine Medical Center. It was Dr. Bell that was there with him now, watching the monitors. He opted to keep Emily sedated during the MRI, so she hadn't been awake since the last few moments in the bedroom. Dr. Bell turned when the door opened and two other doctors entered. Chevalier, this is Dr. Nelson, she is a neonatal specialist. Chevalier shook hands with the older woman. And this is Dr. Anderson, he is a perinatologist. Chevalier nodded and also shook this doctor's hand. Dr. Bell continued, I.V.E. called them in case we need to deliver the baby because of Emily's health. Chevalier froze, deliver the baby? Now. We have to be ready for anything. These two are as good as you, find in the US and I.V.E. called them to consult on what we find on the MRI. Dr. Bell said. We need to make sure that what's happening isn't going to affect the rest of the pregnancy. If it does, we have to make the choice whether to take the baby 3 months early or try to let Emily make it until she's closer to 35 weeks, Dr. Anderson said. Can the baby make it now? Chevalier asked, his eyes concerned. Dr. Nelson spoke, it is possible, but not without great risk. The only way we would take the baby is if it's a risk to Emily's life to continue the pregnancy. As far as we can tell, the baby is fine. Chevalier nodded as two nurses pulled Emily out of the MRI tube and moved her to a gurney. They wheeled her out and Chevalier met them out in the hallway, and then followed them to a private room in the ICU. Returning off the sedative, one nurse told him. She should wake up in a few minutes. Chevalier nodded and watched them leave. He pulled the curtains for more privacy, and moved the chair up by the bed as he took her hand in his. As Emily began to stir, Chevalier put one hand over the IV in her arm and took her hand in his other. Emily, he asked softly. She looked up at him and her eyes were no longer red. Chev? Where am I? In Bangor, in the hospital, he said, putting his hand against her shoulder as she tried to sit up. Why? What happened? She looked around shocked. What's the last thing you remember? He asked. I was going to lay down and take a nap. I was feeling kind of tired, she told him. How bad is the headache? He touched his lips lightly to her forehead. I don't have a headache. He looked into her eyes and she looked alert and full of energy. Chevalier frowned, slightly confused, and pushed the button. Yes, the voice asked over the speaker. Send in Dr. Bell, please, Chevalier said, still watching Emily. Let me sit up, she said, pushing against his hand. He relented and helped her sit up, still holding his hand over her IV. Emily looked around, and her eyes focused on the IV bag. She paled a bit and pulled on Chevalier's hand. Let me have it? He couldn't help but grin. No, this time leaving it in. What have we here? Dr. Bell asked, walking into the room. He stopped just inside the door and looked at Emily, surprised. She frowned. Where's Dr. Edwards? He's not based out of this hospital. I am Dr. Bell. He stepped forward and shook her hand. How are you feeling? Fine, she said as he shined a light in her eyes. The headache. He checked the monitors. No headache. She watched as he checked her IV and pulled a strip off of the heart monitor. None at all. He felt along her jaw and the back of her head. None. Any pain? Tingles? Anything at all? He picked up her chart and schemed through it. Nothing. Can I get my IV out? She asked. The doctor looked up at her, and then down to her hand. She was pulling at Chevalier's fingers as he held tightly over the IV site. I'll take it out if you give her half a chance, Chevalier said when the doctor looked up questioningly. I promise, let go. Chevalier grinned at her, no. Before the doctor could stop her, Emily stood up and pulled her arm. Let go, Chev. Lay down, the doctor said sternly. Emily winced and sat down on the edge of the bed. You'll have to teach me how to do that, Chevalier mumbled to the doctor. Well, I don't know. I guess I'll watch you tonight and, if nothing changes, you can go home. He glanced again at her chart and left with a confused look on his face. I have to ask you something, Chevalier said, trying to get up the nerve. She looked over at him. You want to know if I'll leave my IV in? Which I will, I promise. I am serious, he said, watching her eyes. Emily frowned. What's wrong? Yesterday, during the ceremony, the man died? I am so sorry. Does that happen a lot? She took his hand in hers. Never, not in thousands of years of turning mortals into haiku. What happened? She wasn't quite sure she liked where this was going. How mad were you when we made you stay in your room? Emily let go of his hand and crossed her arms over her chest. What are you implying? I am not saying you did it on purpose, Em. You think I killed him? She turned away from him, too mad to even look at him. It's all I can come up with. I don't think you did it on purpose, but you have to see the similarities. The nosebleeds, feeling dizzy, all of that happened after you killed the Valle in their city. He tried to touch her shoulder, but she jerked away from him. Just go, she snapped at him. Emily, please, I am not blaming you. I just wanted to know what you remember, he said softly. She didn't answer him, but laid down on the bed and pulled the covers up, then turned off the lights in the room with the remote. Chevalier sighed. I'll be back in the morning to get you. Emily glared at the door long after he left. How could he blame her for killing that poor man? How could he even insinuate that she would do such a thing? She realized that he did have a point about the nosebleeds and the headaches. She didn't remember anything after going to bed. She sat up and looked at the wall while the night replayed in her mind. She'd gotten kind of dizzy, so she laid down when she felt extremely tired. That's all she remembered. She wasn't mad when she laid down, she was infuriated. She remembered thinking about sneaking out. It wasn't hard. What if she had done it? She sat and wondered about how dangerous she was to the haiku. What if she didn't have the control she thought she did? What if her being on that island constantly put everyone at risk? She thought she had control. She could do it when she wanted, but what if she couldn't stop it? Her mind whirred with the realization that she wasn't in control. She had killed that man. There were just too many signs. There's only one thing she could think of to do. She went through the bag that Sam packed for her and found it buried deep, her wallet. Emily winced as she yanked out her IV and dressed quickly. An ICU nurse saw her and came into the room. You are supposed to be lying down, she said sternly. I am checking out, Emily told her, and tied her hair into a low pony. You can just leave. The nurse's eyes were wide. Watch me, Emily said, looking around the room for anything she might have left. The nurse ran out of the room to get the doctor and Emily sat down to slip on her shoes, another item Sam thought to pack. She noticed that Chevalier had left his coat, so she pulled it on and headed out to the nurse's station. Dr. Bell ran at her as she stepped out of her room. "Emily, you can, go." "Nothing's wrong with me," she said, watching him. "We don't know that." "We need to keep watching you," he said, frustrated. Emily knew it was wrong, but she had to get away. She hoped this wouldn't get Chevalier into too much trouble. The entire reason she was leaving was to save him the pain of another unexpected death. "Doctor, I have to get away, now, while he's gone," she said softly, not meeting his eyes. The doctor gasped, "Did he? My God, did he do something to you?" Emily cringed inside and nodded. "We can call the police." The doctor nodded to the nurse. "No, I am going to just go away while he's not here." The doctor nodded and handed her a form marked AMA and Emily signed it. She hated the look in his eyes. He was furious with Chevalier, and angry that a patient had to sneak out, one that may still need medical attention. "Thank you, Dr. Bell," Emily said, and left the hospital with her bag. She caught a taxi easily and watched the city roll by as he made his way to the airport. "Bangor International, ma'am," the driver said as he pulled up to the terminal. She handed him the fare and a hefty tip. "Please, do me a favor." The driver was watching her suspiciously. "Depends, ma'am. My husband, he can know where you took me. Please, if he contacts you, don't tell him anything." She gave him a teary look and he stiffened. "Are you in some kind of trouble?" he asked her. "You could say that," she said as she climbed out of the taxi and grabbed her bag. Emily decided she would go to New Mexico. Her father had some family there. She'd last seen them at her dad's funeral. The Flynns were nice to her and always sent Christmas cards with cryptic messages. She knew they had a large ranch outside of Carlsbad, and hoped that they could use a field hand while she got back on her feet, once the baby was born, that is. Emily tried to call her uncle from the airport, but no one answered. She left a fast message about coming for a visit, and told them she'd call again from Albuquerque. The ticket booth was busy, and the lady behind the desk seemed irritated. "The next flight we have to Albuquerque isn't until 3:30 am. What about a connecting flight that may come out earlier?" "That's all we have, lady." "How far along are you anyway?" "We won't let anyone fly without a doctor's note if they are further than 32 weeks along." Her nasally voice carried well, and the other passengers all glanced at Emily. "I am only 30 weeks, and I'll take that flight," she said nervously. She mentally calculated the funds Sam left her and what she had in her bank account. She had just enough after the flight to get a hotel room and some food if the need arose. After that, she would be broke. She was mad at herself for not finding out where the money from the sale of the Montana ranch was. The flight attendant took Emily's bag and gave her a ticket. The wait through security was brutal. The line was long and Emily kept glancing around her for any sign of a haiku. She knew it wasn't only Chevalier that would be looking for her, but she also knew the scent of her blood sent strange haiku into a feeding frenzy. She felt relieved when she got out of the security line after 2 long hours. Her flight was still 6 hours away when she sat down at the terminal. She had thought to pull her book out of her bag before checking it. She glanced around the terminal again and began to read, then put it down when she read the same page 3 times and still didn't know what happened. There was no use trying to read, she kept scanning the crowd for any sign of a haiku. "What do you mean she checked out?" Chevalier asked the doctor, shocked. The doctor glared at him. "Just what it sounds like. She checked out, and you, re lucky I didn't call the police." Chevalier frowned. Why would you do that? You know, I still have half a mind to have you arrested. The doctor put down a clipboard and watched Chevalier angrily. Where did she go? Chevalier was confused. Like I would tell you, Dr. Bell, snapped. What is going on? Chevalier asked, getting angry. Why would you call the police and I demand to know where she went? Dr. Bell stood up and leaned across the table toward Chevalier. Chevalier took a step back. No one talked to him like this, and no one confronted him in such a manner. His eyes flared, the doctor was overstepping. You listen to me. That girl was very anxious to get away from you, and I won, to be a part of the sadistic pleasures you must get out of hurting someone half your size. I hope she's gone far away, and I hope you never find her, he said irately. Chevalier fought his instincts to rip the doctor's head from his body and left the hospital. He sat in the rental car next to Kyle and slammed the car into gear, speeding away from the hospital. Where, SM? Kyle asked warily. She checked herself out, Chevalier gritted his teeth. What? When? They won, tell me. They seem to think I did something to her. Chevalier's eyes were on the road, but Kyle could tell they were dark and furious. Why would she do that? Kyle asked, mostly to himself. Probably because I told her that I suspect she accidentally killed our mortal, Chevalier sighed. Okay, so where would she go? Let's just go get her back. I don't know where she would go. As far as I know, she doesn't have any family and Keith pretty much did away with friends. She couldn't have had any money unless. Sam, both Chevalier and Kyle said together. Chevalier kicked the car into high gear, and within minutes, they were at the hangar and climbing into the helicopter. Chevalier hissed at the pilot to get going, and the beaches of Maine soon gave way to the ocean. Uncle Alec? Emily asked when a man answered. Emily. I got your message, he said, and he sounded excited to talk to her. I am glad. I hate to just drop in on you like this. No, we're glad to have you. Jess was so excited, she started getting the room ready the second she got home. It won't be for long, just until, well I'll talk more when I get there. Emily said, relieved. I'll send Pat up to get you, just wait there okay? Alex said. Yeah, okay, I'll wait out front for him, Emily said before hanging up. She scanned the crowds again for any sign of a Heku, but so far, she'd been lucky. She no longer looked for Chevalier or any of the Equities. She was too far away from their usual territory. Emily waited for almost 2 hours before she heard her name called. She stood up and turned to her cousin, Pat, and smiled. Pat froze on the sidewalk and looked over her, and then grinned. Good to see you, he said, hugging her. You too, Pat, thanks for this, she said, and watched him put her bag in the back of the truck. He looked at her tummy again, and then crawled into the truck. Emily hoisted herself up into the extra tall cab and buckled in. She always enjoyed the time with her cousin. He was fun to be around, and he seemed glad to see her. As he pulled out onto I-40, he kicked the truck into high gear and turned up the air conditioner. How are things? He asked, watching the road. You don't have to beat around the bush, she said softly. Fine then, who are you running from? My husband, actually. She watched the sandy dunes pass by the truck. Keith. No, my new husband. She'd forgotten that they would all still think she was with Keith. Good, I never liked him, Pat said, and then hesitated. When's the baby due? In 3 months. Pat nodded, and they sat in silence for a while. Mom will be even happier to have you around when she knows a baby is coming, Pat said, grinning. I hope to not be here that long. I just need to find a job and get me an apartment. She watched her hands. It's none of my business, I know that, but you, family. Did he hurt you? Pat asked, his hands tight on the steering wheel. She looked at him, no. Then why are you running from him, he questioned. It's a long story. If you want to talk, he offered, but didn't he ask any more about that? Where is she? Chevalier asked, pushing Sam into the wall. I have no idea. She didn't tell me she was leaving, Sam said, standing up straight. You helped her, though, didn't you? What was in that bag? Money. He took a step toward Sam, his hands clenched into tight fists. Clothes, shoes, and yes, money. Where would she go? She must have family or friends she's gone to. Kyle asked, and grabbed Sam's shoulder. If she wanted you to know, she would have told you, Sam said, moments before he was knocked to the ground by a backhand from Kyle. Tell me. Chevalier stood over him, crouched to attack. No, Sam said, and ducked low to the ground. Chevalier picked Sam up by his neck. Tell me, now. Sam shook his head, unable to catch a breath. Let's all calm down and try this again, Kyle suggested, and Chevalier put Sam back on his feet. I am not going to tell you where she could have gone, and to be honest, I don't know as though she'd have gone there anyway. I don't know what the big deal is, she'd be gone in 3 months anyway, Sam said, straightening his clothing. Why don't you tell us where she could have gone then, Kyle said, trying to be calm. What do you mean she'd be gone in 3 months anyway? Chevalier hissed. No, he told Kyle, and then turned to Chevalier. You know. Winchester women, most of them die during childbirth. What? Chevalier and Kyle both said together. You didn't study the Winchester family enough then. The women are small-boned. Most of them die during childbirth, Sam said casually. Chevalier growled deeply. Define most, Kyle said, and took a step toward Sam. Come now, you had to have known. Why do you think there were so few descendants from Elizabeth and Lord Ulrich, even after 300 years? Most of the Winchester women only had one child. Sam backed away as he saw the look on Chevalier's face. Does Emily know this? Kyle asked. Probably not. Sam raised his eyebrows. Emily's mother had 2 children, Chevalier snapped. Yes, she did, and she didn't die during the second birth either. I said most, not all. But look at Emily's size, and then yours, that baby is going to be too big for her. Sam seemed unconcerned and uncaring. Where is she? Chevalier asked, again advancing on Sam. I won't tell you without her permission, Sam told him, stepping back. He found himself backed against the wall. Chevalier grabbed Sam by the throat and threw him violently across the room. He smashed into the stone wall and crumpled to the floor. Thank you, this is perfect, Emily said, looking around the tiny bunkhouse. Her Aunt Jess had been excited to see Emily and was even more excited that Emily was pregnant. Neither her aunt, nor her uncle, asked about her reasons for being there. They welcomed her with open arms and an invitation to join their staff on the ranch. Emily accepted and agreed to start a month after the baby was born. Aunt Jess offered to watch the baby during the days, and Emily was given one of the bunkhouses as her own. They left her alone in the tiny bunkhouse so she could get settled. Emily looked around the room, and then buried her face in her hands to cry. She's upset, damn it. How can I tell what she's feeling, but can tell where she is? Chevalier growled. There has to be a way to find out where she went. Maybe we should check with Bangor International, see if she's on a manifest, Kyle suggested. Storm's already on it. So far, the red tape is stopping her from finding anything out. Chevalier was standing on Emily's balcony, watching out over the ocean. Maybe she'll come back, Chief. Depends on why she left. If she left for her benefit, then she'll rethink it and come back. If she left for my benefit, then she won, be back, he said quietly. Kyle nodded. He knew it was true. Emily wouldn't stay away from Chevalier for long unless she felt she was a danger or a threat to him. After what happened at the ceremony, Kyle felt pretty sure he knew which reason she had. Chevalier sighed when his cell phone rang. He hesitated, and then clicked it open. What? Chev, she said softly. Emily. Emily, where are you? He asked, gasping. Kyle watched him carefully. I just wanted to let you know I am okay, she whispered. Please, come back. His voice was pleading. No, I can, Why not? You belong here. It's too dangerous. I can, hurt anyone here. Where are you? I love you, she said, and he heard the phone disconnect. Chevalier pushed through the last call, and the ID came up as restricted. He growled and slammed the phone down on the table. She's not coming back. Kyle assumed, but had to ask. No, she thinks she'll hurt someone here, Chevalier hissed, and blurred out of the room. Emily woke up at the crack of dawn. Pregnant or not, she wasn't going to be a burden to her aunt and uncle. She dressed quickly and headed out to do some of the early chores. Easiest, she figured, was to collect the eggs and feed the chickens. That task was done in only half an hour. She put the basket full of eggs on the kitchen table in the ranch house, and then put on some coffee. The other ranch hands were beginning to come out as she went into the barn to feed the horses. Emily remembered when she was growing up, her dad would bring her here and she always loved their barn. It was much larger than hers back in Montana, and housed twice as many horses, all lined up in shiny, clean stalls. She pried open the feed and scooped out a bucket full, then headed to the first of the horse stalls. What do we have here? She heard a gruff voice say from behind her. She turned and smiled at the man standing behind her, watching her suspiciously. Hi, I am Emily. She put the feed down and went to shake his hand. That's right, Pat mentioned you, be helping out. He was grinning broadly, and Emily felt uncomfortable at the way his eyes trailed down her body. She turned and grabbed the bucket and went back to feeding the horses. You need any help, Tiny? He asked. Emily cringed at the tiny comment, but kept working, trying to ignore the feel of his eyes on her back. No, I am good, she said. Yeah, you are, Aaron, you? He asked, laughing as he left the barn. You in here? Pat called from the doorway. Yeah, back here, she yelled from the back stall in the barn. Mom said she doesn't think you should be working, you know, until after the baby. She could hear his footsteps coming closer. I am fine, Pat. I can sit around doing nothing for 3 months, she said, dumping a bucket full of oats into the feeder. Well, anyway, she wants you to come eat breakfast, Pat told her, and then leaned up against the stall. Tell her I'll be right there. Heard you met Jeff, Pat said, grinning. Emily handed Pat the bucket and headed toward the door. Done, mind him, he's a jerk. Pat dropped the bucket and ran to catch up with her. Yes, he's quite friendly, he. Pat smiled at her sarcasm. He does a good job, that why we keep him, not for his people skills. Pat held the door open for Emily. She stepped into the house and the smell of fresh bacon and eggs filled the kitchen. Smells great, Jess, Emily said, sitting at the table. I talked to Alec, and we decided we don't want you working until after the baby comes, Jess said, piling large amounts of food on Emily's plate. I can, sit around. I only got the eggs and fed the horses, easy enough. Emily told her. She hadn't eaten since the previous day on the airplane, and she was starving. I guess that should be okay. Nothing more though, okay. Jess said, and poured Emily a cup of coffee before sitting down. Agreed, Emily said, still eating. Do you need to talk, dear? Jess asked, watching Emily carefully. Emily shook her head. She couldn't talk about any of that now. We worried about you. We did hear from you after Alan died, and then we heard you sold the ranch. Jess wasn't going to drop it like Pat had. I had to. I couldn't handle the ranch on my own after Keith left. Emily thought that sounded like a compelling enough reason. Where is the baby's father? Jess asked suddenly. Emily swallowed a dry bite of egg, no longer hungry. He's back east. Jess touched Emily's ring, that's a very beautiful ring, so unique. Emily glanced down at the ring and felt the sting of tears in her eyes. She turned back to her food to hide it from Jess. Does he know where you are? Jess whispered, touching Emily's hand lightly. Emily shook her head, still pretending to be eating. Do you need help getting a divorce? Jess was only trying to be helpful, but that was too much and Emily buried her face in her hands. Jess wrapped her arms around her knees. Please, Emmy, let me help. Emily shook her head again. There's nothing anyone can do. You, helping me more than I could ever ask for. Jess kissed her on the top of her head and let her go. If you need anything, just ask. I will, I promise, Emily said, and got up to clean her plate. No, let me do that, her aunt said, pulling the dish rag from Emily's hand. Honestly, Jess, I have to do something. I'll go crazy sitting around. Emily took the dish from Jess and began to dry them. Too much thinking time. Jess guessed. Yes. Why don't you take a horse out, go explore the property, Jess suggested, and Emily's face lit up. Would that be okay? Of course, dear, take whichever horse you like, Jess said, smiling. She felt better now that Emily seemed excited about something. Actually, don't take that Arabian, he's not broken in very well and he's moody. Emily's heart ached at her aunt's words, so she hurried out of the house and into the barn. She entered the barn and checked out what options she had. The Arabian looked nothing like Chevalier's horse, so she felt a little better, less to remind her of him. Emily chose a quiet thoroughbred mare and slipped a bridle on her before taking her out of the stall. She eyed the saddles, and decided bareback would probably be best. She wasn't sure she could get the saddle onto the tall horse. You need help, Tiny. She heard the gruff voice from behind her and sighed. No, I am pretty sure I can handle this, she said, irritated, and turned toward Jeff. Jeff was scanning her body again, and she gritted her teeth. Fine, you sure you can bareback such a strong horse? That's a lot of power between those little legs. He was grinning. Emily's eyes narrowed. Guess that's something you wouldn't know anything about then, eh? Oh well, Aaron, you a little spitfire. Jeff walked past her and patted her butt quickly before disappearing into the next room. Emily growled and got onto a bale of hay to hoist herself onto the horse. She clicked her tongue and took off slowly across the closest pasture. The sheep looked up at her lazily. She, always preferred cows, something about the sheep made her annoyed. Soon she was past the pasture and following a small stream. The ranch was beautiful. It was quiet and serene, just what she needed to clear her head. Her aunt and uncle's ranch was a lot bigger than she remembered. She, ridden for almost an hour before she reached the property line. She glanced around her, and then decided to head back the way she, come. It was amazing to her how good it felt to be out on a horse again. Chevalier had been so concerned about her on a horse while pregnant, that she hadn't taken Putra out in a few months. Sam was watching the animals now. She, left him strict orders to watch over them if she wasn't able. Her heart sank as she thought of Sam. She hadn't forgiven him for his betrayal, but he, somehow known she may need to make a hasty departure, and packed her bag for it. Because of that, she was able to get away quickly and without any trouble. Howdy, shortcake. She cringed when she heard Jeff's voice behind her. What do you want? She asked, irritated. Jeff pulled his mare up beside Emily. You always this cranky or just when you knocked up? Emily turned and glared at him. Are you always an asshole or just, oh wait, never mind, must be all the time? Jeff grinned at her. You all talk or are you as tough as you act, Tiny? It's Emily. She scowled at him. Yes, I know. He was still grinning. She looked back toward the path she was following. Are you just here to irritate me or did you want something? Oh, I want something, he said, and she could feel his eyes on her again. She glared at him. Why don't you go away? Hoo-ee-ee-ee. How I love me a redhead, Jeff said, and pulled his horse closer to Emily. She tried to ignore him and just focused on the sound of the wind through the trees, but then he kept talking. If you ever get lonely in that bunkhouse, I am in the one next to yours. I bet you could use a real man to roll with, he said, pulling his horse away from her and galloping toward the ranch house. Emily shuddered and wrinkled her nose. She suddenly missed Chevalier. He, never treated her like an object, never treated her as if she were good for only one thing. She felt her eyes filling with tears again as she thought of him, the way he wrapped his arms around her, and kissed the top of her head. She missed the way he chuckled at her temper or got angry when she escaped. Things that irritated her a few days ago were now something she missed. A sound off into the trees made Emily stop and turn. She watched the trees, sure she, heard someone hiss. After a few minutes of scanning the woods, she kicked her horse and headed back to the ranch. What is she doing in New Mexico? Chevalier asked when Storm told him about her flight. I don't know. It took me a week just to find out where she, flown to. Storm looked down at the manifest. Chevalier sighed. Anything else? Nothing, sir. VE called every taxi company in Albuquerque, and no one matching her description got a ride from the airport. She watched him for a second, and then left his office when he did answer. Chevalier stared down at his little silver phone. He warned everyone not to use it. He wanted it available for Emily if she ever decided to call again. He was watching it when it began to ring and vibrate across the table. Emily, he answered. Her voice was timid and soft. Hi. Please, tell me where you are, he begged. I can, Chev, this is safer. I just wanted to hear your voice. She sounded scared and alone. I miss you. It was silent for a few moments while she composed herself. I miss you, too. Come back, we can work on this. It was one accident. His voice was panicked. He wasn't used to being out of control, but she held the reins on this one. She had to initiate the phone call. She knew how to get in touch with him, and he knew nothing. which infuriated him. Only one innocent life taken by me, is that what you, re-saying? She tried to sound mad, but wasn't able to pull it off. We can work on this, together, Chevalier said, and then growled when he heard the click of the disconnected line. Emily ducked into the chicken coop. She, forgotten how much she hated chickens as she booted the hens off of their nests and gathered the eggs. She already had a routine, and her aunt and uncle stopped asking her personal questions and just let her get on with her life. Jess hooked Emily up with an obstetrician in town, and she had an appointment that morning. She already came up with a lie for the doctor, so he would need to contact Dr. Edwards for her records. She had to be careful not to lead Chevalier anywhere near New Mexico. Emily. Come on, we're going to be late, Pat called from outside. Emily grabbed the basket of eggs and ducked out of the small coop. She handed the basket to Jess, who was waiting by the truck for them. Okay, I am ready, she said, and crawled into the truck with Pat. He offered to drive her into the doctor because she didn't have a car yet. The doctor's office was small and quaint and smelled like disinfectant. Emily filled out form after form, making sure her previous address was listed in Montana, and her previous doctor listed as deceased. It seemed macabre to her, but she couldn't risk it. Emily, she heard the nurse call, and she smiled at Pat before following the nurse into the room. The nurse was quiet and efficient and didn't ask many questions. She took Emily's blood pressure, frowned, took it again, and then weighed Emily as she blushed. The doctor was pleasant. He was older and had a twinkling smile. He glanced over her chart carefully, then sat down. It's very good to meet you, Emily. I was surprised when Jess called and told me about you. He smiled at her and she instantly liked him. Yeah, it was unexpected. She didn't know what else to say. Your blood pressure is running high, have you had that problem? He asked, concerned. No, she lied. I'll keep an eye on it. I see your due date is still 2 months away. Yes. That's one big baby then. He smiled warmly. She loved to watch his eyes, and the way they twinkled when he spoke. Big Dad, she said, looking at the ground. Is the dad around? He asked as he poked around her belly. No, she replied, and then turned her face away from him. I see. Any complaints? Complications? Anything out of the ordinary? He asked, sitting down with her chart. Not really. Okay, all looks well then. I'll want you back in a week. I want to keep track of the size of that baby. If it gets much bigger, I'll have to deliver early. He sounded like it was no big deal, but Emily's insides turned. Early. Her voice was shaky. Yes, if he gets too big, I'll make the delivery difficult. It's purely routine. She believed him when he smiled. Emily nodded, she suddenly wasn't sure she could do this alone. Next week then, the doctor asked, shaking her hand. Sure, next week. She slipped off the table and met Pat in the front office. They drove in silence for a while before Pat spoke. How did it go? Fine, baby,'s too big, though, so I have to come back next week, Emily said, looking out the window. Maybe the baby's not big, maybe you just small. He laughed. Emily didn't respond. Her mind was miles away on a small island in the Atlantic. Get the Ankala on it if you have to. That's their area, tell them to sniff her out, Chevalier said angrily. Chevalier. Kyle yelled. We can do that and you know it. I just don't see how a small mortal woman can elude the equids like this. How many are in New Mexico now? We have just over 50 of them out looking for her. There are a lot of open spaces, it's not easy. Kyle reminded him. Maybe it's time to get some information out of Sam, Chevalier said, looking at Kyle. Ve tried, he won, talk, Kyle told him, and threw his arms in the air. Then maybe it's my turn, Chevalier said with a malicious look. Emily laid down in the dark bunkhouse and listened to the strange sounds around her. She missed the sound of the ocean and the smell of the salty air. She turned to her side and curled up with the pillow. For hours, she tossed and turned, and began to think she forgot how to sleep. When she did finally fall asleep, she was plagued by dreams. Dreams where she died in childbirth and the baby was left with Jeff. She started the morning off the same as every morning for the past 4 weeks. She got up, showered, ate a bowl of cereal, and then went out to collect eggs, feed the horses, and milk the 2 dairy cows that were on the ranch. She enjoyed milking the cows, much more than anything to do with the sheep. Emily thought the sheep smelled badly and were profoundly stupid. She missed her cows, but tried not to think about it too much. It was awkward milking, though. She sat on the low stool, and then had to reach around her large stomach to even get to the cow. There was a small barn cat that came to meet her each morning. "Open up," she said, and squirted milk directly into the cat's mouth. She laughed when the cat caught a mouthful, and then pawed at the few drops that had landed on his whiskers. "Oh, so you can laugh," Jeff said from behind her. Emily ignored him and kept milking the cow. "Been thinking about you, Teeny," Jeff told her, now directly behind her. He reached down under her arms and pulled her off the chair. "Get your hands off of me, Jeff," Emily said, turning on him. His grin widened and he stepped toward her. She stepped back, watching him, but was soon stopped by the barn wall at her back. "I know you have a thing for me, Shortcake," he said, and put his hands on the wall by her shoulders. "In your dreams." She tried to get out from his arms, but he stopped her with his body. Jeff grinned at her. "You must be pretty lonely without your husband around." Emily brought her knee up hard, but he dodged her and laughed. "You can fight me, but I know you, love it," he said, and ran the back of his hand down the side of her breast. "If you want to keep that hand, I suggest you get it off of my wife." The voice came from behind Jeff and he spun. Chevalier and Kyle walked into the barn and Emily gasped, wide-eyed. "She apparently done, want you no more," Jeff said, clenching his fists. "That makes her free game." "Done, make me hurt you, boy," Chevalier said, taking a step toward Jeff. Jeff was a lot shorter than Chevalier, but solidly built. He did, back down as the Heku approached him. Jeff took a swing at Chevalier, but he dodged it and brought his knee up into Jeff's stomach. Jeff dropped to his knees, gasping for breath. "I warned you," Chevalier said, watching Jeff on the ground. Emily watched it all and she wasn't sure what to do. Part of her wanted to nab a horse and run, but part of her wanted to feel his arms wrapped around her. Jeff finally managed to get to his feet, and he took another swing at Chevalier. Chevalier caught Jeff's fist in his hand and clenched it. Jeff screamed when the bones in his hand began to break. "Chev, stop!" Emily screamed at him. He dropped Jeff's hand and looked at her. As soon as Jeff was free, he ran from the barn. Kyle walked toward Emily, while Chevalier stayed at the door and looked at her. Emily blushed and brushed the hay off of her clothes. She started wearing old blue coveralls that were several sizes too big for her, but once she did, mind getting dirty. Her boots were caked with manure and she was sure she smelled like the sheep. Kyle hugged her tightly, and she buried her face into his chest and wrapped her arms around him. "Come back with us," he asked. "I can, she whispered, not letting go of him. Jeff appeared in the other doorway with 4 of the ranch hands. It's time you fella left, he said, holding ice in his broken hand. Kyle glanced up at Chevalier, and then headed for the 5 men. He grabbed Jeff hard by the arm and threw him out of the barn, following him out. Chevalier and Emily were now alone. Neither of them knew what to do or what to say. Both wanted to run to the other, but neither of them moved. "You look good, Em," Chevalier said finally. She looked down at herself and cringed. "You too," she whispered and finally looked up at him. The sight of him made her heart ache. "What can I do to get you to come back with us?" he asked, and took a step towards her. "I told you, I am too dangerous to go back," she said softly. "That's not true. I got some information from Sam, and we can work around this," Chevalier said as he approached her. He reached out and took her hand in his. "I killed an innocent man, Chev." She looked at his hand, afraid to meet his eyes. "It wasn't your fault. I should have realized that you might affect the process." He took her other hand in his. "What else do we not realize about me that might hurt someone else?" "Come home," he said. Chevalier lifted her chin with his hand so she had to look at him. Her piercing green eyes sent a panic through him. What if he never saw them again? "I can risk it," she told him, and looked deeply into his eyes. "There is no risk." He brushed his lips softly against hers. Kyle stepped in, grinning, and Chevalier glared up at him. "Sorry, Chief," he said, stopping where he was. He quickly backed back out of the barn. "Emily," Chevalier was cut off by a younger, higher-pitched voice behind him. "He bothering you?" Pat asked nervously. Pat was only 16, and he was scrawny and much shorter than Chevalier. Chevalier turned on him angrily, but his posture changed when he saw that the boy was only worried about Emily's safety. "It's okay, Pat, this is my husband," Emily assured him. Pat looked around nervously. He obviously wanted to leave, but part of him was afraid to leave Emily alone with this large man. Okay, well. I'll just wait here," he said finally, and he looked at Emily to avoid Chevalier's gaze. "No, Pat, really, go back inside. I'll be in a minute." She smiled at him, and he finally left. Chevalier knew he couldn't force her to leave. He could physically, but he'd risk hurting her in the process. He moved back toward the door slowly, watching her and wondering if he would be able to live without her. Emily hesitated, and then ran into his arms. She felt his strong arms wrap tightly around her, and she buried her face in his chest and cried. She realized she'd been crying a lot lately, but these tears she couldn't stop. "I can go back," she whispered before pressing her lips to his briefly. "You don't belong here, you belong with me," he said, and stared into her eyes. She shook her head. "It's too dangerous." "No, it's not, I swear to you. Kyle and I have figured out how to do what we need to without the risk of death." He was already leading her out the barn door. "Emmy," her uncle Alec asked, approaching the barn. Chevalier had to take a second look. Alec looked exactly like Emily's father. "I am taking her home." Alec smiled broadly. "I wondered how long before she went back." "I told you I was staying," she said, shocked. "I've never seen a more miserable creature than you have been these last few weeks. Go home." He was smiling. Jess joined them. "Oh good, he came for you." I thought I was helping you," Emily said, a little hurt. "You were, dear, you were. You were also unhappy, we could see that," Jess said, and kissed Emily on the cheek. "Keep in touch please." Emily nodded and turned to look at the Humvee sitting by the barn with the black paint and dark windows. It was obviously Chevalier, S. Kyle walked out from behind the barn, grinning, and Emily frowned at him. What did you do to Jeff? Kyle looked over her head to Alec. When we leave, you might want to untie your field hands. They, rehanging, chained together, from the top of the grain silo. Alec shook his head and laughed. I told him to leave Emily alone. The three of them climbed into the Humvee and headed back to Maine. How did you find me? Emily asked as they hit I-40. Well, Storm found your flight to Albuquerque, and Sam, Chevalier sighed. Sam took some doing, but finally told us about Alan's brother. Emily nodded. Here's the deal though. One more accidental death and I am gone, no looking for me. Chevalier looked at her. Fine, as long as you let me buy you a place instead of field handing at your uncle's ranch. That would negate the no looking for me part if you already knew where I was, she pointed out. Oh true, okay, so I'll give you an account when we get back, with enough money for your own ranch, he said. She nodded and watched the farmlands fly past. When we get back, you need to see Dr. Edwards immediately. He's been bugging us daily, Kyle remembered. I've seen a doctor and everything is fine, well mostly. Chevalier frowned, mostly. Just a big baby, he said. The doctor was worried about his size and said I may have to deliver early. She held Chevalier's hand. She did tell him how terrified she was that Heku would die while she was in labor. She had less control of her abilities when there was pain involved. Kyle glanced at Chevalier in the rear-view mirror. Chapter 11, Soon. Kyle pulled the Humvee into the Hilton just as the sun began to set. Emily got out of the back of the Humvee and stretched. Chevalier grabbed her bag, and they checked into a room with Kyle in an adjacent room. The room was warm and spacious and Emily immediately began filling the jetted tub. The long ride made her back ache. She shut the door and climbed into the hot, steamy water, then leaned back and shut her eyes. She opened them again when she realized her belly was sticking out of the water and getting cold. She wet a wash rag and draped it over her, then shut her eyes again. Getting big there, Chevalier said, chuckling. She did, look up. Do you have any idea how crazy I've been? Not knowing where you were, he said, picking her foot up out of the hot water and massaging it. Emily shrugged and still did, look up. He sighed, do it again and I'll lock you in the prison. She could tell by his voice he was joking. Oh good, then I can spend more time with David. Chevalier grinned. I could always go back and get the smooth talker from Alec's ranch. Oh Jeff, yes, he's definitely my type. Chevalier reached down and pressed his lips against Emily's. She wrapped her arms around him and laughed as he picked her up out of the water and laid her down on the bed. Well, I agree with the doctor in New Mexico. If this baby doesn't stop growing, we're going to have to take it early, Dr. Edwards said after looking Emily over. How early? When's the earliest we can take it? Chevalier asked, a little too anxiously. It'd be nice if we could at least make it to 37 weeks, but I want to risk Emily's health so when I feel it's time, I'll take it, Dr. Edwards told them. Not too early. She looked from Chevalier to Dr. Edwards. How are the headaches? He asked, looking into her eyes with a scope. Fine. Bloody noses? No. Your blood pressure is still higher than I like so, bed rest, he said, writing something in her chart. What? Emily's eyes were wide. Are you kidding? Nope, full bed rest. But, no, she said after a few seconds. That's my orders, full bed rest. He looked at her. I am not kidding either. If you want to follow my orders, then LL admit you. Emily gasped and Chevalier stifled a laugh. They were back in the helicopter before Emily said anything to him. I suppose you, re-enjoying this, she scowled at him. Nope, he said seriously. I figured you, D think it was funny. No I don't, T. Who does he think has to put up with your grouchy self for the next few weeks while you, reboard in bed? Chevalier grinned. Emily slapped him on the chest and looked out the window of the helicopter. When they arrived, she dutifully sat down in her bed, then looked at the boring room and wondered how she was going to keep entertained for the next few weeks. The book on her bedside table no longer looked appealing. She didn't want to watch TV, even though Kyle bought a big screen TV for her room. She wasn't hungry, didn't want to sleep, and didn't want to stare at the ceiling again. The day finally drew to a close, and she watched the colors out the window turn from bright yellows and oranges, to dark blues and grays. Hungry, Em? Chevalier asked, bringing her tray into the room. Not really. Oh? I thought you'd be starving. He lifted the top and wrinkled his nose at the Brussels sprouts, those smell awful. I don't feel like eating. She laughed. Chevalier always questioned her taste in food, but then again, she wasn't that happy with his choice either. Are you sick? Sort of, just kinda, blah. She flipped on the TV. Chevalier curled up with her as she watched the news. There's a hurricane coming. She sat up and looked at him. Yes, I know. Here. Yes. Shouldn't we leave? Chevalier grinned. No, we have it under control. How? Her eyes narrowed. We've been here for hundreds of years. In the morning, we'll board up the windows. It's nothing to worry about. Emily ignored his blasé attitude and turned back to the TV. According to the weatherman, the hurricane was going to hit Maine the following evening and was currently a Category 4. She shivered just thinking about it. Blizzards, fine. Tornadoes, not too bad. Hurricanes, very bad. Got, Emily, Chevalier growled as she got out of bed and walked over to the balcony. She stepped out and looked up at the sky. It was perfectly clear and the stars were shining brightly. Come back, Chevalier said, gently taking her hand. Emily nodded and went back to the bed, grabbing a Brussels sprout as she passed the table. The rest of the news was the usual: wars in Iraq, deaths in Russia, and gang wars in Bangor. Late into the night she channel surfed, occasionally stopping on a cooking show or a show about maximum security prisons. Why don't you go to sleep? Chevalier asked as she started to watch an old episode of The Man from Atlantis. Not tired? How can you not be tired? It's 2 am. I've been sleeping on and off all day in this stupid bed, how could I not be awake? She decided against that show and began to go through more channels. Do you want me to get you a movie? He asked, cringing as she landed on a show featuring a woman and the 16 possible fathers for her baby. No, but if you want to be useful, why don't you go get me some ice cream and more Brussels sprouts? She turned the volume up a little on the TV. Chevalier kissed her on the forehead and left the room. As soon as he was gone, Emily got back out of bed and went out onto the balcony. In the last few hours, some clouds had appeared. She watched them for a few minutes. They were coming in fast and dark. The moon was now gone, and the wind was picking up. Movement caught Emily's eye and she glanced over toward the barn, and saw Petra and her colt out in the corral. I am going to kill him, she mumbled, and grabbed a robe before running out of the bedroom. She knew she had limited time, so she ran as fast as she could, though she admitted it was more like a swift waddle. Emily stepped out onto the cold grass in her bare feet and went into the barn. Sam, she yelled, grabbing a bridle. Yes, Ma, M. He appeared in the loft. Why is Putra outside? There's a storm coming, she said, irritated. They were restless. I let them out to get some energy out. He started down the ladder. There's a hurricane coming. She walked out into the corral as Sam followed. Yes, I know. She glared at him. Why am I the only one that didn't know this? I don't know. He watched her put the reins on Putra. A sudden sharp pain shot up Emily's abdomen, and she doubled over against the mare. Sam was on her in an instant, supporting her. Emily, he asked, concerned. The pain eased up and she stood back up, catching her breath. What happened? Sam asked, tugging on her arm. He was trying to get her back into the house. Nothing. She adjusted the reins on Putra and took a rope over to the colt. She rubbed her belly, trying to get the last of the pain to go away. You better get inside. The doctor will want to know about that, Sam said, taking the rope from her. She turned to him. No one will know, Sam, that's an order. She took the rope from him, and was pleased when his shoulders fell. Now he wasn't able to tell anyone. She was kind of impressed at how he had to obey her. Don't say that, please, he said in a panic. No one includes Chev, she said, taking the rope from the colt and the reins on Putra, and walking them back into the barn. I know, Ma, M, Sam said sadly. At the barn door, Emily froze and winced. An irate Chevalier was standing in the barn, glaring at her. Sam came up behind her and sighed. Chevalier's eyes narrowed. He thought Sam looked guilty, and wrongly assumed it was because of the horses. Good evening, Sam said to Chevalier as he took the ropes from Emily and led the horses back into their stalls. Want to explain this? Chevalier asked, through clenched teeth. Emily took a step toward him. I saw Putra and the colt out, and the storm is coming. What do you think Sam is for? His face was dark and furious. Emily looked at the ground. It was Putra, Chev. Chevalier was at her in one step and swept her up into his arms a little roughly. Without a word, he headed back into the house. I can walk, she said, a little softly. She wasn't sure how much trouble she was in. He didn't answer, but headed up the stairs and put her down on the bed and left the room. Emily watched him leave, and then curled up on her side to watch more TV. Eventually, she drifted off to sleep. Another sharp pain woke her up and she sat up, clutching her stomach. She moaned softly, squeezing her eyes shut tightly as she fought to breathe. It eased up again, and she looked around the room, glad she was alone. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and stretched as soon as the pain stopped entirely. The melted ice cream and cold Brussels sprouts were still sitting on her table. Kyle, she asked softly, and he blurred to her side. She looked up at him. She wanted to ask how mad Chevalier was, but the fury in his eyes kept her from asking. Never mind, she said, looking at the floor. Kyle grabbed the old tray and disappeared from the room, never saying a word. She watched as figures appeared on her balcony and began to board up the large plate glass doors. Soon, her room was shrouded in darkness. She debated for a few minutes. She should ask Kyle to turn on her lights, but she cringed at the thought of seeing his furious face again. She stood up and lightly walked to the wall and flipped on the light. Damn it, Emily, Kyle yelled when he appeared in her room. She hoped his keen hearing would catch her bare feet against the wood, but she was wrong. She could feel her temper rising. I turned on a light, Kyle. I didn't even sprain my finger, look. She childishly flipped him off and returned to bed. As she sat down, she saw Kyle walking away and he was laughing. Emily looked around the room, irritated. There was nothing to do, and she was feeling fidgety after sitting in bed for so long. She debated taking a bath, but figured she would probably get either Kyle or Chevalier mad. Her face flushed as she thought about them treating her like a child. She often wondered if they did consider her a child, they called her one often enough. Here she sat, almost 25, and very much pregnant, yet they still acted as though she needed a babysitter. She suddenly felt an odd tightening in her abdomen and touched her belly lightly. It was hard, like the muscles were tensing. It wasn't painful, it was just weird, and she watched in wonder as the muscles relaxed and she felt the baby kick her. She grinned, and hoped the baby had her temper, just so Chevalier would think twice about having another. She drew her feet back into bed when someone knocked on her door. Before she even had time to speak, Kyle entered, carrying a tray. She glared at him as he set it down beside her bed and left. It infuriated her that he was grinning. Emily was out of bed as soon as he left and she headed into the bathroom awkwardly. She realized it was harder to walk this morning and that just made her even madder. She heard the door open as she got into the bathroom, but it shut quickly again. She sat down on the edge of the tub when the world began to spin. Emily realized she wasn't feeling that well and her heart was racing in her chest. She steadied her breathing and waited for the world to stop moving. When it did, she felt the odd tightening in her stomach and this time it hurt some. A panic set in as she recognized that she was starting labor. At first she wanted to yell out to Kyle, but she couldn't. Again she was gripped with the fear that while in pain, she may accidentally kill a haiku. She looked around the bathroom, terrified. She knew what she needed to do. Her first plans were to leave the island in secret, but with the windows boarded up, that took away that option. She could still get out of her room with no problems, no one found out yet how she did it. The problem was that everyone in the castle was watching her, waiting for her to make a mistake so they could alert Chevalier. She would never make it out of the building. The second option wasn't as safe for the haiku. The second option would only move her further away from them, but wouldn't fully protect them. Kyle heard her footsteps again, and he figured she was getting back in bed. He knew she hated being watched, but his orders were clear, and he would much rather face Emily's wrath than that of his chief enforcer. He waited long enough for her to get back in bed, and then peeked in on her to make sure. Kyle frowned and stepped into the room when he saw that she wasn't in bed. Emily. When she didn't answer, he went to the bathroom. Emily, he asked again, but there was no answer. He growled and blurred down the stairs and into the barn. Sam looked up when Kyle entered. Is she in here? Kyle asked angrily. No, sir, Sam said as he returned to feeding the horses. Kyle appeared back in the house. He was faster when he was mad. He checked the TV room, the pool, library, even the prison, but her scent wasn't anywhere. Sighing, he knew he had to enlist help. Come, he heard Chevalier say. Kyle opened the office door and stepped inside, shutting it behind him. She's gone. What? Chevalier asked, surprised. Yup, not in her room. I checked the barn and all over the castle, I can find her. He winced as the fury rose to Chevalier's eyes. Chevalier shut his eyes to focus on Emily. He felt fear, intense fear. His eyes shot open and he inhaled sharply. Find her, she's afraid. Afraid? Of what? Kyle gasped. I don't know, put out an all call, find her, Chevalier said, getting to his feet. It could be the hurricane. The wind has started up, Kyle said, heading off to give the orders. Chevalier nodded, he hadn't thought of that. He could see how she would find the hurricane frightening, and he couldn't help but smile. He went back to his paperwork and let the others find her. He knew hiding was partly a game to her, so he decided that if she was afraid of the storm, he let her hide for now. Emily sat on the stone-cold floor, shivering. She looked out into the darkness, trying to see if her eyes would adjust so she could see something, anything, but as of yet, they hadn't. She wasn't sure if she was far enough away to keep the haiku in the castle safe. This was as far as she could get without attracting attention. She knew they wouldn't find her here easily. She wasn't supposed to know how to get down here. The tightening in her stomach was getting more painful, but she was easily able to breathe through it and relax when it went away. Emily was glad she could hear the wind. As she descended, she caught the sound that the hurricane was near. She adjusted her weight as her back started to ache. Still? Chevalier asked, shocked. How can she hide from us? We bred to seek out prey. I know, but so far nothing. Kyle was flustered. Fine, I'll just let her hide. Maybe if we stop playing her hide and seek game, I'll stop initiating it, Chevalier said, irritated. Kyle smiled, okay, I'll call off the troops. Emily's back began to ache, and the pain was worse than the tightening in her abdomen. She felt around until she found the bed and crawled up to sit on it. She hoped sitting on the soft bed would help. She leaned back against the headboard and groaned as another pain came. The pains were coming faster now and the ache in her back was relentless. She was having problems concentrating, and the panic was stronger. Emily suddenly no longer wanted to be alone. She had a vision of dying down here in the dark by herself. She wasn't sure how long she'd been down there, it seemed like hours had passed. After a strong contraction ended, she got to her feet, but her legs buckled out from under her and she hit the ground hard. Emily fought to breathe through the pain, and felt wetness spread across the floor, soaking her nightgown. She stared into the darkness, trapped by her own body. The pains were coming faster now, and she counted off the seconds in the darkness. The contractions were only 3 minutes apart. The room grew colder now that her nightgown was wet, and she finally managed to crawl into the bed and pull the covers up around her. Chevalier, she called into the darkness, just as another pain racked her body and she groaned, tightly gripping the covers. Chevalier's body tensed as a small voice whispered his name. Hours had passed since he called off the search for Emily, but now he felt a different emotion from her. She was more terrified than before, but he also picked up pain. He cursed himself as he left his office. He shouldn't have called off the search. Kyle, he bellowed from the hallway. Yes, Chevalier. Kyle asked casually from behind him. She's injured, find her. Chevalier saw Kyle's body stiffen as he blurred away. He heard Kyle barking orders into the shadows and the entire castle came alive. The wind outside beat against the side of the castle viciously, the hurricane had arrived. Chevalier fought against the wind as he made his way to the barn. Sam had the animals tucked in safely, but hadn't seen Emily. Chevalier ordered him to join the hunt and Sam disappeared into the house. Emily heard footsteps outside of the room. Who is it? She asked, panting. It's Sam. She felt him sit on the bed next to her. Help me, she said as another contraction ripped through her. She groaned and strained against the pain. Just breathe, he told her, and took her hand. Don, tell them, Sam. It's not safe for them, she said, controlling her breathing. Okay, child. He had to agree, he didn't have a choice. He tried to find a way to let them know without breaking her order. He lost enough of his charges to childbirth and only now did he begin to panic about also losing this one. Emily screamed as the pain hit and she squeezed Sam's hand, breaking 2 of his fingers. Chevalier looked at the haiku gathered around him. They called everyone to the foyer to begin searching again. The wind blew the roof violently, and a loose board banged from above. Kyle looked around. I thought Sam was with us. He is. Chevalier looked around, but didn't see the short, squat man. Kyle hissed, he found her didn't he. Chevalier could feel that Emily was no longer alone, and he growled deeply. She was still in pain and still afraid. Yes, he better hope I don't find him. Chevalier ordered the gathered haiku to check again, to check every inch including hidden rooms. Kyle froze and touched Chevalier's arm, the cave, beneath her room. Chevalier blurred up the stairs the moment Kyle spoke. He could feel Kyle close on his heels as they appeared in her room. They activated the security door and heard a scream the second the door opened. Halfway down the stairs, Sam met them, blocking the way. She doesn't want you down here, he said, hoping they wouldn't obey. Why? Chevalier asked angrily. She is afraid she will lose control and kill you, Sam said, and he grimaced at the angry way Kyle looked at him. She's hurt, let me by. Chevalier didn't want to hurt Sam just yet, but knew he would make the familiar pay for this later. She's not injured, Sam said quietly. Chevalier began to ask questions, then it hit him and he pushed past Sam and appeared in the dark cave room. He could hear Emily on the bed, her breathing was hard. Emily, he said, sitting on the bed beside her. Go, please, go away, she whispered, almost too softly to hear. I am not leaving you. He kissed her forehead softly, let's move you back up to your room. No, don't touch me. She pushed his hands away. Leave her alone, Sam said, standing beside them. Kyle turned and pushed Sam against the wall. Get lost, Sam. Emily let out a small scream that turned to a groan as another contraction hit. Chevalier watched helplessly as her body tensed in pain. Get the helicopter, he ordered Kyle. We can fly the hurricane, he reminded Chevalier. Then get the doctor on the phone, do something. He was watching Emily as she slowly relaxed. Kyle ran up the stairs to make the call, but returned less than a minute later. No phones, it must have knocked out a tower. Emily began to groan again and clutched the blankets tightly. Be long now, the contractions are close together, Sam said, still sitting by the wall. Chevalier glared at him, do you know how to deliver? Sam nodded, yes, never done it alone, but I've been around for many of the Winchester deliveries. Fine, Chevalier growled. Get up here and do it. Nothing to do yet but wait until she needs to push, he said, not moving from the floor. They waited for hours in the darkness, talking softly while Emily rested between contractions and watching helplessly during them. The bed sheets were soaked with sweat and the sound of the strong winds could be heard above them. Kyle stood by the wall, watching Emily as Chevalier sat beside her. She yelled at him any time he tried to touch her, which seemed to please Sam. Sam sat on the floor, well away from Chevalier and watched them. Emily groaned as another contraction hit her, but the sound was different and Chevalier studied her carefully to determine why. It wasn't until he noticed her holding her breath that he hissed at Sam. She's pushing. Sam stood up finally and touched her stomach lightly. He nodded to Chevalier, it's time. Emily was tired, she just wanted to sleep. Every muscle in her body hurt, and the contractions were unrelenting. They came faster and harder each time. She hated the way the three in the room watched her, but they ignored her pleas to leave. Something new happened, and instead of just the pain shooting from her back to her front, it was coupled with the urge to push, to bear down and end this. She kicked at Sam when he situated himself between her feet, but he dodged her and put his hands on her knees. Emily tried to get up, but the pain sent her back onto the bed and she pushed, groaning loudly. Chevalier watched Sam closely and growled. Do you want to do this? Sam snapped when he heard the growl. Chevalier turned back to Emily. He took her hand in his and cringed when her hand crushed the bones in his fingers. When her body relaxed, Chevalier flexed his hand as it healed. He barely healed when Emily was up again. Her body shook with the pain and she pushed, screaming as Sam encouraged her. Push hard, Emmy, come on, child, Sam said in a harsh whisper. She fell back against the bed, exhausted, and almost immediately fell asleep. It seemed like an eternity that she had been pushing, but no progress was made. The storm raged above, but down in the small cave room, things were quiet as the Heku and Sam watched her. Sam was nervous. He was afraid he might lose Emily and have to face the wrath of the Heku. Emily's body shook as she began to push again. She was too tired to scream, too exhausted to do more than groan with the pain. Come on, child. You have to push, Sam said to her. She whispered before falling asleep. Is this supposed to go on this long? Chevalier whispered to the familiar. No, the baby is too big, Sam whispered back. If she dies, you, next, Chevalier hissed at him. Chevalier, it's not his fault, Kyle said, sitting on the bed across from him. No, it's mine, Chevalier snapped at Kyle. Lord Ulrich told you to stay away from her, Sam said mockingly. Shut up, Sam, Kyle told him. Emily was up again. Chevalier reached his arm behind her and helped her curl into a ball as she pushed. Come on, Em. I see ahead, Sam said, excited. Keep pushing, Emily. Emily fell back to the bed panting, I am too tired. I know, Chevalier said, touching her arm lightly. You can do this, close. Emily was too tired to care, too tired to do anything, she just wanted to sleep. The pain that racked her body had become constant and brutal. She wanted to lash out at those around her, but couldn't summon the energy to do so. The brief periods of the need to push were all that separated the time of perpetual pain. Now, Emily, Sam said as he readied his hands. Emily summoned every ounce of energy left in her body to push. She felt Chevalier's arm behind her, pushing her forward as her scream echoed off the walls in the castle. Get him, Sam said, and handed the baby off to Kyle, who wrapped him in a blanket. The small baby boy began to cry almost immediately, and Kyle looked at him in awe. Emily could feel herself dying. She felt the life draining out of her and the voices in the room began to fade away. There was a baby crying, but she couldn't remember whose baby it was. Someone was calling her name. She knew she should answer, but it didn't matter. She was going to be gone soon and she welcomed it. She welcomed the chance to get away from the pain. What's wrong? Chevalier asked Sam anxiously as Emily's eyes rolled back in her head. I told you, the baby was too big for her. She's bleeding out, Sam said, sitting back. Do something, he growled at Sam. What? I don't know what to do, Sam said, panicking. I don't know how to stop it. Emily, stay with me, Chevalier said, and watched her face turn pale as blood stained the sheets around her. Emily tried to tell him it was okay, she was going where there was no more pain. She wanted to ask him to help the crying baby, it seemed essential that she tell him that, but no noise escaped her lips. I think the bleeding is stopping, Sam said, surprised. Is it? Chevalier asked, taking Emily's hand. The baby was still screaming angrily, and Kyle held him with inexperienced hands, unsure what to do. I think so. I am not sure, Sam said, still watching as the blood pooled around Emily. Come on, Emily, Chevalier said again as he pressed her hand against his lips. Can you make him be quiet? Sam snapped at Kyle. Oh yeah, sure. I'll just ask him to stop crying. Kyle glared at him. Emily could feel herself rising out of the dark tunnel toward the voices. The pain was intense, and she wanted to go back where there was no pain. The crying wouldn't stop. It seemed to her that someone should help it. Where was the baby's mother? Why didn't someone help him? Hush up you two, Chevalier hissed at them. He's just hungry, Kyle said, looking down at the infant screaming in his arms. There's milk upstairs, Sam said, still watching Emily. Can we do that? Just give him milk. Kyle asked, unsure. How should I know? Sam snapped. Both of you shut up. Chevalier growled. Here, Emily managed to whisper, and all three of them looked at her. What, Em? Chevalier asked her, bending down closer. Give me the baby, she said, bringing her hands up toward Kyle. Are you sure? Chevalier asked, but Kyle was already laying the baby in her arms. Turn around, Emily said with a slight smile. Why? Sam asked, confused. Turn. Chevalier yelled at him. Sam joined Kyle by the wall as both faced away from the bed. Suddenly, the baby stopped crying and both Sam and Kyle wondered what she'd done to it. The sound of grunting and groaning came from the bed as the baby settled down to nurse. AHH, Kyle said, grinning, still facing the wall. So, we turn when she nurses, even though we just saw. Sam shut up when Kyle hit him upside the head. Emily watched the baby, wondering how this tiny thing could have caused so much pain. As the baby nursed, she held his hand and watched as his delicate fingers wrapped around hers. Her hand looked large compared to his. She touched his black, wispy hair. It was so soft that she almost couldn't feel it against her skin. Chevalier leaned over and kissed Emily's forehead. He couldn't explain what it felt like to watch his son and his wife together. It seemed too natural to be in an environment filled with the immortal. Emily still looked ill and her pale face was bright against the dark room. He didn't like how her lips were colorless or the bland color of the green in her eyes. Emily shivered. The cave room was cold, and her nightgown was wet with sweat and blood. This time without asking, Chevalier picked her up as she cradled the baby and took her up into the warmth of the upper room. The wind was still howling outside, but seemed to have calmed down a little. Sam and Kyle followed silently up the stairs. Dr. Edwards stepped out of Emily's room and smiled at Chevalier. Kyle and Sam stood to the side of him, waiting. You did well, he said, and smiled. Chevalier sighed. She'll be okay then? There was a lot of blood. The doctor nodded, I would imagine. She's pretty torn up, but not as badly as I would expect with the size of the baby. You make big, Don, you. He smiled at Chevalier. And the baby? Kyle asked. Healthy as a horse. He's a good eater, too, the doctor said, and gathered his things into the black bag he carried. Keep her in bed for at least a week. She needs lots of red meat and good food to get her back up to par. Nights are the worst until the baby gets old enough to sleep through. The doctor frowned, and then laughed. Of course, you have an advantage. What's that? Chevalier asked, anxious to get into Emily's room. You are already up all night, he said, and slapped Chevalier on the back. He drew his hand back quickly, unsure if he should have done that. Chevalier turned to the doctor and smiled, then disappeared into Emily's room. Emily was lying down in bed on her side and the baby was asleep, curled up next to her. She looked up when he sat on the bed. How are you? He asked, lightly touching her cheek. Ever been hit by a train? She halfway smiled, but he could tell she was in pain and exceedingly tired. Get some rest. I'll be here when you wake up, he said, and she shut her eyes and immediately fell asleep. Emily began to wake up. She could feel every muscle in her body scream as she breathed. She felt the baby wiggle at her side, and she looked over at him. He was starting to cry, so she pulled him close to her to nurse. "Can I get you anything?" Chevalier asked, watching them. It fascinated him how Emily's body had immediately been ready to feed the baby. He marveled at what he'd just seen, something so foreign to his kind. He gave the mortals credit for their strength, the strength to create, carry, and then give life. "I am kind of hungry," she said, and his eyes lit up. "I can fix that," he told her, and left the room quickly. Emily watched the baby nurse as she felt his toes, rubbed his soft cheeks, and marveled at the way he held her finger tightly in his hand. She saw he had a diaper on, but couldn't remember who put it on. It was on backwards, though, and she laughed a bit. Chevalier appeared a few minutes later with a tray. She handed the baby off to him and sat up, wincing as her muscles complained with the movement. She set the tray on the bed and began to eat immediately. She was extremely hungry and the food tasted incredible. Emily glanced up at Chevalier and couldn't help but laugh. He was standing perfectly still with the baby held carefully at arm's length. "What?" Chevalier asked when she laughed. "Hold him closer, up against you, and support his head," she explained, and then took another bite. Chevalier carefully pulled the baby against his chest and relaxed the tiniest bit. "You aren't going to break him," she said, still eating. "You sure?" Chevalier asked, raising an eyebrow. Emily nodded and set the fork down, then swung her legs out of bed and stood up carefully, testing their strength. "You're supposed to stay in bed," Chevalier said, looking from her to the baby. He wanted to stop her, but wasn't sure what to do with the baby while he did so. "I am pretty sure I am allowed to take a shower and get clean clothes," she told him, and walked slowly and stiffly into the bathroom. "Oh, right," he said, glancing away from her. The sight of her blood-covered nightgown made him feel guilty. He couldn't help but think that this was his fault. Chevalier opened the antechamber door and handed the sleeping baby off to Kyle. "Get some clean sheets in here," he said to Sam. "Is it clear?" Kyle asked, and then headed into the room when Chevalier nodded. Servants began to file into the room bearing large bouquets of flowers and gifts for the baby. There were several large fruit baskets and boxes with pictures of baby toys and baby furniture on them. Chevalier frowned when a mortal man entered. "Who are you?" he asked. "I am the donor," the man said, looking around the room. "A donor?" Chevalier asked, confused. "Yes, for the new mother," he said, smiling. "I am a gift." "I see," Chevalier said, ushering him out the door. "Tell your giver that Emily doesn't need a donor." "Oh, okay," he said as a servant came to take him down the stairs. Chevalier heard the shower turn off and ordered everyone to leave the room. He wondered how so many Heku sent gifts already. It had only been about 24 hours. He decided not to tell Emily about the donor gift though, and made a path from the bathroom to the bed through the flowers. Emily stepped out in a clean nightgown and gasped, "Where did this all come from?" "The city," he said, smiling. "It's our first baby, ever." Emily took a rose and smelled it on the way to the bed where she sat cross-legged. "Feeling better?" he asked as he sat down beside her. "Lots," she said. "Where's the baby?" "Oh, Kyle has him." "Do you have a name?" he asked, and kissed her softly. "We have to figure out a name," she said, brushing her hair. "I don't know how to name a baby," Chevalier said, shocked. "Yes, and I have a ton of practice with it." She laughed slightly, and then clutched her side when it hurt. "Are you okay?" he asked, jumping up. "I hurt everywhere," she told him, and curled up in bed and pulled the covers over her. "Just leave the baby with me and get some sleep," he said, pulling another blanket over her. "You going to feed him too?" She smiled and shut her eyes. "Oh, right, well I'll bring him to you for that." Chevalier left as she fell asleep and took the baby from Kyle. Chapter 12, Alan. "Hand him up, Sam," Emily said, and leaned over from up on Putra to take the 1-year-old. "He sure loves riding Putra with you," Sam said, looking up at Emily and the toddler as she sat him in front of her. She situated herself so she had a secure hold on the reins in one hand, and the 1-year-old in the other. "I hope so. I am going to break that horse soon and I'll give him to Alan." Chevalier doesn't want you breaking him. "He said he's too mean and wants to hire a professional," Sam said, and then grinned. He knew what saying that would do to her. "He said what?" Emily raised an eyebrow. Sam nodded, "Asked me to find someone to come break him." Emily glared, seriously. "Sam, Don, do it, that's an order. I'll break him myself." She clicked her tongue and Putra broke into a trot out into the pasture. Alan looked around as they rode through the cattle, his wide green eyes catching every movement and wondering at the noises around him. He and Emily were out every day looking over the ever-expanding herd of cattle. Emily pointed out things to him like the different breeds they had and the types of feed and grain to use. She enjoyed her time out away from dreary castle life. Chevalier was working long hours again and was getting ready for another mission. Kyle had taken his position back as head of the guard and Emily was finally left to fend for herself, something which she cherished every day. Emily pulled Putra to a stop and looked over at some cattle to the west of her. They were starting to get jumpy, and a few were running quickly toward the east. She frowned and turned Putra to investigate, kicking the mare into a gallop. Alan laughed as the wind swept through his black hair. Stopping the horse where the cattle had come from, she listened carefully and heard nothing out of the ordinary. There was a storm coming, so the ocean beat rhythmically against the cement wall by the beach and the wind was blowing noisily through the evergreen trees. "Hear anything?" Emily asked, smiling down at Alan, and he shook his head with a grin. Alan had his father's grin and Emily's temper. He loved being outdoors and hated nothing more than any kind of confinement or restriction. "I don't either," she said, and carefully looked back across the tree line. She pulled the rifle out from the saddle pack and held it up, using the scope to get a closer look through the trees. No, Alan said, reaching up for the rifle. Emily slipped it back into the saddle pack. "I know Daddy says no gun, but Mommy says yes." No, he said, again frowning. "Shhhh," Emily whispered to him as she caught a strange hiss on the wind. Her eyes scanned the trees again, slower this time. She squinted when she saw a shadow move and immediately grabbed the rifle again. Leveling it toward the shadow, she squinted through the scope and caught a brief glimpse of someone stooped over with his arms dragging along the ground. She slipped the gun into her pack and kicked Putra into a fast gallop back to the barn. "You, back early," Sam said, coming out to greet her. "Take Alan," she said, and then handed the now screaming toddler down to Sam. Sam knew better than to ask what she was doing. He took Alan and promised him a ride later to calm him down. Alan and Emily were rarely apart, and when they were, Alan became stubborn and defiant. Emily kicked Putra back into a gallop and returned to the spot in the pasture closest to the dark figure she'd seen in the trees. She pulled the rifle out again and chambered a bullet, then slid off of the mare. She lowered the brim of her hat a bit to shade her eyes better from the sun, and slipped a gloved finger around the trigger. "Who's in there?" she yelled into the trees. When no one answered, she walked slowly forward toward the spot she had seen the stooped figure. She wrinkled her nose at the smell of decay and jumped when she heard a sound behind her. She turned to face what she thought must be a haiku, one that was old and wrinkled. He was stooped so low that his vertebrae stuck out against the skin on his back. He was smiling at her with rotten teeth and his claw-like hands were curled into fists. "Hello, child," he said, taking a step to the side. Emily could tell he meant to circle around her and block her way out of the woods. "Stand still, I am warning you," she said, and lowered the rifle. She did plan on using it against this being, she had better weapons. "No guns, child, no guns. I don't want to hurt you." His voice was cracked and uneven. "I don't need a gun to fight you." "Who are you?" she asked. Smells good, she does," the haiku said, running his cracked tongue along the shattered teeth in his mouth. "I asked who you are." Emily's eyes narrowed. "I have many names, pretty one." His eyes scanned down her body, and then back up to her neck. She knew that, historically, each haiku had many names. "Okay, then what are you doing here?" "I live here, young one," he said, meeting her eyes for a moment before they dropped back to the vein in her neck. "You aren't going to feed from me, so I suggest you stop the savoring crap and explain yourself." She held her voice calm, but her hands were shaking. He bowed slowly, his head almost touching the mossy ground. "I am Elder Larson, of the Equities." Emily sighed. "If you don't want to tell me, then fine, but don't lie to me." "I am, child. I should try that again though, I was." "Elder Larson." He was looking hard into her eyes. "That doesn't work on me, and if you try it again his words cut her off. "Turn me into ash?" he asked, smiling. She wasn't entirely surprised. The word had gotten out quickly who she was and what she could do. It was the casual way he talked about her abilities that shocked her. "Yes," she said, watching him. "If you were an elder of the Equities, what happened to you? Do you not know, child? The council is powerful. The only way to replace one is to banish them to the ground. I was not ready when they came for me, and alas, didn't put up much of a fight, but I have found my way above ground." He took a step toward her. "You don't look much like a civilized haiku." She glared at him, and something in the back of her mind was telling her to run. "I am no longer. I have starved and weakened over the last 600 years. As I feed, I will become stronger and will soon return to my former glory." His eyes were far away as he remembered how he once looked. "I don't believe you," she said, not taking her eyes away from his ragged teeth. "You, child, are you a donor?" he asked, running a long, thin finger across his lips. "I am not. I live here," she told him, and took a few steps back toward the clearing. "Pity," he said, taking a step toward her. "I don't want to kill you, so I suggest you go back where you came from." She was out in the clearing now, and Putra shied away from the smell of the haiku. "Please, child, just one taste. Once you see me as I truly am, you will be amazed." His smile sent shivers down her spine. The haiku quickly looked behind her, and then ran back into the dark forest. She turned to see who was approaching as the hoofbeats grew nearer. "Emily?" Kyle asked, looking at her strangely. She was standing at the tree line with the rifle in her hand and an odd expression on her face. "Did you see him?" she asked, looking back into the trees. "See who?" Kyle looked toward the trees. "A very old, wrinkly haiku that claims to be Elder Larson." She started back into the trees. "Emily, wait." Kyle said, dismounting his buckskin mare. "Was he in there? Come here, I'll show you." She disappeared into the trees. Kyle caught up with her quickly and he grabbed her shoulder to stop her when he smelled the decay. What's wrong? She asked, turning to him. Kyle put his fingers to his lips, and took a step toward the trees. I can smell you in there, Heku. Come out or I'll come and find you. Emily turned when she saw the withered Heku step out from behind a tree. Kyle stepped quickly between them and crouched defensively. Who are you? He hissed, and his hands balled into fists. Do not address me as a commoner, boy. The Heku stared at him angrily. I was once an elder of the Equites and will be treated with the respect that is owed. I don't care who you used to be. Get off of this island. You have no business here. Kyle didn't move a muscle. Please, child, tell him I didn't hurt you when I could have. Tell him I am to be trusted. His eyes locked on Emily's. Tell him yourself and stop trying to control my mind. I told you, it doesn't work. She glared around Kyle at him. The Heku looked nervously at Kyle. I wasn't trying to control her mind. I wouldn't do that. I am not going to tell you again. Get off of this island, Kyle hissed at him. The Heku looked sadly at Kyle and Emily, then nodded and returned to the trees. How do you find this stuff? Kyle asked, turning to her. Is it true? Was he an elder? Emily asked, walking back to Putra. Kyle nodded. Yes, he was banished to the ground about 600 years ago. For what? She jumped up on Putra and took the reins. We don't speak of it anymore. He slid easily up on the buckskin mare and started back for the barn. Why are you out here anyway? She asked, looking at him. I saw the cows bothered and came to see what was up. He was looking toward the barn. I should have known you would be in the middle of it. What's that supposed to mean? She snapped at him. Just that if there's trouble, somehow you always seem to be there. Emily reached out and slapped the buckskin mare on the rump and sent her flying toward the barn. It was only a second before Kyle steadied himself and allowed the mare to run. By the time Emily got to the barn, Kyle was gone. Sam took Putra's reins, and Emily slipped off the horse. Get the corral cleared out. I am going to break in that colt. Yes, Ma, Sam said, heading out to the corral. Emily grinned. She noticed that Sam only called her Ma, when he didn't agree with what she was doing. Emily picked up Alan and watched Sam get things ready. It was long past time to break in Putra's colt. She hadn't even named him yet, but it was time he was ready to ride. She wanted to give the stallion to Alan, but he needed to be entirely broken in first. Sam took Alan back when Emily headed out to the corral. She easily slipped a bridle onto the stallion, but he pulled violently once she got it fastened. She stood back as he struggled with the feel of the bit in his mouth. Once he calmed, Emily threw a blanket over his back and stood back again, watching him fight to get it off. He's a mean one, Sam called out to her. Emily nodded and tied the reins to the fence. She walked over and got the saddle from the stand and headed over to the unhappy stallion. The horse stood 17 hands tall, and Emily had to get a good hoist on the saddle to land it on his back. She hadn't even gotten the tie strap around his chest when he reared back and kicked her in the chest. She flew back and landed hard against the ground. Damn it, she screamed, and scrambled to her feet. Ouch, Alan said to Sam, and Sam just winced and nodded. Emily tried again and got the tie strap securely around his chest, but the paint watched her carefully. She reached under him slowly and grabbed the flank cinch. She fastened it quickly, and then stepped back as the stallion began to buck angrily. Emily slipped off her long-sleeved flannel shirt and flexed her hands within the leather gloves, then approached the young stallion carefully, and calmly talked to him. She stood alongside his left side and pet his neck. She slowly lifted her left foot and put it into the stirrup, and the young horse immediately began to fidget nervously. Emily mentally counted to 3, then hoisted herself up into the saddle, gripping the horn tightly as the horse began to buck and kick. She was able to hold on for almost 30 seconds before she lost her grip and flew back into the fence. She fell to the ground, gasping for breath. The fence post had knocked the wind out of her. "Emily!" Sam yelled, running up to her. "I am fine," she growled. "Ouch," Alan said again from Sam's arms. Emily got to her feet and headed back to the angry stallion. "Let's try again tomorrow, just leave the saddle on him and let him get used to it," Sam said, taking Alan back into the barn. He knew Emily was taking this personally, and he didn't think Alan needed to see his mom get trampled. "All right, you son of a bitch, we can do this nicely or we can both die trying," she said, grabbing his bridle and jerking it. As soon as she jerked his bridle, the horse reared back again and kicked her to the ground. She quickly rolled out of his reach. "Damn it," she yelled again, and slowly got to her feet. Emily approached him slowly and was able to get securely in the saddle before he began to buck and kick. She held onto the horn and squeezed her knees together, hanging on while the raging horse tried to get her off. Her body thrashed with his kicking, but she set her jaw and managed to stay on top. After a few minutes, the horse stopped kicking and whinnied madly. Emily sat in the saddle, still holding on tight, though he didn't buck again. She kicked her feet gently against his sides, but he stood firm and crooked his neck to look back at her. She grinned. "Fine, we'll finish tomorrow." As Emily slid off the stallion, she saw the anger in his eyes and wondered if he would ever be gentle enough for Alan. "Leave him in the saddle and bridle tonight, Sam," she said, and took Alan from his arms, then put him on the ground to walk. "Miss Emily?" Sam asked, walking behind her. "What, Sam?" She turned to him. "How are you going to explain your back to Chevalier?" He brushed the dirt and weeds off of her back, but the blood was obvious. "How bad is it?" she asked, trying to see for herself. Sam halfway grinned. "I am going to plead the fifth and tell him I tried to stop you." She sighed and headed inside, holding hands with Alan. Emily managed to get into her room without Chevalier seeing her, and she put the toddler in his playpen while she went into the bathroom to clean up. She glanced in the mirror and rolled her eyes. Great. Her clothes were covered in dirt and were torn. She noticed her left shoulder was bruised and scratched, and she had a small scratch under her right eye. She slipped off her shirt and turned in the mirror to see her back. She gasped. Her back was a mess of bruises, cuts, and scrapes. She could distinctly see the bruised outline of a fence post traveling up the middle of her back. She heard Chevalier come into the room and begin to talk to Alan. "Be right out, going to shower," she called out to him. Chevalier picked Alan up from his playpen and threw him into the air. Emily hated when he did that. She said it wasn't safe, but she wasn't around, and it made Alan laugh. "How was your day, little guy?" Chevalier asked, sitting down on the bed with him. "Ouch," he said, pointing off into nowhere. "Ah, did you get hurt today?" Chevalier asked, grinning. Alan nodded excitedly. "Damn it." Chevalier fought against laughing and raised an eyebrow at his son. "Damn it, Alan nodded. "Did mommy say that?" He smiled when Alan nodded. He heard Emily get out of the shower. "Had a rough day, he called to her. "Not really, why?" she asked from inside the bathroom. "Just thought it was an interesting word to teach our son." "What word?" she asked, and came out of the bathroom in an oversized fuzzy robe. Her hair fell over her face just enough to cover the scratch under her eye. "Damn it," he said, and Alan repeated it. "Great," she said, sitting on the bed by them. "Alan, that's a no-no word." "Ouch, the toddler said, pointing at Emily. Chevalier turned to Alan. Oh. Is the ouch for mommy? Emily's eyes widened as Alan nodded and repeated the word, pointing directly to her. She figured it wasn't worth fighting over. I started to break in the cold. Chevalier's eyes narrowed. I told Sam to hire someone to do that. Yes, and I told Sam I would do it. Chevalier looked closely at her face, and he saw the scrapes. Why must you always put yourself in danger? I wasn't in danger. You act like I've never broken in a horse before. She looked squarely at him. Not one like this. Sam even told me how mean that one is. Chevalier could feel a fight coming on and called Anna to take Alan. He screamed as the Heku carried him from the room. Emily winced as they left the room. Chevalier sending Alan away only meant one thing. Before you get angry, just hear me out, Emily said. I've broken horses before, even mean ones, and I'll do this one too. I am not going to bring someone in to do my job for me. How badly were you hurt? He asked, moving closer to her. His words were caring, but his voice was angry. She scooted away from him. I am not going to let you turn this into a big thing. I am not hurt, and I will break that horse myself. Emily, he growled and reached out for her. His fingers barely grasped her injured shoulder as she pulled away from him. Stop it, she said, and frowned at him. You don't seem to have the self-preservation that God gave a turnip. He grabbed the back of her robe when she tried to get away, and it pulled down far enough he could see the damage to her back. Emily yanked the fabric from his hand and stood up, adjusting her robe. It's not as bad as it looks. Emily, Chevalier hissed. Let me see it better. No. What? He frowned. He would never get used to his orders not being followed immediately and without question. I said no. She set her jaw and turned to face him. Damn it, Emily, he hissed, and took a step toward her. I said, no. You'll see it and get all overprotective and make a big deal out of it, and then we'll get into a huge fight, and honestly, right now, I will probably win, which will just tick you off more. She crossed her arms and stood her ground. At least let me put some peroxide on it, so it doesn't get infected, he said, still mad. No. You know what, fine, get yourself killed breaking in some stupid horse, he growled, and then headed for the door. She hated when he left mad. I met Elder Larson today, she said to him. Chevalier spun, shocked. Who? Elder Larson? Said he used to be one of the elders for the Equities. She noticed her plan worked. The worry and anger left his face and now he was shocked. You met him, where? He asked, taking a step toward her. Out by the pasture in the trees. He spooked the cows and I went to see what was up, she hurried and said, trying to keep his attention. Chevalier's eyes seemed far away. I need to call the council, he told her, and left quickly. Emily hurried out after him and stepped into his office just as he was making the call. Emily, this is private, he said, impatiently tapping his pen against this desk. Emily sat down and smiled. Chevalier just shook his head. Elder Larson has, he paused, looking up at Emily, resurfaced. Here on the island. Emily found him. He looked up at her and chuckled, yes she does, doesn't she? Yes, right away, he said before setting the phone down. Yes she does what? Emily asked, narrowing her eyes. Find trouble easily, he chuckled. Come show me where he is. Emily ran up to the room and got dressed, then went back down to the barn. Chevalier was already seated on his moody Arabian, and Sam had putra ready for her. She mounted the painted mare and headed her across the pasture at a slow walk. You never go riding anymore, she said, watching the trees grow closer. Seemed to me that was kind of your thing with Kyle, he told her quietly. He never felt comfortable with how close Emily and Kyle were, but the fighting wasn't worth it, so now he just tolerated it and tried to look the other way. No law says you can, come out once in a while. Alan loves to ride, she said as she stopped the mare and slid out of the saddle. Chevalier jumped off of his stallion and put his hand on Emily's shoulder. Stay out here. She rolled her eyes. I've already met him alone, and if he was going to hurt me, he would have already. She walked into the trees a bit. Larson, she called out to the trees. Chevalier waited a moment. I demand you come here this instant, he growled. Emily slapped him on the chest. Be nice. What? Larson? Can I talk to you? Emily asked, louder. They waited for a few minutes in silence as Chevalier scanned the dark woods. Coward, Chevalier grumbled. Emily grinned. Oh, I can get him to come out. Chevalier eyed her suspiciously. How's that? She turned to Chevalier and pressed her body up close to his. He reached down and kissed her softly. What are you up to? She smiled sweetly and slipped her hands into both of his front pockets. She felt the sharp blade of the ceremonial dagger he kept on him at all times and ran the blade along the palm of her hand, wincing slightly. Emily, what in God's name, he said, pulling away from her when he smelled blood. She pulled her hands out of his pockets and let a few drops of blood fall to the mossy floor of the small woods. She used the edge of her shirt to stop the blood as she heard a commotion ahead of them in the trees. Smell it, smell it. The words were hissed from behind a tree. The gaunt Heku slowly began to move toward her, his eyes fixed on her hand. Chevalier stepped in front of her and blocked his path. No, not him, I smell it, Larson said, stopping a few feet from Chevalier. You no longer belong here, Chevalier said to him, and Larson recoiled with the command in his voice. I am an elder. He took a step to the side to get a better look at Emily. You were an elder. Now you are a haggard old Heku, and it's time you left. Chevalier watched him carefully. He could still smell the blood on Emily. I belong on the council, back on the council, not in the ground, Larson chanted, and locked his eyes on Emily's. He growled, frustrated, when she broke the gaze and glared. There's a reason you were in the ground for 600 years. After that time, it was well stated you were to be out of the Equities. Go join the Valle or the Ancala if you wish, but the Equities won, have you. Chevalier's words were sharp and harsh. Please, I belong with the Equities. Just one drink and I will be strong again. He took a step toward Emily. Chevalier blocked him again. I am going to have you escorted out, and if I catch you anywhere near an Equities, you will have to deal with me. Chief Enforcer is right, but please, sir, just one taste of the blood. Larson lunged at Emily, but found himself tightly gripped by Chevalier. I better not catch you feeding without consent, either. Emily wasn't sure from where, but 7 of the island's guards appeared beside her and Chevalier threw Larson hard at them. They restrained him and hauled him toward the pier as he kicked and screamed for Emily. What did he do that was so bad? Emily asked, watching the haggard Heku hauled away. What was that? Chevalier growled at her. She turned to face him, her eyes wide. What? Emily took a step back when she saw the look in his eyes. She'd seen that look, the feral eyes of a predator. Chevalier, no. She didn't have time to react before he picked her up by her shoulders, and sunk his sharp teeth into her neck. Emily tried to push him away, but his grip on her shoulders was too tight and she couldn't move her arms. She felt the warm numbing sensation in her neck as he finished and gently kissed her, then set her back down, grinning. I told you, Never tease a haiku. We don't have the restraint, he chuckled. Emily swung as hard as she could and felt her fist connect with his jaw as the crack of bones echoed off of the trees. Her eyes were fierce as she watched him feel his jaw and look over at her. You, lucky I don't ash you where you stand, she screamed at him. You needed a good bite, now let me see your hand. He reached his hand out to her. Emily turned on her heels and walked back to Putra angrily. She mounted the mare and kicked her hard into a gallop. She was acutely aware that Chevalier was right behind her. As she got closer to the barn, her adrenaline wore off and she felt the harsh pounding pain in her hand. She pulled it up to her chest and rode into the barn one-handed, then glared when she saw both Kyle and Sam waiting for her. What? She yelled at them as she slid off her horse. Sam took the reins quickly, not meeting her eyes. What's wrong? Kyle asked curiously, noting she was only using one hand. You thirsty too, Kyle? You want some of this? She pulled her collar away from her neck as he stepped away from her with wide eyes. No, he said, watching the vein throb in her neck. He could smell fresh blood on her, and had to use full control to keep from taking her up on her offer. Oh, but why not? It's open buffet night, didn't you hear? She took another step toward him. Kyle felt thousands of years of instincts rise to the surface, and he couldn't help but inhale deeply. The burn in the back of his throat was painful. Regaining some control, he turned his face to the side, away from her scent. Stop it. Emily stormed past him into the castle. Kyle bent over and put his hands on his knees and breathed slowly to clear his head. I hear you, Chevalier said, slapped him on the back, and then following Emily into the castle. He caught up easily to Emily on the stairs and took her good hand, then chuckled when she ripped her hand out of his. Come on, he said, walking behind her. Emily didn't answer him as she stepped into her antechamber, took Alan from Anna, and walked into her room before slamming the door shut. Damn it, Alan said when the door shut, and Chevalier grinned. Anna looked at Chevalier and shook her head. What? He asked. She held her tongue because he was still her superior. Deciding against yelling at the chief enforcer, she walked out of the antechamber. Chevalier knocked on the door. Emily. She didn't answer, but he could hear Alan laughing inside. Emily, I really want to look at your hand, he said, trying the door handle. It was locked. I am sorry, okay. I won, do it again, can I come in now, he called through the door. When she didn't answer, he put just enough pressure on the door to tear it from its hinges. Emily was sitting on the floor playing with Alan and she didn't look up when he entered. He saw her swollen and bruised hands sitting in her lap as she tickled Alan with the other. He started, but she cut him off. You know what, Chev? I can even deal with you right now, she told him, still playing with Alan. You know as well as I do that I am going to see your hand, whether you like it or not, he said, trying to sound angry, but she picked up the hint of amusement. Anna, Emily said. Within a few seconds, Anna appeared with a cookie and took Alan away. Is that what you, rethinking, she asked, standing up. He saw the mistake in what he just said. He made this into a challenge for her. That's not what I meant, Emily. He took a step back, his grin fading. Then get out, she snapped at him. No, I want to see your hand. He watched her carefully. How old am I? She asked, her green eyes glared at him. Are we comparing age? He asked. He fought to control the look on his face. He still found it amusing when she stood up to him. Do I need to remind you that I can take care of myself? She took another step toward him, and her words made Chevalier take a step back. No, I am perfectly aware that you can take care of yourself. He braced himself, waiting for the burning pain to start. Then get out, she said through gritted teeth. Chevalier sighed, let us just calm down, okay? I am sorry I bit you. I am sorry I treated you like a child, again. She watched him suspiciously. Now, I am not treating you like a child, I just want to see your hand, to see if it's broken. He took a step toward her. It is, she said icily. Then let us go get it taken care of. He held his hand out for her. She set her jaw and her eyes narrowed, no. Now you, just being difficult, we have to have it looked at. He wondered how such a tiny thing could put out so much rage. Get out. She pointed to the door. You want to be stubborn? Then fine, he said, and appeared behind her. He put one restraining arm around her waist and one around her chest. Emily screamed, frustrated. She reached down and sunk her teeth deep into the flesh on his arm. He pulled his arm away quickly when she pulled off a chunk and spit it onto the ground. Damn it, Em, that hurts, he growled before pushing her onto the bed and out of his way for her own safety. He watched as his arm healed, and then went toward the bed. This isn't a game. This isn't some ruse to get your Irish blood boiling. When he got close enough to her, she kicked out at him, and he dodged easily and landed on top of her, pinning her to the bed. Stop it. Emily leaned up and kissed him, crushing her lips to his and wrapping her arms around him. Chevalier tried to pull away, but she grabbed a handful of his hair with her good hand and the argument ended. Chevalier brushed the hair off of her face and smiled as they curled up in next to each other. No fair, you distracted me, he said, and then grinned. You want to talk about fair? You bit me, she reminded him. He laughed, oh yeah, well, you bit me back. That's not the same, and you know it? She rolled over to look at him. I am sorry, really, Em, he said, and then kissed her softly. Next time you try that, I will fight back. Her eyes were serious. Fair enough. He ran his hand gently from her neck down to her shoulder. What did Larson do? She propped herself up on one elbow. Chevalier watched her for a moment. It was a long time ago, Don, worry about it, okay. Tell me. He sighed. Larson became weak and was released from the council. Emily frowned. That's it? That's enough. We can, have weakness on the council. The second you show a sign of losing your edge, your position will be taken over by someone else, and then you are banished. He bent over and kissed her shoulder. Wait, so if you show the slightest sign of weakness, you are buried for 600 years? Then you turn into this old haggard thing and are kicked out of the faction. Not always 600 years, but yes, that's the general idea. He looked into her eyes, wondering what was going through her mind. Emily sat up, holding the covers over her. They were going to do that to you, Warren, they? That day after the Valle attack, when Silas said they were going to replace you. He nodded and sat up. They were going to bury you and let you starve, she asked, frowning. Emily, it didn't happen. He touched her arm softly. When were you going to tell me that? Were you just going to go into the ground and avoid having to tell me? No, I would have had time to tell you. He wrapped a hand around her neck and pulled her to him. I am so not okay with that, she said, pulling away from him. Is that what's going to happen someday? Someday someone will think you, showing a weakness, and then the next day you'll just be gone. It's not going to happen. I am good at my job, and I don't have a weakness. He grinned slightly, but stopped when he saw the look of terror in her eyes. Quit. I can, quit. Why not? Same thing would happen. for the good of the faction. They can, have ex-council members running around trying to cause problems. This was all common and well known. He couldn't, figure out why she was making such a big deal out of it. So you, perfectly okay with that? Oh sure, kill me off because someone thinks I am a wimp. What if it's tomorrow? What if they use me as an excuse like they already tried to? She pulled the sheets off the bed, wrapped them around herself, and disappeared into the bathroom, still cradling her injured hand. It's not going to happen. You have to trust me on that. He watched her go, and then dressed quickly. A short while later, Emily came out dressed. Why do you suppose we fight so much? She asked, sitting down to slip on some shoes. I am guessing for the making up. I am serious, one of these days one of us is going to end up dead. Chevalier sighed, I know. Emily got up and sat down in one of the chairs by the fireplace. What do we do about it? I wish I knew. He sat down next to her. Do you still love me? She asked, watching for a reaction. Chevalier frowned. Of course I do. Are you happy? Yes. What's all this? Are you still in love with me? He asked, unsure what caused all of this. Emily smiled softly, very much so. Then why the questions? She shrugged, I guess just making sure. We don't do anything but fight anymore it seems. We work on it, okay. Maybe we should take the yacht out for a while. He ran through his schedule in his mind, looking for a free week. Emily stood up, excited, and sat in his lap. Really? Just us? He looked into her green eyes and smiled. Yes, really. As soon as we get your hand fixed. She kissed him and threw her arms around his neck. Thank you. I'll make the arrangements. He wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her.